dense forest surrounding the Stone-Tooth tribe the following afternoon. "Captain White Bear, shall we charge directly or wait until nightfall?" one of his men inquired. White Bear chuckled. "No need to rush. Let us wait for their hunting party to return. Then we shall strike and enjoy a fresh feast." Little did they know, the members of the Stone-Tooth tribe had already detected their presence, with 5 individuals lying in ambush high in the trees. The individuals perched upon the tree heard the words of the white-headed tribe, and a surge of animosity ignited within them, their teeth gritting in rage, their eyes aflame with fury. Indeed, these individuals had come to wage war against their tribe. Despite the anger coursing through them, they recalled the elder priest's counsel to remain composed and patient, for the time to strike had not yet arrived. Lu Chenyu, skillfully maneuvering the drone, observed the members of the white-headed tribe, their numbers surpassing that of the Xia tribe by a staggering twofold. A throng of robust young men poised to advance. A flicker of apprehension stirred within Lu Chenyu, yet she steadied herself. They had adequately prepared. They would undoubtedly repel these intruders. If worst came to worst, they could retreat to the valley, where she could activate their defenses to withstand any assault. Surrendering without a fight was an absolute impossibility. Chapter 102. Confrontation with the white-headed tribe, however. The elderly and children needed to retreat to the valley in advance to avoid being caught in the chaos when the conflict erupted. Aware of their potential to hinder the group, they willingly sought refuge in the valley, but led the members of the tribe to the vicinity of the first trap, the closest point to the white-headed tribe. The members of the white-headed tribe quickly noticed the presence of newcomers nearby. Bai Xiong, is that the hunting team from the Xia tribe returning? Bai Xiong, having vaguely heard the commotion ahead, grinned slyly and said, "Let us follow them." They were unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered by the Xia tribe, moving without the slightest attempt to conceal their actions. Soon, Bu halted and turned to face the approaching members of the white-headed tribe, his expression turning wary. "Who are you? What do you want?" Bai Xiong replied, "We are members of the white-headed tribe, and we happen to be hungry, so we thought we would come and have a meal at your tribe's expense." His words were delivered with a boldness that incensed the members of the Xia tribe. Food was the most precious resource for the tribe. It was akin to asking a stranger on the street for money by claiming one was broke. Moreover, the white-headed tribe boasted a significant number of individuals, each armed with weapons. Bu's expression darkened instantly, his grip on his weapon tightening, while the members of the hunting team raised their arms in readiness. The atmosphere thick with tension. "Our food is only sufficient for our own people," Bu stated coldly, locking eyes with Bai Xiong. "If you are hungry, you may hunt for yourselves." Bai Xiong grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his gaze dripping with disdain. "Hunting is such a hassle. I believe your tribe's supplies look quite ample." Laughter erupted from the warriors behind him, some even provokingly making noise. Bu took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and said in a low tone, "You should leave." With that, he turned and led his people towards the first trap. Seeing the Xia tribe members attempting to flee, Bai Xiong waved his hand and shouted, "Chase them! The food and women. Whoever seizes them gets to keep them." The warriors of the white-headed tribe howled in excitement as they charged towards the retreating members of the Xia tribe. However, just as they began their pursuit, boom, the foremost individuals suddenly stepped into a concealed pit, plummeting into the expertly disguised trap. The sharpened stakes at the bottom pierced their bodies, and screams echoed through the forest. The ensuing chaos caused the following members to stumble, with several falling into the pit as well. In an instant, the white-headed tribe suffered the loss of dozens of warriors. "There are traps!" Someone cried out in terror. The white-headed tribe had encountered many others before and were aware that some tribes possessed the skill to set traps. Though it was rare, they never anticipated that the small Xia tribe would have such a setup. The members of the white-headed tribe began to retreat. At that moment, those who had been lurking among the trees behind them drew their bows. Ah, my eyes! The rear ranks of the white-headed tribe were suddenly ambushed. But when they turned to look, there was no one to be seen. Before they could react, the sharp whistle of arrows slicing through the air resounded once more, striking the unsuspecting warriors of the white-headed tribe with unnerving precision. There's an ambush from behind. White Bear, hearing the commotion and cries emanating from the rear of his forces, turned to the members of the Stone-Tooth tribe, pointing at them with fury as he bellowed. Charge forward. Eliminate them all. No sooner had he uttered these words than an arrow hurtled towards him. Instinctively, White Bear sidestepped, but the arrow found its mark in the chest of a man behind him. The unfortunate warrior gazed in disbelief at the shaft protruding from his torso before collapsing to the ground with a thud. The warriors of the white-headed tribe surged towards their foes in the Stone-Tooth tribe. More arrows rained down from behind, and those at the front fell swiftly. Despite the onslaught, the valiant warriors of the white-headed tribe pressed onward, convinced that vanquishing their immediate adversaries would resolve all their troubles. After releasing a volley of arrows, who chose not to linger in battle, but urged his men toward the second trap. Captain, could there be more traps? The earlier scene had instilled fear in many. As they charged, they worried that another treacherous pit might claim their lives. How could there possibly be so many traps? White Bear ground his teeth in frustration. They had no foreknowledge of our approach. It's improbable they would have set traps for us in advance. Those traps were clearly meant for capturing prey. It's unlikely there would be multiple traps in the same location. The warriors of the white-headed tribe continued their advance, but soon, over a dozen fell into traps, and even White Bear nearly met the same fate. After just 2 such encounters, they had lost nearly half their numbers, yet they had not even touched the animal skin skirts of the Stone-Tooth tribe. With arrows still raining down from behind and uncertainty about further traps ahead, the white-headed tribe felt as if they were ensnared in a net. They are in the trees. At last, the warriors of the white-headed tribe discerned the archers concealed above. But it proved futile. They were powerless to strike those perched aloft. The relentless barrage of arrows rained down, and White Bear roared in anger. Yet they possessed no means of defense, merely flailing their weapons in a frantic attempt to shield themselves. At that moment, the warriors of the Stone-Tooth tribe burst forth from the shadows, armed with metal long knives in one hand and rudimentary wooden shields in the other. They charged at the white-headed tribe like a well-drilled battalion, their battle cries resonating in the air. Witnessing the dwindling numbers of their foes, the morale of the Stone-Tooth warriors soared. Kill, who led the charge, his blade cleaving through 2 adversaries. Salt Tiger, too, with a single strike, severed the weapon of the enemy before him. Even Xia did not falter. After deflecting an axe strike with her wooden shield, she thrust her blade into the belly of her opponent as effortlessly as a hunter dispatching prey. The warriors of the white-headed tribe were thrown into utter disarray. They had never encountered such formidable weaponry. It was astonishingly sharp, rendering their own arms as fragile as clay, shattering upon the slightest collision. Those wielding bows took refuge at a distance, occasionally loosing arrows. Even if they did not deliver a fatal blow, they could still inflict injuries. Standing apart, Lu Qingyu watched this primal and brutal scene unfold, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. Though she had long prepared herself for the sight of blood, witnessing such a brutal slaughter before her eyes still sent her stomach churning. The intensity surpassed even the first time she had sutured a wound. Observing as metallic weapons cleave through flesh and arrows pierce throats, blood splattered upon the earth, and the motionless bodies lay scattered, it all unfolded vividly before her. The acrid scent of blood thickened in the air, prompting her to bend over and gag, yet she managed to suppress the urge to vomit. "My lady, are you all right?" A warrior assigned to protect her inquired anxiously. Lu Qingyu waved her hand, inhaling deeply to compose herself. This was a primitive society where the law of the jungle prevailed. If she did not assist the Shia tribe, it would be the members of the Shia tribe who perished. She wiped the cold sweat from her brow and raised her gaze once more toward the battlefield. Chapter 103. Swift resolution at this moment. The tide of battle had decisively turned. The warriors of the White-Head tribe were utterly shattered. Their stone axes, stone knives, and bone spears were rendered inconsequential against the weaponry of the Stone-Tooth tribe. Every strike they attempted was effortlessly parried with a wooden shield by their adversaries, rendering their assaults futile. No, it cannot be. White Bear clutched his bleeding abdomen, staggering backwards, his eyes filled with terror. Who are you? Where did these weapons come from? He had never encountered such remarkably sharp arms, which sliced through them as if they were mere vegetables. Even their strongest warriors were no match for the women of the opposing tribe. Ming emerged from behind, dragging his injured leg. Curious about their origin, he cast a cold gaze at White Bear, knocking an arrow to his bow. Before White Bear could utter another word, another arrow whizzed from behind and struck him squarely in the head. Thud! White Bear's eyes widened in disbelief as he toppled backwards, lifeless. Ming turned to see Qing, who had just lowered his bow. The chief said, "Swift resolution." Qing remarked, tilting his head slightly. With the demise of their leader, the remaining white-head warriors completely lost their will to fight, discarding their weapons and surrendering en masse. The Stone-Tooth tribe bound the surviving members, ensuring they could not escape. The sun had yet to fully set, yet the moon had already begun its ascent, a remarkably full orb illuminating the scene. The people of the White-Head tribe awaited the rise of the moon, but instead met their grim fate, left pondering how they had been so thoroughly vanquished. Just the previous encounter had seen them pursuing the Stone-Tooth tribe, yet now the tables had turned. However, such reflections were futile, for no amount of reasoning could alter their predicament. Of the 150 members of the White-Head tribe, only 16 remain alive, now bound together. As the battle concluded, someone was dispatched to summon Lu Chenyu. The surviving members of the White-Head tribe, in the waning light of the sun, beheld the Stone-Tooth tribe encircling a woman clad in peculiar garments. She was tall, her dark hair elegantly tied up, an embodiment of grace in stark contrast to the rugged warriors surrounding her. Her skin was fair, seemingly untouched by the elements, and she wore shoes, something the members of the White-Head tribe recognized as their own chief donned a pair. Yet none could compare to the exquisite craftsmanship of those worn by this woman. Despite the absence of any visible menace from her, an inexplicable chill coursed through the survivors of the White-Head tribe, for all members of the Stone-Tooth tribe regarded her with the utmost reverence. "Your name?" Lu Chenyu inquired casually of one of the captives. The man, trembling, dared not withhold his response. "I am called Grey Claw." "Tell me, why did your tribe attack us?" Grey Claw quivered as he replied. White Bear said, "You said your tribe was weak, and that after defeating you, all the food and people would belong to us. How many members remain in your tribe?" Grey Claw hesitated, uncertain of how to respond, as counting was not his forte. "Keep it simple. Among the survivors of your tribe, are there more or fewer than those who came today?" As Grey Claw was about to respond, someone nearby shouted, "Grey Claw, do you dare to speak?" Startled, Grey Claw fell silent. In the next moment, the blade of Bu was pressed against his shoulder. "Answer our priest." It turned out that this woman was their priestess. Grey Claw did not entirely belong to the White-Head tribe. Rather, he was one who had sought refuge with them during their assaults on other tribes in a desperate bid for survival. For the sake of his life, he had betrayed once, and he would betray again. Thus, when a knife was poised at his neck, he complied and answered. There were fewer people than had arrived today, including many elders and children. However, there was still a group of slaves from the White-Head tribe, which, when combined, outnumbered those who had come today. Faced with this reality, Grey Claw secretly hoped that the Stone-Tooth tribe would annihilate the White-Head tribe. After all, it was the White-Head tribe that had slaughtered members of his tribe, and it was impossible for him to harbor no resentment. "Priestess, shall we strike back?" Ming asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, turning to Lu Chenyu. To eradicate the roots of the problem is to ensure that it does not resurface. Lu Chenyu was well aware of this principle. She did not answer directly, but inquired, "If there are no traps and no prior preparations, do you believe you could defeat these people?" Ming hesitated, for he could not guarantee victory without the traps and tactics provided by the priestess. Even with their superior weaponry, in a direct confrontation, they could not assure a casualty-free victory as they had experienced in this battle. Let us set this matter aside for now. First, we must tend to the battlefield. The injured followed Qing for treatment, while the others dug a pit to burn and bury the bodies. As for the captives, they were to be confined for the time being. The members of the Stone-Tooth tribe busied themselves. Those armed with bows and arrows went to retrieve their projectiles, for without them, their weapons would be rendered useless. Under Lu Chenyu's orders, the members managed the battlefield efficiently. After securing the captives from the White-Head tribe within the caves of the Stone-Tooth tribe, everyone proceeded to the valley to seek out the priestess. Although no one from the Stone-Tooth tribe had perished that day, several had sustained injuries, which Xing tended to under Lu Chunyu's guidance. The early returnees were already preparing dinner, utilizing the large iron pot provided by the priestess to cook a plentiful pot of taro rice and fish sizzling on the iron griddle. Having fought a splendid battle, the faces of the Stone-Tooth tribe members were alight with excitement and joy. All their gratitude was directed towards the priestess. Had it not been for her, they would have surely faced dire consequences. After the meal, Lu Chunyu and Ming shared a private conversation. No one knew what the priestess had discussed with the chief, but upon his return, he appeared notably exhilarated, though he remained tight-lipped when questioned. Though Lu Chunyu did not engage in combat, the gruesome scenes she witnessed were a first for her. After returning home, she took 2 days to rest, only coming in the mornings to collect supplies and abstaining from the afternoons. To soothe her spirit, Lu Chunyu diligently carried medicinal herbs at the Qinghe apothecary for 2 days. Finally completing her task, Kong Renfu had initially harbored discontent towards Lu Chunyu's frequent absences from class. However, this time he chose to remain silent, feeling a tinge of regret. Had he known that this girl possessed such remarkable insight, he would have directly offered to take her as his disciple from the outset. Now, it appeared as though he was only accepting her due to her evident intelligence, which seemed too utilitarian and undesirable. Yet, it puzzled him that after so many days of instruction, she had yet to broach the subject of apprenticeship. Kong Renfu resolved to give her a gentle nudge, saying, "Chunyu, in a few days, there will be a medicinal exchange conference held in City A. Come along with me to broaden your horizons." Chapter 104. Apprenticeship. The National Pharmaceutical Trade Fair, held biannually, hosted its second event of the year in City A. Kong Renfu was invited to share his insights during the fair and to act as a consultant for his senior apprentice, Yin Dan, who had previously purchased the Lu Chunyu medicinal materials. In such gatherings, Kong Renfu, as a professional, was highly sought after by the pharmaceutical merchants. Accompanying him would provide access to numerous valuable resources, which were unattainable even with substantial financial means. Kong Renfu's offer to bring her along signified his regard for her as a close ally. Lu Chunyu's eyes sparkled with understanding. She instantly grasped Kong Renfu's subtle hint. Did he wish to take her on as his apprentice? However, she had yet to prepare an appropriate gift for her master. Nevertheless, such an opportunity was rare, and a gift could be arranged later. Missing the chance to be accepted as a disciple would be regrettable. Suppressing her excitement, she respectfully bowed and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Kong, for your guidance. I shall endeavor to learn diligently." Noticing that she had not yet broached the subject of apprenticeship, Kong Renfu felt a twinge of impatience. This girl, why was she still hesitating to speak? Did she require him to state it explicitly? He cleared his throat and casually remarked, "By the way, there will be many familiar faces at the trade fair. You should meet them. In our industry, it's essential to have a recognized standing." Realizing the implication of his words, Lu Chunyu straightened her posture, stepped back, and earnestly bowed deeply to Kong Renfu. "Master Kong, I have greatly benefited from your patient instruction these days. If you do not mind, I would like to formally become your apprentice. Would you be willing to accept me as your disciple?" Kong Renfu's heart brimmed with joy, though he maintained a facade of composure, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Well, you possess a commendable intellect and a virtuous character. Since you are earnest in your desire, I shall accept you." Overjoyed, Lu Chunyu promptly declared, "Master, please allow me to pay my respects." She attempted to emulate the traditional gesture of kneeling and bowing her head. Kong Renfu quickly reached out to steady her, chuckling, "Enough, enough. We live in a modern age. Such antiquated customs are unnecessary. What matters is the sincerity of your intent." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Chunyu confessed, "I have long wished to formally become your apprentice. I just never found the right opportunity, fearing I might neglect my master." Kong Renfu reassured her, "I did not take you on for the sake of superficial rituals. Just focus on your studies and do not bring me shame." Lu Chunyu responded earnestly, "Rest assured. Master, I will study diligently." Meanwhile, Chu Jingjing and Kong Fan shared in their delight as they finally welcomed a younger sister in their circle. Although there were no formal ceremonies, a celebratory banquet was still in order, naturally hosted at Lu Chunyu's restaurant. She called Zhang Jia to reserve a table. On the other end of the line, Zhang Jia exclaimed, "Boss, it's impossible. All the tables are fully booked. People are already waiting, and I simply cannot free up a space." Zhang Jia was at a loss. The restaurant had been inundated with patrons in recent days. Even before the reservation time, customers were already present, eagerly watching the tables and awaiting their turn. It appeared that many of these individuals were acquaintances, greeting one another upon arrival. Customer satisfaction being paramount, Lu Chenyu had no choice but to invite the guests to her villa, intending to personally prepare a meal. She often cooked for herself at the villa, with the refrigerator stocked with an ample supply of ingredients, making it quite feasible to whip up a delightful feast. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, the kitchen was bustling, with pots and pans nearly smoking from the fervent activity. Amid the flourishing business, Aunt Jean hired 2 additional chefs. Yet the dishes prepared were still insufficient to meet the demand. After the previous live broadcast by the streamer Xiao Xiong, which showcased the culinary delights from the mountains, the restaurant gained a brief surge of popularity online. It became apparent that this establishment was nearly devoid of negative reviews, the sole criticism being the overwhelming crowds, long wait times, or a lack of seating. Patrons who had dined there had only praise, with many returning frequently. Subsequently, Zhang Linlin extolled the restaurant among her affluent friends, leading to an influx of patrons eager to savor the offerings, elevating the restaurant's reputation to celestial heights. This influx of wealthy clientele made the restaurant a favored venue for gatherings, celebrations, and casual meetups, resulting in an unprecedented surge of customers. With such a thriving business, Aunt Jean had never encountered such ease in commerce. Seizing the opportunity presented by the booming business, Lu Chenyu decided to lease another establishment on the same street. This new venue was a 2-story building, significantly larger than her current location, boasting over 600 square meters. Previously a tea house, it had closed down last year and remained unoccupied until now. The rental price was also quite attractive, set at 128,000 yuan per month. Lu Chenyu deemed it a suitable choice. The second floor featured 26 private rooms, while the main hall on the first floor could accommodate over 400 guests. Moreover, she was particularly fond of the kitchen layout, which also spanned 2 floors, complete with a service lift. This arrangement would allow her to prepare high-end cuisine on the upper level while offering affordable meals below. By securing this new space, she would bypass extensive renovations, anticipating a grand opening within a week. After negotiating, she settled on a final rental price of 120,000 yuan per month, with a 3-year contract and a 2-month rent-free period for renovations. Although the cost was somewhat steep, the profits from her current restaurant would comfortably cover the rent of the new establishment. As the renovations commenced and Aunt Jean began training new staff in advance, everything progressed smoothly. Meanwhile, matters at the Xia tribe were also unfolding favorably. The day after Ming's discussion with Lu Chenyu, he departed with nearly the entire fighting force of the tribe, accompanied by Grey Claw. Although Lu Chenyu had not explicitly stated her intention to retaliate against the Baitu tribe, she had presented Ming with 2 options. One option was to refrain from an offensive and to fortify the tribe's defenses, allowing her to assist in building protective walls and enhancing security. The other option was to seize the opportunity to ambush the Baitu tribe while they remained unaware of the mishaps befalling their dispatch teams, thereby eliminating any future threats. While the former choice was rather passive and fraught with the risk of retaliation from the Baitu tribe, it would ensure the safety of the Xia tribe in the short term. The latter, though exhilarating, carried significant risks. A successful ambush could yield great rewards, yet failure might mean that those who ventured out would not return. Without hesitation, Ming decisively opted for the second plan. The white-headed tribe still had numerous individuals outside, and if they were not dealt with in one fell swoop, even more would come in the future. We are unwilling to live in fear. Great priest, I choose the second method. May you bless us. The ambush must naturally occur at the moment when the combat capabilities of the white-headed tribe are at their weakest. From information gleaned from Grey Claw, it was learned that every morning a portion of the white-headed warriors escort a batch of slaves for hunting, returning only by evening. Lu Chenyu swiftly devised a strategy, taking advantage of this contingent of white-headed warriors being away on their hunt to attack the tribe, persuade the imprisoned slaves, and ambush the returning warriors. Chapter 105. The surprise attack. While the notion of staging a surprise attack seems deceptively simple, its execution often proves to be fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, Ming exuded unwavering confidence. After Lu Qinyu's departure, he seized the moment. Buoyed by the tribe's heightened morale following their recent triumph in a battle fought with fewer against greater numbers, to unveil his audacious plan. The excitement of their victorious counteroffensive resonated deeply, leading to unanimous approval. Thus, the second phase commenced. Xiu drove a tricycle, transporting a contingent of warriors alongside the weapons seized from the Baitu tribe. Under the guidance of Hui Zhua, they stealthily approached the Baitu tribe's temporary encampment. Having grown complacent from their previous arrogance, the Baitu tribe scorned the notion of seeking refuge in caves or hidden locations. Instead, they opted for a position atop a high ground near a water source, hastily erecting rudimentary tents from animal hides. As for the slaves, they were compelled to dig pits where they were tied together with hides and unceremoniously discarded. Observing from a nearby thicket, the Shirya tribe meticulously assessed the Baitu tribe situation. Once they had gleaned sufficient information, their archers sprung into action. The primitive warriors, possessing keen eyesight and considerable strength, took aim at the isolated patrols of the Baitu tribe from a considerable distance. With a swift whoosh, several arrows soared through the air, striking true at the throats of the Baitu patrollers. The victims, caught unawares, could not utter a cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The Baitu tribe, utterly defenseless, remained oblivious until the Shirya tribe had felled 6 of their number. And a stray arrow narrowly missed claiming another life, thus alerting them to the presence of an enemy. "Enemies!" cried the wounded Baitu warrior, only to be silenced moments later as 2 arrows found their mark, sending him to the earth. This alarmed the members of the Baitu tribe. Armed warriors rushed from their tents in a flurry. "Loose the arrows!" With Ming's command, the archers concealed in the trees unleashed a volley. Many warriors, still bewildered from their hasty exit from the tents, fell victim to the barrage. Under the daylight, one warrior narrowly evaded an incoming arrow, only to find no foe in sight. It wasn't until another wave of comrades fell that he realized the assault originated from the distant woods. Having always been the aggressors in such raids, the Baitu tribe was incensed by this unexpected reversal. "The enemies are in the woods. Charge forth!" shouted the warrior, brandishing his bone axe and leading the charge. His compatriots followed suit, roaring in fury. Yet, before they could venture far, a flurry of arrows erupted from the trees once more. With a swift whoosh, another 5 or 6 warriors succumbed to the onslaught. It was then that the warrior comprehended their precarious position, fully exposed within the enemy's range without even having glimpsed their assailants. "Retreat! Back to the camp!" he commanded, compelled to reassess their strategy. Clearly more astute than the white bear, he discerned the nature of the enemy's ranged weaponry. Upon returning to the tribe, he promptly instructed his men to raise large wooden shields to protect themselves as they charged toward the woods. Yet, as they plunged into the thicket, they were met by the fully armed members of the Shirya tribe. Almost all the members of the Whitehead tribe surged into the woods, while Xiu drove his tricycle into their midst, hurling a thick tree trunk into the pit that held the captives. Urgently, he shouted, "Quick, climb up!" Not all within the tribe had rushed out to fight. Many women, the elderly, and children remained within. These individuals were not defenseless, and upon seeing Xiu alone in their territory, a few women armed themselves and charged toward him. Xiu hastily mounted his tricycle and drove directly at them. Several women were knocked aside as he circled the vast pit, his son Yun accompanying him. Yun tossed the seized weapons from the Whitehead tribe into the pit, calling out, "Those who wish to survive, pick up a weapon and let us fight. Annihilate the Whitehead tribe." The captives, unaware of the events transpiring above, heard the sounds of battle and recognized that someone was attacking the Whitehead tribe. Various weapons rained down, allowing the captives to cut through the animal hides, binding their hands and feet, scrambling up the pit. Noticing more and more individuals climbing up, Xiu quickly sped away with his son. A gaunt young captive seized a stone knife from the ground and bellowed, "Charge forth! Avenge our tribe, our companions, and our children!" Let's fight them. With tears of rage in his eyes, he climbed up the trees and charged at the women of the Whitehead tribe. The members of the Whitehead tribe were thrown into disarray, scattering in panic. As more captives ascended, they armed themselves and raced toward the woods, determined to slay those who had annihilated their tribe. Upon engaging the Stone-Tooth tribe, they quickly realized the vast disparity in strength. The adversaries were evidently well prepared, wielding unfamiliar weapons and donning strange headgear. They formed a line, their wooden shields rendering the Whitehead tribe's attacks ineffective. They, observing the unfolding chaos, felt a surge of terror as the glinting weapons effortlessly shattered their stone axes and bone spears. One by one, their warriors fell. Retreat! Withdraw quickly! They yelled, attempting to flee, only to discover that their escape route had been severed. Slaves, now armed, charged at them with fierce intent. A sense of despair washed over Day, and in that moment, it became evident that his fate was sealed as he was struck down by the weapons wielded by the throng of captives. The ensuing battle required no intervention from the Stone-Tooth tribe. The slaves had already decimated the Whitehead tribe. Particularly, Day, with his white hair symbolizing the tribe's heritage, fell victim. The Whitehead tribe derived its name from its original members, who all bore white hair. Even as the tribe expanded, incorporating individuals with diverse hair colors, they continued to revere the white-haired as their leaders. With the near-total annihilation of the Whitehead tribe, the enslaved individuals, driven by vengeance for their fallen kin, ruthlessly slaughtered every member, regardless of age or gender, mirroring the atrocities inflicted upon their own tribe. However, there remained a group of individuals from the White-headed tribe who had not returned. The members of the Stone-Tooth tribe swiftly reached an accord with the slaves to ambush those returning from the hunt. Thus, as dusk fell, a fierce battle ensued once more among the White-headed tribe, and as anticipated, the Stone-Tooth tribe emerged victorious. The pit, initially excavated for the confinement of slaves, transformed into a grave for the fallen members of the White-headed tribe. Following the teachings of Lu Chenyu, they gathered numerous branches to cremate the bodies. Amidst the flickering flames, the slaves gazed upon their adversaries being consumed by fire, and an emptiness suddenly enveloped their hearts. Surrounding the pit, the sound of suppressed sobs resonated. They had finally avenged their tribe. Recalling the horrific fate that befell their own clan, the slaves wept uncontrollably. For these past days, their only sustenance had been the protection of the remaining kin and the seething hatred for the White-headed tribe. On this seemingly inconspicuous day, as they finally achieved their long-awaited revenge, the pent-up emotions within them could no longer be contained, and they wept as one. Chapter 106. The gem having resolved the issues with the Whitehead tribe, the members of the Shia tribe prepared to depart. Upon witnessing the Whitehead tribe's departure, those who had been rescued were left in a state of confusion, instinctively wanting to follow them. However, Ming could not bring such a multitude of unfamiliar individuals back to his tribe. "I am afraid we cannot accept you," he began. "Our tribe." Initially, Ming intended to convey that their tribe was too small to support so many people, but he realized that such honesty would only reveal his tribe's shortcomings. Thus, he swiftly altered his phrasing. "I cannot make that decision alone. We require the approval of our esteemed priest before admitting newcomers. If you wish to join our tribe, you may wait here for a few days. Should we not return, it will indicate our disapproval, and you will have to leave." "Leave? But where can we go?" They lamented. Winter would soon arrive, and they possessed nothing to survive the harsh season. The belongings of the Whitehead tribe had been taken by the Shia tribe: furs, food, and salt. The salt, however, was deemed unnecessary. They had superior salt and chose to leave this precious resource for these unfortunate souls. The rescued individuals were overwhelmed with gratitude, tears welling in their eyes at the generosity of the Shia tribe. Observing their weapons and gear, they surmised that the Shia tribe must be exceedingly prosperous. They resolved to wait a few days in hopes of an opportunity to join this tribe. The Shia tribe returned laden with spoils, and at last their esteemed priest, Lu Chenyu, arrived. Without Ming needing to speak, the members of the tribe eagerly relayed their triumph to Lu Chenyu. She had not anticipated that Ming and his companions would achieve success so swiftly. Nevertheless, the victory was a relief, as it alleviated the constant worry of enemy incursions. What shall we do with those who were rescued? Lu Chenyu pondered, her interest piquing upon learning that the captives were all young and able-bodied. The Xia tribe possessed many strengths, yet they were in dire need of more hands. With fewer than 50 capable individuals, they needed to allocate some for hunting, some for patrolling, and the gathering team had transformed into a planning unit. There remained work to clear land, construct latrines, and build chicken coops. Her fish pond was unexcavated. The roads were unpaved, and the houses remained unbuilt. If those captives had truly harbored ill intentions, they would likely have sought refuge with the Whitehead tribe long ago, rather than remain in bondage. Yet, she could not be entirely certain of their character. Ming, do you know what the most vital resource for a tribe is? Ming, unsure of the reason behind her inquiry, answered honestly, food? Lu Chenyu shook her head. No, it is population. If we had a larger populace, do you think the Whitehead tribe would dare to invade us? No, they would not, Ming replied. In fact, they would keep their distance. Suddenly, Ming's eyes brightened with understanding of Lu Chenyu's implication. Esteemed priest, then I shall have them all join our tribe before he could finish. Lu Chenyu interrupted him. Joining our tribe is not a matter to be taken lightly. You must inform them that to join our tribe, one must undergo a trial. Only upon passing this trial can they become a member of the tribe. This trial may require a considerable amount of time. If they are willing, take them back. If not, do not coerce them. Ming currently unconditionally trusts Lu Chenyu's words and immediately dispatches individuals to bring them back. The back-and-forth journey is likely to take 3 or 4 days. Lu Chenyu inspects the spoils acquired from the Whitehead tribe. Among them, the coveted tiger skin she had long desired, totaling 2. There are also several bear skins and a pouch filled with an array of colorful stones. Stones? Upon closer inspection, Lu Chenyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The leather pouch is brimming with unpolished, natural gemstones in various hues. Red, green, purple, blue. If these stones are indeed gemstones, her fortune would be assured. The remaining items consist of ordinary animal hides and food. Lu Chenyu only takes the gemstones, leaving the others behind. The members of the Xia tribe comment, I knew the priestess would appreciate these beautiful stones. Just look at the lovely gems adorning her attire. Those are merely the buttons on Lu Chenyu's clothing. Yes, the priestess also wears them. They are truly exquisite. Indeed, Lu Chenyu sports a rather unremarkable crystal bracelet, which she had discovered in the tent of the chieftain of the Whitehead tribe. It likely belonged to his wife. As Lu Chenyu had seen a woman adorned with such beautiful stones, but since she has worn them, they are unworthy of our esteemed priestess. Lu Chenyu. In truth, I do not mind. After acquiring the gemstones, Lu Chenyu did not linger and eagerly returned. Energy item discovered. Ruby, energy value acquired. 13. 600, energy item discovered. Emerald, energy value acquired. 8. 110, energy item discovered. Sapphire, energy value acquired. 9. 982, energy item discovered. Light blue gem, energy value acquired. 5. 996, energy item discovered. Purple sapphire, energy value acquired. 10. 524, no need for further appraisal. The temporal gate has already verified their authenticity. They are indeed gemstones. Gazing at the precious stones in her possession, Lu Chenyu's heart raced with excitement. These stones range in size from nearly that of her fist to the size of her thumb. She truly stands on the brink of fortune. Selecting a green stone, she set the others aside and searched online for a reputable jewelry store, then made her way to the establishment. The jewelry store Lu Chenyu chose was quite upscale, illuminated with radiant lights that showcased the dazzling gems in the display cases, while several elegantly dressed customers were perusing jewelry with the assistance of attentive sales associates. Upon her entrance, a well-groomed female staff member approached her. Good day. How may I assist you? Lu Chenyu replied. Hello. I would like to inquire if you purchased gemstones. The sales associate paused momentarily and asked, May I ask if you wish to sell gemstones? Are they finished products or raw stones? Raw stones. They have not been altered in any way. They should be classified as raw stones. Emeralds. Saleswoman, may I take a glance? Lu Chenyu retrieved a box from her bag, and upon opening it, A vibrant green stone lay within. The saleswoman swiftly appraised Lu Chenyu, her tone shifting to one of caution. Please follow me. I will summon our appraiser to examine it. With that, she guided Lu Chenyu to the private room at the back. Kindly wait. Our appraiser will arrive shortly. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing glasses approached briskly. Greetings. I am the gem appraiser from Zhuiyuan Jewelry Store. You wish to sell this emerald rough, correct? Lu Chenyu wasted no time and directly opened the box to reveal the stone inside. The man inhaled deeply, donned gloves, and produced a professional magnifying glass and flashlight to scrutinize the stone meticulously. Lu Chenyu observed his hands tremble slightly. Madam, the appraiser's voice quivered. Could you enlighten me on the origin of this stone? It has been passed down in my family. Lu Chenyu fabricated a casual excuse. The appraiser took a deep breath. This is likely an exceptionally high-quality emerald rough, and judging by its color and inclusions, it could very well be top-tier material from the Columbia Muso mine. We will need further testing to confirm, but if it is genuine, how much is it really worth? Lu Chenyu was most concerned about this. The middle-aged man paused, lowering his voice. This stone is the largest emerald I have ever encountered. If it undergoes professional cutting, its value could exceed 8 figures. Chapter 107. The emerald rough. Lu Chenyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, a buzzing sound reverberating in her ears. The bag contained dozens of such stones. She forced herself to maintain her composure and inquired, "Do you accept these at your store?" "Of course," the gemologist replied. "However, given the high value of these gems, I cannot make decisions on my own. We recommend that you first conduct a thorough examination, after which our management will discuss the matter with you." The Zhuiyuan Jewelry Store could facilitate the examination, although its procedures were not as rigorous as those of a specialized laboratory. Nevertheless, Zhuiyuan Jewelry is a prominent name in the country, and the evaluation results would not differ significantly from those of a professional establishment. After photographing the gems brought by Lu Chenyu and documenting their weight, dimensions, and flaws as a record, she was allowed to take them to the examination room. Due to their substantial value, Lu Chenyu closely monitored the entire gem appraisal process. During the examination, the saleswoman who attended to Lu Chenyu summoned their general manager. David Run, the general manager of Zhuiyuan Jewelry in H City, hurried over upon hearing that someone was selling an emerald worth tens of millions. Soon, the back door of the jewelry store swung open, and a sharply dressed, middle-aged man approached briskly. "Miss," he said, handing her his business card, "I am David Run, the general manager of this establishment. Should you have any inquiries regarding your gem, feel free to discuss them with me." Naturally, such discussions would have to await the specific examination report. Half an hour later, the examination report was ready, and the gem was returned to Lu Chenyu. "Miss Lu, your emerald rough is exceptionally beautiful," David Run remarked, his eyes sparkling as he examined the gem. "Based on its color and inclusions, is highly likely to originate from the Muso mines of Columbia." Before he could finish, he was taken aback upon reading the examination report, which stated that this gem was not from the Muso mines. However, its purity and color surpassed that of Colombian emeralds. "This emerald," Lu Chenyu began, "is a family heirloom." David Run refrained from pressing further. Regardless of its origin, he was immensely intrigued by its quality. He signaled to his assistant to bring refreshments and retrieve an auction catalog from a nearby cabinet, flipping to a page to show Lu Chenyu. Last year, Sotheby's auctioned an 18-carat Muso emerald for $16 million. Additionally, there was this 37-carat emerald at Christie's Geneva Autumn Auction, which fetched $64 million. The images David Run presented to Lu Chenyu depicted cut gemstones that were indeed stunning. However, Lu Chenyu's gem remained in its rough form. Due to the nature of emeralds, most rough stones possess numerous fractures and inclusions. Yet, Lu Chenyu's emerald exhibited almost no inclusions, its visible portions displaying a profound green hue, potentially weighing around 22 carats once cut. "Miss Lu," David Run continued, "Zhuiyuan is willing to purchase your emerald rough for $18 million. Lu Chenyu's breath hitched momentarily. 18 million? Just a moment ago, she had been thrilled to earn a mere 1 million. Now, she was being offered a staggering 18 million. Surely, she needed a moment to collect herself. Lu Chenyu was nearly inclined to agree immediately, yet she composed herself. Manager run. The value of gemstones escalates with size. My emerald weighs 22 carats. Shouldn't the price reflect that? David Rin chuckled softly and elucidated. Miss Liu, you are indeed correct. Nevertheless, it is essential to understand that the auction house's price includes commission and premiums. The seller ultimately receives only 70%. Fortunately, your emerald possesses a commendable purity, or else we cannot offer such a price. Reflecting on this, Lu Chenyu realized that 18 million exceeded her expectations. With this sum, she could finally commence work on the land she had rented with Zhang Linlin. Once the agreement was reached, the subsequent steps were straightforward: signing the contract and exchanging payment for the gemstone. Lu Chenyu's bank account was swiftly credited with 18 million. Thankfully, the 20 personal income tax was covered by Zhuo Yuan. Otherwise, she would have faced additional expenses. With newfound wealth, Lu Chenyu left the jewelry store with a buoyant step. She began to strategize how to allocate her 18 million. She envisioned purchasing a vehicle. No, two. One for herself and another for the restaurant's deliveries. She planned to hire a construction team to level the suburban land, erect a greenhouse, employ workers, and procure seeds. Additionally, she intended to acquire chicks, ducklings, and goslings, as Inhu and others had already constructed the chicken coop. An upgrade to the new store's renovation budget was also in order. It should not appear too shabby. Perhaps a donation to the welfare home would be a benevolent gesture. Lu Chenyu recalled a visit with Zhang Linlin to the suburban land, during which they had spotted a nearby farm that might sell poultry. Full of enthusiasm, she mounted her electric scooter and veered towards the countryside. Upon arrival, she noticed a significant decrease in traffic, especially on the county road leading to the farm. As she breezed along, humming a tune, she suddenly heard a cacophony of chirping. Is that the farm? She pondered, intrigued by the sounds of chicks. Following the noise, she was taken aback to find numerous chicks scurrying about the road. Alarmed, she quickly halted her vehicle. Dozens of chicks were darting across the street, while several unfortunate ones lay lifeless, victims of passing vehicles, whose chicks have wandered onto the road. She mused, hastily dismounting to guide the chicks to safety. However, upon reaching the roadside, her astonishment deepened. There were countless chicks in the abandoned field beside the road. A veritable swarm of tiny yellow chicks chirped incessantly, scuttling through the overgrown grass. Those on the roadway were merely a fraction of the whole. Had a truck transporting chicks overturned? Yet, there were no vehicles in sight, nor any people tending to the little ones. Just as Lu Chenyu was engulfed in confusion, a local woman on an electric scooter passed by. Observing Lu's concern for the chicks, she called out nonchalantly, "Miss, don't bother. Those chicks are discarded by the farm." Shaking her head, she lamented, "What a pity. So many chicks won't survive more than a couple of days." Lu Chenyu was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Abandon the unwanted? All these little chicks, destined to starve? The elderly woman sighed. Indeed, they are all male chicks. When grown, they will not lay eggs, and their meat is inferior to that of hens. The farm finds it a waste of feed and simply discards them in this desolate land. She waved her hand, stating that it was the same every year, too overwhelming to manage. After finishing her words, the elderly woman rode off into the distance. Lu Chenyu remained stunned. So many chicks were to be forsaken? Cheap! One particularly frail chick nudged against her shoe, lifting its tiny head, its bright black eyes glistening with moisture. Lu Chenyu crouched down to stroke the little chick. "Since no one wanted you, I shall take you with me." It just so happened that she intended to purchase them. Being all male was of no consequence, and if necessary, they could be castrated later. The meat of capons is even more delectable. Chapter 108. The discovery of chicks. With so many chicks in need of a container, and given the proximity to the plantation rented by Zhang Linlin, Lu Chenyu hurried there to find something suitable for gathering the chicks. The plantation still had an employee, a man named Wu Rong, who was in his 50s and the sole guardian of the plantation's entrance. The last time Lu Chenyu and Zhang Linlin visited, they informed Wu Rong that the plantation would henceforth belong to Lu Chenyu, which had left him concerned about his job security. However, seeing how well Wu Rong managed the unvisited plantation, Lu Chenyu decided to retain him. Wu Rong lived on the plantation, accompanied by his wife, as he was rather solitary. They found joy in tending to the flowers and vegetables, and with a steady income, the couple thrived in their simple life. When Lu Chenyu arrived, they were busy caring for the plants. Upon hearing her intention to collect the chicks from the roadside, Wu Rong and his wife immediately understood the situation. Having seen them discarded before, Wu Rong hurried to the tool shed and retrieved several planting plastic crates, inquiring, "Boss, will these suffice?" The crates were breathable and stackable, making them perfect for the task. Realizing she could not collect the chicks alone, Lu Chenyu invited the couple to join her. "You both come with me." Wu Rong had a small tricycle that was just right for transporting the crates. Together, the trio set out to gather the chicks from the roadside. Many of the chicks appeared abandoned, some on the brink of death. Yet Lu Chenyu selectively picked the more spirited ones, ultimately collecting a considerable number. Passers-by occasionally stopped, mistakenly believing the chicks belonged to them, and kindly offered to help. Upon returning to the plantation, Wu Rong asked, "Boss, are we transforming the plantation into a poultry farm?" He could not fathom why Lu Chenyu would gather so many chicks. "Not quite," Lu Chenyu replied. "A friend of mine wishes to raise them. We will still cultivate here, but instead of flowers, I plan to grow vegetables." Originally, the plantation boasted over a dozen vegetable greenhouses, as some flower cultivation required such environments. However, Zhang Linlin had merely aimed to make a quick profit, thus constructing rudimentary greenhouses that had fallen into disrepair due to neglect. Lu Chenyu knew she needed to find someone to restore them. Moreover, the flowers and plants within the greenhouses needed to be cleared out. With sufficient funds, these concerns were surmountable. Lu Chenyu located a professional company online, and within an hour, the representative arrived. After discussing her requirements, the representative assured her that the greenhouses could be rebuilt within a week, with the seedlings also cleared out. With over 100 acres at her disposal, Lu Chenyu did not require all that land for immediate cultivation. Ensuring the vegetable greenhouses were operational would suffice to meet her restaurant's current demands. As for the remainder, she could tend to it gradually when time permitted. Having signed a contract and provided a deposit, work was set to commence the following day. Throughout the entire process, Wu Rong felt a sense of trepidation. Although his new employer, Lu Chenyu, had assured him of his position, his wife was not an employee here, and they had cultivated a considerable vegetable garden on the vacant land nearby. "Boss Lu," Wu Rong hesitated momentarily, summoning his courage to speak. "My wife. She came to accompany me. It's rather lonely for me to stay here alone. Is it possible for her to remain here as well?" Wu Rong's wife, Kai Ping, looked at Lu Chenyu with equal apprehension. Lu Chenyu glanced at the vegetables tended by Kai Ping and smiled. "Uncle Wu, your wife's vegetables are quite commendable." Wu Rong hastily explained, "It would be a pity to leave the land barren, so we decided to plant a few vegetables. If you disapprove, we can remove them immediately." "You needn't worry, Uncle Wu. I have no objections," Lu Chenyu replied. "This garden is intended for cultivation, and since Aunt Kai seems adept at it, I was merely inquiring if she would be willing to assist me in the planting." I meant no offense. The couple was taken aback, not expecting such a fortunate turn of events. Kai Ping, quick to respond, said, "Of course I will be delighted. Thank you, Boss Lu. We will certainly work diligently." Wu Rong rubbed his rough hands together, his voice trembling slightly. "Rest assured, Boss Lu, I will ensure this land is well taken care of." At over 50 years of age, Kai Ping possessed no particular skills and had struggled to find employment, relying solely on Wu Rong's salary for their sustenance. To their astonishment, not only did Wu Rong retain his job with the new boss, but Kai Ping also found work. The couple was filled with unexpected joy. Thus, when Lu Chenyu requested Wu Rong to transport the chicks to the warehouse in the city, he readily agreed. Given their small size, transporting the chicks by train posed the risk of suffocation. A tricycle would provide better ventilation, ensuring their safety. "Boss, these chicks haven't eaten in a while. I should feed them before we set off. Otherwise, they might perish along the way," Kai Ping remarked. Lu Chenyu was indeed a benevolent employer, and they approached their work with utmost sincerity. "All right, I appreciate your efforts, Aunt Kai." In the afternoon, as Wu Rong was about to deliver the chicks, Lu Chenyu had the doorman leave early, so it was Lu Chenyu who opened the door for Wu Rong upon his arrival. The truck carried over 3,000 chicks, and after Wu Rong departed, Lu Chenyu transported them to the primitive society. The inhabitants of the Xia tribe looked on bewildered as Lu Chenyu presented the tiny chicks. What is this? So small? Can it even be eaten? The primitive people, accustomed to hunting larger game, had never encountered such diminutive creatures. Great priest, is this a small bird? A child from the Xia tribe crouched on the ground, curiously poking the chicks with his finger. The fluffy little beings chirped and scurried away, eliciting laughter from the other children. No, these are chicks, raised to be consumed once they grow. Lu Chenyu instructed the workers to place the chicks in the chicken coop constructed by Yin Hu and his group. Upon arriving at their new abode, the chicks huddled together in fear, trembling as they adjusted to their unfamiliar surroundings. The children had never possessed toys before, and upon encountering the chicks, their curiosity was piqued, leading them to gather around, unwilling to depart. Lu Chenyu remarked, "Do you like the chicks? How about we raise some in the future?" His eyes sparkled with interest as she approached, tilting her head to gaze up at Lu Chenyu and asked, "Great priest, what do chicks eat?" Let me think. They can eat grass seeds, tender leaves, small insects, and perhaps little fish and shrimp. Would you like to raise them? There were a total of 12 children in the tribe, including Qing, who was in the midst of childhood. Excluding 2 who were still nursing, there were about 7 or 8 children. They usually had little to do, helping the adults with minor tasks, but spent most of their time playing. Finding them some work would be quite beneficial. Instantly, the eyes of several children brightened. We want to raise them. Chapter 109. The official use of the toilet. Lu Chenyu felt no guilt whatsoever about employing child labor. However, the little chicks needed to be fed daily, requiring 3 meals a day. Can you ensure that they receive their nourishment every day? The children nodded eagerly. We can. Very well, from now on. These little chicks will be under your care. The children cheered, feeling a sense of contribution for the first time. After placing the chicks in their coop, Lu Chenyu took the plastic baskets back, as they were unnecessary in this location. Besides the completion of the chicken coop, the toilets were also constructed. The people of the Xia tribe had already learned that the priest would not visit their village due to their habit of relieving themselves indiscriminately at the village entrance, prompting the construction of several toilets. They did not understand the concept of a toilet, but had heard from Yin Hu and others that it was designated for their PUPU needs. The primitive people believed that the act of defecation produced a PUPU sound, hence the term. How peculiar. A matter that could be resolved by simply squatting anywhere required a dedicated structure for such a purpose. When Yin Hu and the others completed the toilets according to the plans, the confusion only deepened. Such beautifully constructed houses were meant for PUPU? That seemed wasteful. For those who possessed no architectural knowledge and could only erect shelters with sticks or find caves to dwell in, these toilets indeed appeared as exquisite structures. The concept of a house was something Lu Chenyu had introduced to them. It could shield against wind and rain, had a proper entrance, remained clean and devoid of dirt, far surpassing their current caves. Today, Lu Chenyu intended to teach them how to use the toilet. There were 2 toilets in total, one for men and one for women, situated near the chicken coop. Standing before the newly built toilets, Lu Chenyu was encircled by the bewildered men, women, and children of the Xia tribe, all gazing with perplexity at the structures. Priest, is this truly for PUPU? May scratched his head, pointing at the toilet. Indeed, such fine houses would be far better suited for human habitation. Several women murmured softly, sorrowfully gazing at the smooth wooden walls and neatly thatched roofs. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chenyu resolved to explain in the most straightforward manner. Listen, relieving oneself indiscriminately will lead to a foul stench in the village, attracting flies and diseases. Here, waste can be collected and used as fertilizer for the fields, helping our crops to flourish. Collecting puputu. At that moment, a child responsible for watching the chicken coop raised his hand. Priest, will we also need to collect the chicks' PUPU in the future? Of course. Lu Chenyu nodded approvingly. Chicken droppings can also enhance the growth of our vegetables. Then, Lu Chenyu instructed the child who had raised his hand to come forward. You will demonstrate to everyone how to use it. The child was taken aback. Under Lu Chenyu's direction, the child squatted over the toilet, comprising 2 wooden planks with a gap in between. He carefully positioned himself, but due to nerves, he nearly slipped through the opening, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Where's the ash from the grass and wood? While cultivating potatoes, Hong collected an abundance of wood ash. When Lu Chenyu inquired, she promptly brought over a basket. Her newly woven vine basket was sufficiently dense to hold the ash. You can squat over it. After you finish, sprinkle a handful, and the odor will be eliminated. Although they did not fully comprehend the reasoning, the priest's instructions were to be followed without question. Lu Chenyu also addressed the issue of separate toilets for men and women. In primitive society, the distinctions between genders were not as rigid. Men and women often cohabited within the tribe, and the concept of privacy was quite lax. Upon hearing the proposal for separate facilities, many displayed looks of bewilderment. Why must we separate? We often sleep in the same hole and bathe in the same river. Why must we poop apart? Lu Chenyu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing that explaining this concept would be challenging, she simply stated, "In any case, you must use them separately." Accepting this, the group ceased to inquire further, recognizing that it merely entailed the construction of 2 toilets, nothing more. Seeing that everyone had acquiesced, Lu Chenyu finally exhaled in relief. Relieved that she would no longer have to worry about potential pitfalls in this regard. She engaged the children in preparing food for the chicks, chopping up watercress to feed them. The chicks seemed to relish the meal, quickly devouring the greens, much to the children's delight. The medicinal exchange was scheduled for 3 days later. Prior to this event, Kong Renfu provided Lu Chenyu with a compilation of medicinal formulas to memorize. She recognized the book, as Chu Jingjing was also studying it. Upon noticing Lu Chenyu begin to memorize the formulas, Chu Jingjing felt a sense of balance restored, relieved that she was no longer alone in this endeavor. Inspired by the greenhouse she had seen, Lu Chenyu resolved to create a similar structure in the primitive society to cultivate wild mushrooms. Relying solely on rainfall for mushroom harvesting was overly restrictive. Unlike other fungi, shiitake mushrooms did not require stringent conditions. They thrived as long as temperature and humidity were appropriate. In modern times, shiitake mushrooms are among the most cultivated varieties. Lu Chenyu's plan was straightforward: to construct a rudimentary greenhouse using trees along the cliffside near the valley, providing a canopy to shield against sunlight. She intended to gather decaying wood suitable for mushroom growth, stacking it together and periodically watering it to mimic rainfall. The decaying wood already housed mycelium, allowing for a swift yield of mushrooms. Having recently completed the toilets, the Salt Tiger tribe resumed construction of the greenhouse. Lu Chenyu also taught them how to make a ladder, enabling them to reach higher for the roof. The Xia tribe had previously assisted Lu Chenyu in locating shiitake mushrooms and remembered where the suitable decaying wood was situated. In no time, they returned with over a dozen pieces of decaying wood still bearing mushrooms. Lu Chenyu collected around 10 pounds of shiitake. Some pieces of wood were so severely decayed that they crumbled at the slightest touch. Nonetheless, Lu Chenyu did not abandon them, but instead had them carried back in vine baskets. These wood remnants could still yield mushrooms, and thus, nothing was to be wasted. While others toiled, Lu Chenyu found a shaded spot, seated herself on a chair, and took the opportunity to enjoy the breeze while reviewing the medicinal formulas. The air in an untainted world is undeniably refreshing. As Lu Chenyu trudged along, drowsiness enveloped her. Before she could succumb completely to slumber, she was roused by the resounding voice of Yun. The esteemed priest and the clan leader have returned, accompanied by many others. Startled from her reverie, Lu Chenyu was taken aback. Wasn't it said they would be gone for 3 to 4 days? How could they have returned so swiftly? The stated duration of 3 to 4 days encompassed the round trip, excluding travel by night, as darkness obscured the path, rendering it impassable. Yet, they possessed a tricycle. The vehicle was equipped with headlights, illuminating the route as they journeyed through the night. The outbound trip had saved considerable time, and their nocturnal travel on the return leg should not have led to an earlier arrival. Contrary to Lu Chenyu's expectation, they did not escort anyone into the valley, but rather brought them to the periphery of the Xia tribe. Chapter 110. The Xia tribe does not harbor idlers. These individuals hailed from various tribes and had endured hunger daily while at the Baitu tribe. After days and nights of relentless travel, they finally overheard the inhabitants of the Xia tribe speaking and promptly settled on the ground. Despite their exhaustion, they remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings but finding no signs of a large tribe. No towering tents or caverns, only an expansive plain and a meandering river in the distance. Is this truly the Shia tribe? A gaunt man inquired softly, his cracked lips betraying skepticism. The person beside him shook his head, equally bewildered. Did they not say they would not allow us to join the tribe directly, but rather subject us to a trial first? Perhaps they have no intention of bringing us to their tribe at all. What manner of trial it might be remained a mystery, as the Shia tribe offered no elucidation. Many harbored reservations and opted not to follow, yet the majority chose to place their faith in the Shia tribe. They had no alternative. Could their plight be any more arduous than their existence at the Baitu tribe? Moreover, the Shia tribe boasted a priest. A tribe with a priest could hardly be a minor one. With this hope in their hearts, they finally beheld the priest of Shia tribe, a youthful, striking woman clad in attire they had never encountered before, seated upon an unusual steed. They had never witnessed a priest so young. It was rumored that only the temple priests were granted such youth. The crowd hastily lowered their heads, averting their gazes from Luchenyu, for to do otherwise would be a sign of disrespect. Luchenyu assessed the individuals Ming had brought back, counting heads. There were a total of 68, 14 women, 5 children, and the remaining 49 were robust men. There were no elders. Indeed, those who had been exterminated and reduced to slavery would hardly leave room for the elderly to survive. As for the women and children, it was likely they were merely instruments to restrain these able-bodied men. Such a multitude represented a significant labor force. Yet, given their status as outsiders, Luchenyu believed it prudent to maintain a degree of vigilance. It was now October, and winter was fast approaching. Accommodating so many would pose challenges not only for sustenance, but also for shelter. She was uncertain of the severity of winter in this region, but regardless of the chill, it was imperative to construct winter dwellings before the season's onset. Furthermore, the possibility of another tribe's invasion loomed large. Luchenyu envisioned erecting a wall to encircle the Shia tribe, extending from the valley to the chicken coop area, ensuring a permanent solution. With an influx of labor, they could expedite the construction of houses and fortifications. Oh, and there were also a dozen captives. After a lengthy wait, the crowd was finally graced with Luchenyu's voice. Do you wish to join the Shia tribe? Her tone was clear, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. A murmur rippled through the crowd. A few brave souls dared to raise their heads, locking eyes with Luchenyu's icy gaze. Igrigalles, a young man mustered the courage to exclaim, "We are willing to contribute to the tribe. We beseech you, esteemed priest, to take us in." Luchenyu cast a fleeting glance in his direction. The Shia tribe does not harbor idlers. What skills do you possess? The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting in a cacophony of voices. I can hunt. I can tan hides. I can craft stone tools. I know about herbs. Amidst the clamor, Luchenyu discerned a singular response. She turned her gaze towards the woman who claimed to know about herbs, a strikingly beautiful figure. Though her skin was somewhat darkened and her physique slender, she was undoubtedly the most exquisite woman Luchenyu had encountered from the primitive tribes. Noticing Luchenyu's attention, the woman summoned her courage and reiterated, "Esteemed priest, I learned to identify herbs from the priest of our former tribe, and I can even perform simple healing." A tribe with a priest, surely that signifies a large tribe? How could they be annihilated by the Whitehead tribe then? Perhaps realizing her assertions might seem implausible, the woman, known as Chao Chui, produced a leather pouch she had carried and spread its contents upon the ground. "Esteemed priest, I speak no falsehood. These are all herbs I've gathered." Ching stepped forward to examine the items on Chao Chui's leather pouch. "Esteemed priest." She suppressed her gasp and presented the findings to Luchenyu. Her eyes sparkled with recognition, although she could not read. As a disciple of the esteemed priest, she had diligently memorized the images from her books, allowing her to immediately identify the herbs laid before her. Moreover, she had witnessed the esteemed priest employ these very items. Luchenyu too recognized them. Among them was a ginseng even more robust than the one previously sourced by the Shia tribe. Additionally, there were large thistles and various hemostatic herbs. "Did you unearth these yourself?" Chao Chui hesitated, but replied earnestly, "Yes, These were foraged before our tribe faced extinction. Chao Chui hailed from the Qingqiao tribe, which had once boasted a priest. Due to her beauty, she had caught the eye of the priest and thus became one of his consorts, affording her the opportunity to study herbal knowledge under his tutelage. However, their priest later chose to align himself with the temple, abandoning the Qingqiao tribe. The tribe forsaken by the priest was deemed detestable by the gods. Although Chao Chui possessed knowledge of herbs, the remaining members of the Qingqiao tribe sought to elevate her as their new priestess. Unfortunately, she was not recognized by the temple and was targeted by other tribes. After much deliberation, they resolved to migrate, only to encounter the Whitehead tribe. Among the people here were a dozen or so survivors from the Qingqiao tribe, steadfast in their belief that Chao Chui still existed, that their priest yet lived, and that their tribe had not been extinguished. Chao Chui, however, was acutely aware of her limitations and endeavored to persuade the remaining tribespeople to join the Xia tribe. Witnessing the formidable weaponry of the Xia tribe, the Qingqiao tribe swiftly acquiesced to this decision. By presenting her long-treasured herbs, Chao Chui sought to pledge her loyalty to Lu Chenyu. Upon learning that this was a tribe persecuted by the temple, Lu Chenyu reflected upon her own valley, which seemed to bear the malign label of the Temple's Valley of Evil. Naturally, such a tribe, scorned by the gods, was one that a devil like her would gladly embrace. After Cao Cui recounted her origins, she anxiously awaited judgment, for not all tribes could accept one deemed forsaken by the gods. Very well, I appreciate your candor. However, the Xia tribe adheres to its own customs, which apply equally to all who approach us. Although Lu Chenyu yearned for the prized ginseng, he knew he must abide by the rules he himself had articulated. Each individual wishing to join the Xia tribe must undergo our trials. You shall soon learn the nature of these tests. Should you find them unjust and choose to depart, that decision remains yours. As for you, Lu Chenyu directed his gaze at Cao Cui, you will assist Qing from this point forward. Whether you gain entry into the Xia tribe will be determined by Qing. Chapter 111. The resurrection of Ginseng the Grass Clan was immensely grateful that they had not been driven away. Although Lu Chenyu did not require their medicinal herbs, Cao Cui insisted on offering them to Lu Chenyu. Esteemed priest, it is you who has saved us. Please accept this humble offering of herbs as a token of our gratitude. Given their earnestness, Lu Chenyu reluctantly accepted their gift. Jiao, prepare a meal for them, he instructed, noticing their gaunt faces. He arranged for them to have a meal, although he would not be responsible for their sustenance thereafter. Lu Chenyu took the ginseng with him, summoning Ming along the way. Ming had some inquiries for Lu Chenyu. Esteemed priest, what exactly is this trial you speak of? You have mentioned that one must pass a trial to join our Xia tribe. Yet, as the chieftain, I am unaware of any such trial. Isn't it's simply a matter of consensus within the tribe? Lu Chenyu cast a sidelong glance at Ming, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Chieftain Ming, do you truly believe that anyone can join the Xia tribe at will? Ming scratched his head, perplexed. But Haven T, we always made decisions together before. That was in the past. Lu Chenyu replied earnestly. From now on, our Xia tribe will grow stronger and larger. With an increase in numbers, chaos will ensue without rules. The first rule is that not just anyone can join the Xia tribe. They must undergo a trial. The trial is quite simple, he continued. Let them work for a month. If, by the end of this period, you deem them worthy of joining, then they may do so. If not, kindly ask them to leave. He then discussed the need to construct a wall. Although the city was not yet built, a wall could serve as a preliminary measure. Ming's eyes brightened at the prospect of a wall that would protect against external threats. However, as he contemplated the enormity of the task, he found himself bewildered. Could it be akin to a larger chicken coop? But a coop could barely shelter chickens, let alone the children of their tribe. But, esteemed priest, we lack the expertise to build such a grand wall. Anticipating Ming's concerns, Lu Chenyu reassured him. There is no need for worry. Simply follow my instructions. For the next few days, allow them to construct their own shelters, using the same methods as for building latrines. Consult Yin Hu for guidance. Furthermore, I'll be occupied for the next few days, so they should attend to their own affairs in the meantime. Once arrangements were made, Lu Chenyu returned with the ginseng and provisions for the days ahead. Energy item discovered wild ginseng, energy value, 4,569, energy item discovered. Indeed, this complete ginseng possessed an energy value over twice that of the previous half piece. No wonder Master was so exasperated at seeing it wasted. The villa lacked the necessary tools for preparation, compelling him to visit the apothecary. Upon arriving, Lu Chenyu intended to prepare the ginseng using the method taught by Kong Renfu. As he retrieved the ginseng from his bag, Chu Jingjing approached, mistakenly believing he was about to unveil a delectable treat. "Junior sister, what delightful treats have you brought today?" Upon closer inspection, rather than food, it was a ginseng root, which elicited a slight disappointment. Oh, not food. However, she quickly recovered, examining the ginseng in Lu Chenyu's hands, her eyes widening in astonishment. Such a plump ginseng. But where did you find such a large specimen? It couldn't possibly be wild, could it? Chu Jingjing's exuberant voice soon attracted Kong Fan's attention. "What ginseng? Let me see. Good heavens. Chenyu, where did you procure this exquisite ginseng?" When Kong Renfu returned, he found the three siblings huddled together, whispering excitedly. "I estimate it's at least 200 years old." "Pfft, I don't believe it. It must be 300 years. Lu Chenyu interjected. "Do you all have such little faith in me? I reckon it exceeds 500 years. Kong Renfu cleared his throat with a heavy sound and remarked, "What are you all doing gathered here instead of attending to your ailments?" The trio jumped in surprise, turning in unison. Chu Jingjing's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Master, you're back just in time. Come see the ginseng our junior sister has brought." Kong Renfu approached with a stern expression, his eyes narrowing as he beheld the ginseng. This ginseng. He inhaled deeply, extending his hand to examine the root closely, only to withdraw it momentarily to retrieve a pristine white silk handkerchief from his robe, placing it reverently in his palm before gently lifting the ginseng. After scrutinizing it briefly and discontented with the shop's dim lighting, he hastened to the backyard to illuminate the ginseng under a bright light. In that glow, the ginseng's surface appeared a pale yellow, its numerous fibrous roots sturdy and coiled tightly, the main root displaying a network of cracks that nearly formed a seamless tapestry, and the apex swelling into a shape reminiscent of bamboo joints. Most notably, the ginseng bore an unmistakably human-like form. "Fetch a ruler." Kong Fan, who had just entered, promptly turned to retrieve one. "Master, how old do you think this ginseng is?" "I can only ascertain it's at least over 200 years. "Hold your tongue." Chu Jingjing was interrupted by Kong Renfu's commanding voice. He replaced the silk beneath the ginseng with a larger piece, carefully unfurling the curled roots. When Kong Fan returned, he hastily straightened a measuring tape to gauge the dimensions of the ginseng. 1.73 meters. The largest ginseng in the country measures only 1.6 meters. Kong Renfu was momentarily dazed, never having anticipated that a ginseng potentially over 1,000 years old would come into his possession. This was undoubtedly the most deserving ginseng king he had ever encountered. "Master, can you discern its age?" Que Jingjing whispered eagerly. Kong Renfu shook off his daze and inquired of Lu Chenyu, "Is this ginseng yours?" Lu Chenyu nodded. "Master, is there a problem with that?" "The source of this ginseng." Lu Chenyu hurried to clarify. "Master, I received it as a gift after assisting someone. I did not dig it up myself, nor do I intend to sell it. I assure you, its provenance is completely legitimate. Moreover, this ginseng is not freshly unearthed. It has been in Chao Chui's possession for an indeterminate period. Is it not permissible for her to keep it for her own use?" Kong Renfu was momentarily taken aback, taking a breath before he spoke. "Chenyu, I shall refrain from inquiring about the origins of your ginseng. My master wishes to discuss a matter with you. Tomorrow, we are to attend the Medicinal Materials Fair, which features an international herbal exhibition. My master would like to borrow this ginseng for the exhibition, and I wonder if you would be amenable to this request. After the exhibition, will it be returned to me? It won't be confiscated, will it? Only to be exchanged for a banner in return?" As soon as Lu Chenyu's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the room. "Well, my master cannot guarantee that." Chapter 112. I am willing if this truly is a millennium-old ginseng. Its value would be astronomical. Kong Renfu understood Lu Chenyu's concerns, yet he spoke with his own vested interests in mind. He shared his thoughts with his disciples. I do not wish to engage in a debate regarding the superiority of Eastern versus Western medicine. What I aim to convey is that prior to the 21st century, our traditional Chinese medicine endured an exceedingly challenging period. Our lineage nearly collapsed, with countless precious ancient texts, secret formulas, and rare herbs scattered abroad. Over the years, foreigners have surreptitiously purchased vast quantities of our medicinal materials at exorbitant prices, leading to a situation where, despite China being the birthplace of traditional medicine, the highest awards at international herbal exhibitions are frequently claimed by foreign entities. This is nothing short of a mockery to us practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. As Kong Renfu grew increasingly agitated, his knuckles turned white as he slammed his palm onto the table, nearly causing his large lamp to topple over. What is even more infuriating is that these foreign merchants disguise themselves under the pretext of academic exchange, luring our herbal gatherers away with tenfold or even hundredfold prices. Those century-old wild ginseng, cordyceps, and sanchi, these treasures born from our own land, have become mere raw materials in their laboratories. My intention in showcasing your ginseng at the exhibition is to demonstrate to those foreigners that our nation is vast and rich in resources. I wish to show them the profound heritage of a millennium's worth of tradition. As Kong Renfu spoke fervently, the room fell silent. However, he soon regained his composure and sighed, addressing Lu Chenyu. I must also inform you that this millennium-old ginseng will undoubtedly attract the attention of merchants both domestically and internationally, and it will come to the notice of the state. Such a rare medicinal ingredient cannot be allowed to leave the country. It is highly likely that it will be transferred to the National Medicinal Reserve. In other words, you may very well only return with a banner of honor and some modest compensation. Kong Renfu was about to offer further counsel when Lu Chenyu suddenly spoke. Master, I am willing. Kong Renfu was taken aback with joy. Truly? Lu Chenyu affirmed. Indeed, Master, you are correct. It is not merely about the ginseng, but also about our nation's dignity. How could our great country's medicinal resources be inferior to those of other nations? I am willing to present my ginseng at the exhibition. Even if it is requisitioned by the state, I accept that. Kong Renfu felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening. Good child, good child. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Rest assured, Master will handle the source. There will be no issues whatsoever. What could possibly go wrong? If Lu Chenyu truly submits this ginseng, even if acquired through dubious means, the authorities will ensure a clean resolution for her. Kong Renfu picked up his phone to call next door. Chu Jingjing approached and, gazing at what could potentially be the millennium-old ginseng, asked Lu Chenyu, Junior sister, are you truly willing to part with it? In truth, it pained her to let it go. However, Lu Chenyu pondered that she possessed numerous gemstones. She could simply sell one for money without needing to part with her ginseng. More importantly, her master was indeed correct, having embarked on the path of traditional Chinese medicine. Contributing even a modicum to this field is only fitting. The ginseng, in the hands of the state, would wield far greater influence than in her possession. Upon returning from the phone call, Kong Renfu hurriedly urged Lu Chenyu to pack her belongings, stating that they would set off for City A that very night. Why the rush? Lu Chenyu inquired. Time is of the essence. The ginseng must undergo authentication before the exhibition, and if we delay any further, we shall miss the opportunity. Kong Renfu replied. But master, my ticket is for tomorrow, and it's impossible to purchase another one now, protested Chu Jingjing. Forget about tickets. There is no need to buy one. Someone will be here to escort us. After years of practicing medicine, Kong Renfu had established a considerable network, and with a single phone call up the chain, he expressed the urgency of presenting a millennial-old ginseng. Initially met with disbelief. After all, who could possibly possess such ancient ginseng? The recipient of the call recognized Kong Renfu's reputation for sincerity and thus dispatched a vehicle to retrieve them for their journey to City A. The trip from City H to City A would take nearly 10 hours. On the vehicle, apart from Kong Renfu, the other 3 passengers found themselves in various states of slumber. Lu Chenyu awoke midway and noticed Kong Renfu tenderly stroking the box containing the ginseng. She nudged Kong Fan awake. Drowsily, he queried, Are we there yet? In a hushed tone, Lu Chenyu asked senior brother, Did Master ever hold you as gently when you were young? Kong Fan glanced at his father and, with a hint of nostalgia, replied, "Oh, indeed he did. He would hold me close while I struggled to memorize medical texts, forbidding me from playing until I had mastered them. Dad, let me take that. You should rest for a while," Kong Fan suggested. "Since you're awake, why not let yourself recuperate?" Lu Chenyu concurred, "Yes, Master. Once we arrive, we will need your guidance, for we know little of these matters." Only then did Kong Renfu relinquish the box to Kong Fan, cautioning, "Do be careful not to drop it." "Father, do you still doubt me?" Kong Fan responded, prompting Kong Renfu to reflect on his son's composed demeanor, allowing him to close his eyes and rest. The vehicle proceeded directly to the Research Institute of Medicinal Plants at the Medical Academy in City A, where Kong Renfu's contact awaited their arrival. Thereafter, Lu Chenyu and her companions were free from concern, as they indulged in refreshments and perused their phones in the reception area. After an indeterminate wait, Kong Renfu finally returned, his hands devoid of the ginseng. Accompanying him was a balding gentleman in his 50s. "Deputy Director Chun, these three are my disciples. This is Lu Chenyu, and the ginseng belongs to her." The Deputy Director of the Research Institute, Chun, was present. The three greeted him respectfully. Chun turned his attention to Lu Chenyu, who felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might inquire about the origins of the ginseng. However, he reassured her, "Do not be nervous. I'm here to express my gratitude." To her surprise, Deputy Director Chen posed no questions but simply came to thank them. He acknowledged Lu Chenyu's timely presentation of the ginseng, without which their participation in the upcoming International Medicinal Materials Exhibition would have been jeopardized. Perhaps they are aware that their presence would cause discomfort to Lu Chenyu and the others. After expressing his gratitude, Deputy Director Chen departed. "Master, where's the ginseng?" Chu Jingjing was the first to inquire. "It has been taken for packaging and exhibition. Rest assured, we are at the Institute of Medicinal Plants Research of the Academy of Medical Sciences. It will not be lost." "Has the identification result been released?" Lu Chenyu asked with concern, eager to ascertain whether it was indeed a millennium-old ginseng. Kong Renfu produced the identification report. Lu Chenyu skimmed through it rapidly and soon spotted the line, estimating the sample's age to be over 800 years. Though it may not be 1,000 years, 800 years is still quite remarkable. Chapter 113. The exhibition commences. Lu Chenyu initially anticipated the presentation of a ceremonial banner, yet there was no sign of such an event. Noticing Lu Chenyu's restless glances, Kong Renfu could easily discern her thoughts. "Stop looking. There will be no banner," he remarked. "Is it truly so stingy as to not even provide a banner? I mentioned that there's a significant likelihood it will be transferred to the National Medicinal Herb Reserve. Yet there remains a chance it may not be handed over. I will have my senior sister intervene. She should be able to secure it for you." Such an extraordinary ginseng was not something Kong Renfu wished to part with. It presented an opportunity for him to examine and study it further in Lu Chenyu's possession. Once surrendered, its ultimate fate would be uncertain. Yin Dan, a major shareholder in a large pharmaceutical company, wielded considerable influence within the industry. With Yin Dan's backing, Kong Renfu believed he could safeguard the ginseng. His senior sister was indeed formidable. Gratefully, Lu Chenyu felt a surge of joy at the prospect of retaining it. Upon reflection, she realized she did not wish to be overly generous. After all, she had salvaged even the tiniest chicks discarded by others. The day of the exhibition arrived swiftly. Early in the morning, Kong Renfu took his 3 apprentices to meet Yin Dan. Kong Fan and Chu Jingjing were familiar with Yin Dan, and Lu Chenyu had previously engaged in a video transaction with her, which had netted her first million. "It's you?" Yin Dan exclaimed, clearly recognizing Lu Chenyu. "Greetings, Master Uncle." Lu Chenyu followed Chu Jingjing's lead in addressing her. Chu Jingjing affectionately leaned in, saying, "Master Uncle, we are counting on you this time. If that ginseng is truly surrendered, it would break my junior sister's heart." With a dismissive snort, Yin Dan's gaze lingered momentarily on Lu Chenyu's face before shifting to Kong Renfu. "Junior brother, you possess quite the audacity to bring the 1,000-year ginseng king to me." Kong Renfu chuckled nervously. "Senior sister, I merely thought of your extensive connections." Yin Dan scoffed. "At this exhibition, I estimate at least 5 factions will have their eyes on it. the Japanese delegation, the Korean delegation, the American delegation, and several hidden families from within the country, she paused before adding. Of course, there are those from higher up as well. The group felt a tightening in their chests. However, Dan took a deep breath and declared, "This ginseng king is already associated with our pharmaceutical company. No one has ever managed to snatch anything from my grasp." A wave of relief washed over them. "Master Uncle, I knew you were the most formidable. Que Jing unabashidli préside." Lu Chenyu quickly followed suit. "Thank you, Master Uncle. Junior, the medicine you sold me last time was excellent. If you decide to sell this ginseng, do not forget to consider your Master Uncle," Yin Dan advised. Lu Chenyu nodded. "Certainly, Master Uncle." With pressing matters to attend to, Yin Dan did not linger. Shortly thereafter, the International Medicinal Herb Exhibition commenced. During the opening ceremony, Lu Chenyu observed Yin Dan on stage alongside several foreigners and some individuals clearly holding governmental positions. The ceremony concluded, marking the official commencement of the exhibition. As the crowd surged forward, this international annual grand event naturally attracts herbal merchants, researchers, and industry giants from around the globe. Particularly in such competitive exhibitions where evaluations take place, exhibitors from various countries present their finest herbs and the latest research findings, striving to emerge victorious. The exhibits are organized by country in distinct sections. Lu Chenyu accompanied Kong Renfu as they surveyed the displays. From South Africa, the Devil's Claw, a plant thriving in the Namibian savanna and the Kalahari Desert. From Oman, frankincense, a precious spice and medicinal herb extracted from the resin of the boswellia tree. Revered as the gold of the desert, historically more valuable than gold itself. From Peru, black maca, a plant indigenous to the Andes, often referred to as Peruvian ginseng. As Lu Chenyu approached the Japanese section, she encountered an unusually elongated Hisho Wu. Within a glass display case, a bizarrely shaped Hisho Wu glimmered under the lights. This herb, measuring over a meter in length, was adorned with dragon scale-like fissures. Its main body twisted and coiled, with two prominent protrusions at the apex. Was this the dragon-shaped Hisho Wu? Just as Lu Chenyu was about to voice her inquiry, a guide clad in a kimono, speaking with a slight accent, introduced it in Chinese. "This is a national treasure discovered at the foot of Mount Fuji in Showa year 62, 1987. Carbon 14 dating reveals it to be 340 years old." Kong Renfu glanced at it briefly before pulling Lu Chenyu away, exclaiming in frustration upon exiting the Japanese section, "What a farce! This was clearly harvested from the 10,000 Great Mountains in Guangxi." Lu Chenyu, taken aback, lowered her voice and asked, "Master, do you truly believe that?" Kong Renfu scoffed, retrieving a photo from his phone. "Look at this. 2 years ago, a rare dragon-shaped Hisho Wu was unearthed in Guangxi's 10,000 Great Mountains. Someone sent me this picture. By the time I arrived, it had already been purchased. Now, compare this so-called national treasure of Japan with the one in the photo. Are they not identical?" Lu Chenyu observed the Hisho Wu in the photo and indeed noted its striking resemblance to the one in the display, especially the two forked protrusions at the top, vividly reminiscent of dragon horns. Turning a corner into another exhibition area, Lu Chenyu spotted a glass case taller than a person, housing a ginseng root exceeding a meter in length. Initially, she thought it was her own ginseng, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was significantly smaller. The guide beside it was from Korea, confirming her suspicion. "This must be the ginseng from Changbai Mountain," Chu Jingjing asserted confidently. Lu Chenyu leaned closer to the glass case and spotted the exhibition sign in the lower right corner, inscribed in Korean, English, and Chinese, with the Chinese text proclaiming 500-year-old Korean ginseng. She frowned, contemplating the claim. While the ginseng appeared to be of decent quality, 300 years seemed plausible. But 500 was rather dubious. "Changbai Mountain ginseng? Yet it states Korean ginseng here," Lu Chenyu murmured. Chu Jingjing, indignant, retorted, "What's the big deal? They even assert that Changbai Mountain belongs to them, don't they, master?" Before Kong Renfu could respond, a well-dressed staff member from the United States approached, speaking in clumsy Chinese. "This is our country's unique Korean ginseng. Please maintain a distance while observing." Kong Renfu leisurely replied, I merely wish to see how many layers this 500-year-old Korean ginseng has in its root collar. He pointed at the densely arranged ring patterns at the top of the ginseng. If it were indeed a wild ginseng aged 500 years, the collar should possess at least 80 layers. However, this particular specimen, the exhibition hall was filled with knowledgeable individuals, and before Kong Renfu's words had fully left his lips, onlookers had gathered to take a closer look. This root collar, at most, had only 50 or 60 layers, suggesting a maximum age of 300 years. Even 300 years seemed dubious, especially considering many of its root hairs were broken. Surrounding spectators began to murmur among themselves, and the American staff member's expression shifted, struggling to maintain composure, as he explained. This is a national treasure-level ginseng certified by our country's experts. It is beyond doubt. Chapter 114. Does this Lingji look familiar? Observing the flustered staff from as they attempted to explain themselves, Lu Chenyu and her companions felt somewhat amused. In their diminutive territory, not even a mountain of considerable height could be found, let alone a 500-year-old ginseng. How absurd, indeed. Jingjing grumbled softly. Jingjing, mind your words, Kong Renfu admonished her sternly. Chu Jingjing stuck out her tongue and fell silent. At that moment, someone recognized Kong Renfu. Ah, isn't this Elder Kong? I had a feeling you would attend this exhibition, but I didn't expect to encounter you on the very first day. The speaker was a well-dressed, middle-aged man, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and a warm smile. Kong Renfu nodded slightly. Ah, Professor Zhang, it has been quite a while. Professor Zhang returned the gesture with a smile. Indeed. The last time we met was 2 years ago. I hear you have a lecture tomorrow, and I'm planning to attend. He then shifted the topic, inquiring, is it true that the Korean ginseng is not actually 500 years old? Kong Renfu replied, at most, 300 years. Yet, Professor Zhang could not muster a smile. Even if it is 300 years, it still surpasses what we have here, alas. Lu Chenyu felt puzzled. Had she not brought her own ginseng for the exhibition? Why then did this man speak such words? Kong Renfu chuckled lightly. Professor Zhang, have you had the chance to visit our exhibition area? Professor Zhang responded, not yet, but I have received insider information regarding what has been selected for display. I heard it is a Lingji over 200 years old. Furthermore, there is a He Shou Wu from Japan that is over 300 years old, which is quite a difference in age. Kong Renfu suggested, why don't we go take a look together? There might be a pleasant surprise. All right, let's go. After navigating a few turns, the group arrived at their country's exhibition area. From a distance, they could see it swarming with people and journalists snapping photographs. Even among the throng, Lu Chenyu could discern the centerpiece of the display, a giant humanoid ginseng, resplendently golden and with roots resembling dragon whiskers, elegantly showcased within a glass cabinet. The ginseng, which had previously been curled up, was now fully unfurled, soaring over 2 meters in height thanks to the glass display. It dwarfed the specimen from, shimmering with a gentle luster under the lights. Professor Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling. How is this possible? Wasn't it said that a Lingji would be showcased? Kong Renfu's lips curled into a slight smile as he patted Professor Zhang on the shoulder. Professor Zhang, it appears your information was not entirely accurate. With a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks, Professor Zhang murmured, I heard it from a friend. Without further ado, he eagerly approached the display. Lu Chenyu followed suit, stepping closer to examine the ginseng. When she had first brought it, it had still been in a curled form. But now it was meticulously unfurled by the staff from the Academy of Medical Sciences Research Institute of Medicinal Plants. Every root was perfectly extended, resembling a slumbering golden dragon within the specially designed cabinet. Lu Chenyu had not anticipated that the ginseng's roots would be preserved so impeccably, indicating that Chao Chui had indeed been highly professional during the excavation. It appears that the priests of primitive society were not entirely devoid of merit. At the very least, they possessed the skill to forage for medicinal herbs. Lu Chenyu silently took note of the talent known as Chao Chui, contemplating the possibility of observing her character upon their return. Should she prove to be without significant flaws, he might consider utilizing her abilities. Meanwhile, Professor Zhang and Kong Renfu had already gathered around the display case, engrossed in discussion. This technique, is it not the handiwork of old Zhou? Indeed, I have heard that he and his team toiled through 2 sleepless nights to fully unveil this treasure. How do you know? Ah, a secret. It was unclear which collection had finally revealed such a gem at the last moment, maintaining absolute discretion throughout the process. As the crowd surrounding the ginseng grew overwhelmingly large, Lu Qingyu wandered to explore the other exhibits in the area. She soon spotted the 200-year-old Reishi mushroom that Professor Zhang had mentioned. Upon closer inspection, she found the ginseng somewhat familiar. It resembled the very specimen she had gifted to Li Du. Uncertain, she snapped a photo and sent it to him. Grandpa Li, does this Reishi look familiar to you? Li Du and Yin Guofu had arrived in City A, having gathered with their old comrades to visit the herbal exchange. In truth, it was Li Du who had organized this reunion, motivated by the remarkable news that the Reishi he had selflessly submitted for selection had been chosen to represent the nation. This was a significant achievement for Li Du, as he had not anticipated that he could still bring honor to his country in his later years. He promptly informed all his old friends, urging them to attend the exhibition. At the moment Lu Qingyu sent her message, Li Du was busy taking photographs with his phone. When a notification appeared, he eagerly opened it. Upon reading her message, he burst into laughter. Familia? Of course, it's the very one you gifted me. I've submitted it for the exhibition. Little Lu, have you come to the herbal exchange as well? Yes, I came with my master. Master? I have taken a master to learn traditional Chinese medicine, and I am currently in our country's exhibition area. Well, what a coincidence. We are on our way there too. I told my old friends that the Reishi was a gift, yet they were skeptical. Just wait. To her astonishment, the Reishi was indeed the very one she had given to the elderly. She recalled casually mentioning its age as 50 years, and now the label read 250 years. It seemed that an additional 2 had been added, which was close enough. Before long, Lu Qingyu spotted Li Du and Yin Guofu, accompanied by 6 or 7 elderly gentlemen and ladies of similar age, all of whom radiated vitality and exuded an extraordinary presence, clearly not ordinary individuals. Li Du had referred to them as his comrades, and noticing a few individuals resembling bodyguards nearby, Lu Qingyu surmised that these were likely distinguished retired military personnel. She adopted a cautious demeanor. Li Du had noticed Lu Qingyu as well. Hello, Grandpa Li, Grandpa Yin, and greetings to all the esteemed elders. Li Du chuckled heartily and strode over to pat Lu Qingyu on the shoulder. Little Lu, come here. Let me introduce you. These are all my old comrades. He gestured toward a robust elder with piercing eyes. This is old Zhao, famous in our unit for his iron fist. He then turned to a refined and graceful elderly lady. This is Professor Lin, who was once the backbone of our military medical university before retirement. Lu Qingyu greeted her one by one. After introducing his comrade, Li cleared his throat and stated with gravity, "This young comrade Lu is the one who presented me with that 250-year-old Ganoderma." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze converged on Lu Qingyu. Feeling the intense scrutiny of so many distinguished figures, Lu Qingyu grew somewhat anxious. Yin Guofu interjected, "Enough, let's not frighten the young comrade. Old Li, didn't you say your Ganoderma was in the spotlight? Why has it shifted to the side?" Chapter 115. Awarded Li Du Cao soon realized that his prize Ganoderma was not the centerpiece of attention. However, he was unperturbed, for he beheld the ginseng that stood majestically at the center. In the presence of such a remarkable specimen, he felt quite bashful about placing his humble Ganoderma in the spotlight. Just look at what is in the center. How can my modest Lingji even compare? Li Du Cao promptly altered his earlier demeanor. A group of onlookers fixated on the ginseng, and Lu Qingyu, concerned that they might not comprehend its significance, volunteered to provide an introduction. After elucidating the virtues of ginseng, Li Du Cao requested Lu Qingyu to expound upon the other herbs, to which she readily acquiesced, offering insights about a variety of plants. Little Lu, our group lacks familiarity with these medicinal herbs. Might you enlighten us and accompany us on a brief tour? Lu Qingyu cast a glance at Professor Lin amidst the crowd, who appeared to be affiliated with the military medical university. Professor Lin, understanding the implicit inquiry, smiled and waved his hand. Though I'm a military doctor, my expertise lies in modern medicine. The intricacies of these traditional herbs are best elucidated by seasoned practitioners like yourselves. Lu Qingyu nodded in agreement. Please wait a moment while I confer with my master. She hastened back to Kong Renfu, whispering the situation into his ear. Kong Renfu regarded the assembly of elders with a knowing look, surprised that his newly acquired apprentice was acquainted with such notable figures. Go ahead, but remember to speak of what is necessary and refrain from what is not, I understand. Master, Lu Qinyu assured him. She then guided the group on a tour of the venue, grateful for her memorization of the various herbs, as otherwise she would have struggled to manage the inquiries. Given their advanced age, Li Duzhao and his companions soon sought respite for a meal, and Li Duzhao called for Lu Qinyu to join them. At the dining table, Li Duzhao and Yin Guofu extolled the culinary delights crafted by Lu Qinyu. Comrade Little Lu is truly multi-talented. It is rare for old Li to praise a meal so highly. It must indeed be delectable. Alas, we reside in different locales and shall miss the pleasure of such cuisine. Lu Qinyu humbly replied, You honor me, esteemed elders. It is merely some home-style cooking. Do not be so modest, Little Lu. She even owns a restaurant that draws a crowd daily. We often have to queue for a table. Next time you visit, I shall ensure you experience it, and I guarantee it will be unforgettable, Li Duzhao proclaimed, his praise piquing the curiosity of others about the culinary marvels. Noting their intrigue, Lu Qinyu quickly added, The appeal of my dishes primarily lies in the use of fresh, organic ingredients. I also have a supply of wild-dried shiitake mushrooms that, when rehydrated and cooked, exude a delightful aroma. If you wouldn't mind, I could send some to you after my return. Seeing the hesitation among the elders, she continued. However, it would be inconvenient for me to note each of your addresses individually. Instead, I could send them to Old Li, and you may simply request them from him. I wonder if Old Li Duzhao chuckled in agreement. That sounds splendid. It would be ideal if none of you requested any, thus allowing me to enjoy them all. An old comrade named Zhao interjected, who says I want any. Little Lu, take down my address. Send them directly to me. If it goes through Old Li, I'd be lucky to get even a taste. With Zhao as prompt, the others followed suit, providing their addresses for Lu Qinyu to send the shiitake mushrooms. After finishing the meal, Lu Qinyu refrained from further disturbance and returned to seek out Kong Renfu. The evaluation for the Herbal Awards at the International Herbal Exhibition was scheduled to take place that evening. Participation was restricted to a select group of professionals from the pharmaceutical sectors of over 100 countries. The venue for the evaluation was a grand auditorium, resplendent with dazzling lights, as esteemed figures from the global pharmaceutical community entered in succession. Lu Qinyu followed Kong Renfu to the section designated for the Huagua delegation, where he was surprised to find Yin Dan prominently seated at the front, engaged in hushed conversations with several elderly experts. As the evaluation commenced, the host announced the beginning of the proceedings, and a large screen sequentially showcased the rare herbs submitted by each nation. When the dragon-shaped Hisho Wu from Japan made its appearance, gasps of admiration filled the room, and murmurs arose when Korea's ginseng was displayed. However, when the image of Huagua's ginseng was projected onto the screen, an eerie silence enveloped the auditorium. This particular ginseng was evidently of a superior grade, especially when the host, his voice trembling slightly, revealed its age. As confirmed by the panel of experts, this ginseng was determined to be over 800 years old. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Following the presentation of the rare herbs, the voting process commenced. Each country was allotted 3 votes, with each herb eligible for only 1 vote. After half an hour, the voting concluded, and the host and staff began counting the votes on site. The numbers for each country's herbs fluctuated on the big screen. Japan's dragon-shaped Hisho Wu and Korea's ginseng garnered 23 and 17 votes respectively, earning enthusiastic applause from their respective delegations. However, when the tally for Huagua's ginseng was announced, the numbers on the counting screen soared rapidly, soon surpassing the threshold of 50 votes. How could this be possible? The head of the Japanese delegation abruptly stood up, insisting that there must have been an error in the counting. The representative from Korea, equally agitated, protested, demanding a recount, claiming that such results were utterly unscientific. Yet, their outcries fell on deaf ears, and Huagua's ginseng ultimately concluded with a staggering total of 143 votes. Lu Qinyu observed his master and the other representatives from Huagua, all visibly exhilarated. What did this number signify? It implied that nearly every one of the 150 countries present that night had cast their votes for Huagua. The outcome was indisputable. Huagua was awarded the grand prize for the King of Herbs at this exhibition, while Japan and Korea remained skeptical. The host invited individuals to personally verify the vote counts, leading to their swift and embarrassed exit. The award ceremony was a highly anticipated segment, as it revealed which prestigious entities held these top-tier herbs. If the recipients were major corporations or institutions, it could be expected, but if they were smaller companies or individuals. The representative for Huagua stepping forward to accept the award was Yandan. Her assent instantly altered the expressions of those who had been eyeing the award with predatory intent. How could it be her? Murmured some members of the Japanese delegation through gritted teeth. The representatives from Korea wore expressions of disbelief. Yandan, the hand of Yama. This ginseng belongs to her. Yandan was renowned for her exceptional medical skills, reputed to be capable of snatching souls from the hands of Yama, thus earning her the moniker Hand of Yama. The pharmaceutical company behind Yandan is a formidable entity, ranking among the top 100 internationally, not easily trifled with. As the evaluation for the Pharmaceutical King Award draws to a close, Huagua has once again secured the gold medal, culminating in a splendid conclusion. The ginseng will remain on display in the exhibition hall for an additional 5 days, after which it will be returned to the pharmaceutical company backing Yandan. At that time, Lu Chenyu will simply retrieve the ginseng. With Yandan serving as a shield, no one is aware that the ginseng belongs to Lu Chenyu, which ultimately proves advantageous for her. Lu Chenyu has already resolved to sell the ginseng directly to Yandan, for Master Yin is quite affluent. Surely, he would not bestow upon his disciple merely a banner as a token of appreciation. Chapter 116. The ginseng transaction after finishing the lecture with Kong Renfu. The group prepared to return. Before departing, Yandan arranged to meet with Lu Chenyu. Upon their meeting, Yandan handed over a card, stating, "We cannot let you suffer any losses." As the recipient of this year's prestigious Medicine King Gold Award, Yandan's pharmaceutical company had gained significant recognition. And although it was a gesture of goodwill, it was indeed a successful offering. She possessed wealth, and the most practical method of expressing gratitude was to provide financial support. Lu Chenyu graciously accepted the card, replying, "Thank you, Master." However, Yandan's purpose for meeting Lu Chenyu extended beyond mere monetary exchange. She sought to discuss matters concerning ginseng. It was inconceivable for her to disregard such a remarkable specimen. Coincidentally, Lu Chenyu also had intentions in this regard, leading to an agreement. Lu Chenyu sold the ginseng to Yandan for 60 million. The following day, the group returned to H City. The recent experiences had been entirely novel for Lu Chenyu. While intriguing, they were also quite exhausting. Upon arriving home, Lu Chenyu first took a rest before checking on the progress of the new restaurant's renovations. Having injected additional funds, the renovations were advancing swiftly, and it appeared they would be completed in just a few days. In the meantime, Zhang Jia had recruited several staff members for various positions, including the restaurant manager, chefs, waitstaff, cleaning personnel, and front desk cashiers. Upon Lu Chenyu's return, they promptly called in candidates for interviews. Aunt Jean managed the small restaurant adequately, but with Lu Chenyu leasing a larger space, she felt overwhelmed and lacked the expertise to oversee the new establishment, declining the opportunity to take on the managerial role. Thus, it was necessary to hire someone new, preferably with experience. The salaries offered by Lu Chenyu for the positions were competitive for H City. The restaurant manager's salary started at 20,000, chefs at 8,000, and even waitstaff received a base salary of 4,500, attracting numerous applicants. The basic wages were slightly higher than those at the Mountain Restaurant, albeit the latter offered profit sharing, which Lu Chenyu did not plan for the new establishment. Aside from assessing the restaurant manager and chefs, the remaining positions were swiftly filled. Ultimately, Lu Chenyu retained 1 manager, for chefs, 3 kitchen assistants, 2 cleaners, 2 front desk cashiers, and 8 waitstaff. The new manager, a middle-aged man named Zhang Dan in his 40s, boasted over a decade of experience in the culinary industry. Lu Chenyu instructed him to begin work the following day, overseeing the restaurant's renovation and the procurement and installation of furniture. Previously, after the early tea shop had closed. All furniture and appliances had been sold, necessitating a complete repurchase for the new operation. Song Doan readily agreed, as his extensive experience made him well aware of the restaurant's requirements, promising to prepare a procurement list by the next day. As for the menu, it would initially mirror that of the mountain restaurant. Afterward, Lu Chenyu visited the plantation. In the primitive society, Salt Tiger and his group had constructed the first dwelling. During the construction of the restroom, everyone admired its beauty and inquired if they could also build a similar house for living purposes. Even if they did not inquire, Lu Chenyu would facilitate their construction. However, the only material they possessed at present was wood, thus they could only erect wooden houses. Lu Chenyu delineated a specific area for their building endeavors, emphasizing that construction must be confined to this designated plot. She had future infrastructural plans in mind, including drainage systems and transportation arrangements, which would necessitate the construction of brick houses. As for the bricks, Lu Chenyu intended not to purchase them herself and transport them. Such an act would be too conspicuous. Therefore, she resolved to have them produced on site. Coincidentally, the construction of city walls was an inevitable undertaking. Furthermore, the site for building could not be arbitrarily chosen. Prior to her journey to City A, she had utilized drones to capture topographical maps and had sought out several architects online, expressing her intention to construct a themed castle on the land and soliciting their design proposals. Lu Chenyu was willing to invest generously, and before she returned from City A, the proposed plans had already been submitted. She selected her favorite design and printed the blueprints, simultaneously searching for tutorials on brickmaking and kiln construction online. Upon her eventual return to this primitive society, she discovered that the temporary wooden shelters inhabited by Cao Sui and the others had already been erected. Although referred to as temporary, in the eyes of the Xia tribe, these structures were remarkably exquisite. Lu Chenyu was pleasantly surprised, as the construction had far surpassed her expectations. A row of neatly arranged log cabins stood at the junction of the grassland and the forest, totaling four, each approximately 30 square meters in size. The walls were composed of smooth, even wooden planks, with gaps filled by a mixture of grass and clay. The roofs were layered with broad tree bark, forming a beautifully sloped design, while the floors were covered with wooden boards. Wood was abundant here, with any single tree large enough for two people to embrace, sufficient to craft several walls. No doors had been constructed. Instead, a piece of animal hide served as a makeshift entrance. If there was any downside, it was that these wooden cabins lacked windows. The cabins were already occupied, with a dozen individuals residing in each. Upon Lu Chenyu's arrival, all the occupants hurriedly emerged. Great priest, they greeted in unison. During these past few days, they had remained, and the Xia tribe had finally commenced their trial. Surprisingly, they were instructed to build houses. Uncertain of what the houses should resemble, the tribe members, upon hearing the task, readily complied. Thus, during these days, some ventured out to hunt, while others stayed behind to work, alternating their roles the following day. Once the houses, as described by the Xia tribe, were completed, they could hardly believe that such splendid dwellings had been constructed by their own hands. Even the tribal chief of the Xia declared that these homes were meant for them. They were overjoyed. Did this mean they would be allowed to stay? However, before they could relish their excitement for more than a couple of minutes, they were informed that they were still not permitted to enter the tribe and would have to reside outside. Nonetheless, they felt immense joy knowing that such beautiful homes were provided for them. They eagerly awaited the great priest's words, but he merely glanced at the cabins before departing without uttering a single word. Lu Chenyu intended to discuss the matter of the brick kiln with Ming, only to be taken aback, as Ming had already reported the situation to her. During Lu Chenyu's absence, an incident transpired within the Xia tribe. Several individuals from the Baitu tribe had been imprisoned, and it was evident that they could not remain confined indefinitely. Consequently, Ming released them, assigning them the task of digging pits. It did not take long for those rescued from the tribe to recognize their counterparts from the Baitu tribe, which swiftly escalated into a conflict, resulting in the demise of 3 members of the Baitu tribe. Had it not been for the intervention of the Xia tribe, it is likely that the violence would have culminated in the death of all those dozen individuals. Chapter 117. Establishing rules as she openly spoke. She discreetly observed Lu Qinyu's expression, fearing that he might be angered by her belief that he had failed in managing these individuals, thus leading to doubts about his capabilities. However, Lu Qinyu remained remarkably composed after listening to her. She lightly tapped her fingers on the stone table, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "Who were the three who perished?" Ming was taken aback and quickly responded, "They were all warriors from the white-headed tribe, stained with blood from their past actions. They were recognized for having participated in the massacre of other tribes." "Ming, do you understand why I insist on constructing walls?" she suddenly asked. Ming replied, as you stated, "Priestess, it is to defend against external threats, not solely to shield ourselves from foes," Lu Qinyu calmly articulated. "It is also to establish a boundary within the walls. One must adhere to the rules of the Xia tribe. Those captives are indeed heinous criminals, yet they are now in our custody. Their fate should be determined by us, not by their whims." She approached Ming, her voice low yet weighty. "Gather everyone. I have something to convey." Soon, all had assembled before the newly constructed wooden house, including the rescued individuals from the Qingqiao tribe and the captives of the white-headed tribe. Upon seeing the people from the white-headed tribe, the members of the Qingqiao tribe struggled to restrain their urge to retaliate, but they retreated under the imposing gazes of the warriors from the Xia tribe. Lu Qinyu regarded this scene with little surprise, even deeming it quite natural. It was peculiar for one to remain unresponsive in the presence of those who had annihilated their kin. However, she pondered the implications of permitting revenge. Should internal disputes within the tribe be resolved through violence as well? She had no desire to see the tribe she painstakingly built suffer frequent losses. If this continued, she would merely become a commander of the fallen. Lu Qinyu initiated the dialogue with Ming. "In the tribe, if two individuals harbor animosity, how should it be resolved?" Without hesitation, Ming replied, "According to tribal customs, either the chieftain mediates or a duel ensues. The duel involves both parties wielding weapons or fighting barehanded, battling to the death in the presence of witnesses, until one concedes or perishes. But what if one possesses exceptional strength? Does that mean they will always prevail, regardless of their culpability?" Ming found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In primitive tribes, might was revered, and Ming believed this was acceptable, as his prowess in combat had secured him the position of chieftain. Yet, Lu Qinyu contemplated further. With a small population, managing these individuals was feasible. But what would happen as their numbers swelled? She sought to establish rules. Devising regulations from the outset was crucial, especially during this nascent stage. Otherwise, rectifying or enforcing them later would prove exceedingly challenging. It was far better to lay down the rules from the beginning. Lu Qinyu turned her gaze toward the Qingqiao tribe. "I wholeheartedly welcome you to join the Xia tribe, provided you can pass our trials. The first condition of this trial is to abide by the rules of the Xia tribe." "Rules? What rules?" The members of the Qingqiao tribe exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what the priestess was alluding to. The members of the Xia tribe appeared bewildered, as they were uncertain about the regulations governing their community. Lu Qinyu, recognizing their confusion, elucidated. "Essentially, these rules dictate what actions are permissible within the tribe and what transgressions may incur consequences. For instance, it is mandated that all members use the designated latrines for their needs, rather than defiling the surroundings. This is a fundamental rule." "Esteemed priest, what regulations must we adhere to?" someone inquired. "There are 3 primary stipulations that you must follow to join the Xia tribe. First, no one is permitted to take their own life or harm others. Second, betrayal of the Xia tribe is strictly forbidden, as is the divulging of any tribal matters to outsiders. Third, you must obey the commands of the priest." Lu Qinyu asserted these rules with unwavering conviction. Upon her concluding remarks, an air of agitation swept through the crowd. The second and third stipulations were readily accepted, yet the first left them perplexed. "Esteemed priest, if we're not to take our own lives or harm others, what shall we do if attacked by another tribe?" A voice protested. Lu Qinyu clarified, "The prohibition against taking one's own life or inflicting harm pertains solely to circumstances where no wrongdoing has been committed by others. It is imperative that you do not engage in indiscriminate violence, especially against your own kin, simply because you possess superior strength. Should an external threat arise, You are expected to rise in defense. If someone initiates an attack, you are permitted to retaliate. However, her tone grew stern. It is absolutely unacceptable to resort to violence over mere disagreements, nor to bully the weak. In the Shia tribe, should you genuinely believe that someone deserves punishment, you may approach the chieftain or myself. We will convene the entire tribe to render judgment. If consensus dictates that the individual deserves death, you will be permitted to execute the verdict. The members of the Qingqiao tribe quickly grasped the implications of Lu Qinyu's words, their expressions paling at the thought that the priest might hold them accountable for the deaths of members from the Baitu tribe. What are the consequences for failing to adhere to these rules? Lu Qinyu's gaze swept over the faces of the Qingqiao tribe, their pallor unmistakable. Her voice calm, yet resolute. Violating the rules will result in a minimum of 10 days of labor. Severe transgressions may lead to expulsion from the tribe. Should a life be taken, she paused, it would be repaid with your own. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. The members of the Qingqiao tribe stirred restlessly. One scarred warrior could not contain his outburst. But those were our kin that the Baitu tribe killed. Why should they live? Therefore, a trial will be conducted. Lu Qinyu raised her voice. If you believe they deserve death, I permit you to seek vengeance. A hush fell over the assembly, soon replaced by a palpable excitement. Courageously, a member of the tribe asked, "Esteemed priest, what of the 3 we killed before?" "I shall not pursue the past." Lu Qinyu's words brought a collective sigh of relief. However, from this moment forth, it is imperative that all actions conform to the established rules. With this declaration, the tribe quickly accepted the regulations, their focus now shifting towards the impending trial of the Baitu tribe members, who trembled in fear. A figure was dragged from the captives of the Baotou tribe. Who among you recognizes him, and who bears a grudge against him? As Lu Qinyu's inquiry echoed, a woman, gaunt and emaciated, staggered forth from the crowd. With trembling fingers, she pointed at the captive, exclaiming, "It was he who led the arson that consumed our tents. Many perished in the flames. My daughter was among them, cruelly burned alive." Lu Qinyu turned to the captive, demanding, "Do you have any defense to offer?" The captive, ashen-faced, stammered, "I was merely following the orders of our chieftain." It was evident he admitted to the heinous act of setting the fire that led to loss of life. With piercing eyes, Lu Qinyu declared with authority, "If that is the case, do you all believe he deserves to die? Execute him. He must pay for his crimes." Chapter 118. Constructing the brick kiln, a cacophony of furious shouts erupted, and Lu Qinyu raised her hand to signal for silence, declaring, "Those who believe he deserves death, step to that side." She gestured towards an empty space. The entire Shia tribe moved as one, while the members of the Qingqiao tribe hesitated, unsure if they should join. "You too may partake in the judgment." In an instant, everyone surged forward. Lu Qinyu proclaimed, "After due deliberation, this individual is found guilty and sentenced to death." The captive, pallid and resigned, was dragged to the center of the clearing. Then came the next accuser. A young woman, clutching her child, stepped forward, her voice hoarse with grief. "He killed my husband and my brother." Another followed suit, a robust man declaring, "He murdered my partner and my brother." One after another, voices rose in condemnation. Ultimately, aside from 3 who remained unaccused, all others faced allegations of having taken lives, often more than one. Unsurprisingly, Lu Qinyu sentenced them all to death. As the condemned from the Baitu tribe realized their fate, one man suddenly erupted into manic laughter, exclaiming, "Our Baitu tribe is powerful. What does it matter if we perish? Do you think we're merely a handful? We are a great tribe. We have priests from the temple. When our tribe learns of our demise, they will surely seek vengeance." Lu Qinyu, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, responding, "Perfect. That saves us the trouble of seeking them out." She turned to face the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "Did you hear? The Baitu tribe still has remnants and priests as their backing. Are you afraid?" In their rage, the crowd resoundingly shouted, "No, we are not afraid. What shall we do?" "Annihilate them," came the fervent response as weapons were raised in fury. Lu Qinyu raised her hand to calm them. "Excellent. Your resolve is commendable. But not just yet. The Baitu tribe cannot learn so swiftly that we of the Shia tribe were responsible for their kin's deaths. We still have time to bolster our strength. She pointed to the shallow pit recently dug into the wall. Once our walls are complete, once our warriors are adequately trained, and once our weapons are refined, then it will not be they who seek vengeance, but we, the Shia tribe, who will exact justice for all the oppressed tribes. Her words ignited fervor among all present. Each individual had come here, oppressed by other tribes, and, as they listened to Lu Chenyu, memories of their own grievances, lost homes, and slain loved ones surged forth. Their eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance. Lu Chenyu's tone then settled into calmness. As for these three unaccused, let them work for now. Should guilt be confirmed in the future, their execution may come in due time. Very well, esteemed priestess. In that moment, Lu Chenyu's stature soared in the eyes of the crowd. No one questioned Lu Chenyu's words. The high priest had provided them with formidable weapons and strategies. After 2 battles, they had sustained only minor injuries, with no casualties at all. Such accomplishments elevated Lu Chenyu to a divine status in their eyes. In the subsequent execution, Lu Chenyu did not participate. After the matter concluded, he gathered 10 individuals to establish a brick kiln. The site required selection of an elevated area with firm soil. Once chosen, they commenced excavation, creating a circular pit with a diameter of 10 meters and a depth of approximately 1 meter. After Lu Chenyu arranged stones in a circle, the others began digging along the stone outline. Upon completion, they laid a layer of large pebbles at the bottom of the pit, providing ventilation for the kiln and a place for debris during the brick firing process. Once this was accomplished, they proceeded to construct the kiln walls using clay mixed with straw, achieving a thickness of 50 centimeters and a height of 2.5 meters. The walls were not merely stacked with clay. Instead, they fashioned clay into blocks measuring 50 centimeters thick, which were then dried before being assembled. Lu Chenyu instructed Yan Hu to create 10 wooden molds for the clay bricks, each rectangular frame precisely sized to produce uniform bricks. The others were tasked with extracting clean clay free of stones and dead branches, which they would then mix with straw. After thoroughly combining the materials, they placed the clay into the molds, compacted it, and demolded it, resulting in neatly arranged bricks drying in the open air. Although they were unsure of the high priest's reasoning for engaging in such muddy endeavors, they complied without question. Under Lu Chenyu's guidance, they produced numerous bricks, filling the ground with them, which would only be ready for wall construction once adequately dried. 2 days later, when the bricks were completely dry, Lu Chenyu directed the group to commence building the kiln walls. Layer by layer, they constructed the walls with clay mortar as an adhesive. Soon, they had erected a circular kiln wall, 10 meters in diameter and 2.5 meters high. The kiln was to feature 2 doors, one large and one small. The smaller for fueling the fire and the larger for brick access. Additionally, the top of the kiln was designed in an arched structure, leaving an opening for a chimney to ensure smoke could escape efficiently during firing. After allowing several more days for drying, they could begin firing the bricks. The bricks themselves also needed to be molded and dried prior to being placed in the kiln for firing. There were 2 sizes of bricks, one matching the dimensions of the clay bricks for constructing city walls, and the other being smaller and thinner for building houses. Lu Chenyu deemed that a single kiln would not suffice for efficient firing. Therefore, while waiting for the first kiln to dry, he instructed the construction of a second kiln nearby. The process of making brick blanks involved the entire tribe working collaboratively, digging, mixing clay, demolding, and drying, each person having a defined role, all bustling with fervor. Additionally, a shelter was needed to protect the brick kiln from wind and rain, which proved to be a substantial undertaking. Fortunately, with many hands on deck, they quickly became adept in carpentry and erected the structure smoothly. During this period, Lu Chenyu had the shiitake mushroom trees relocated, and the first batch of mushrooms was ready for harvest. He collected over 1,000 pounds of fresh shiitake mushrooms. Just as Lu Chenyu's new store is about to open, it is perfectly timed. The patrons of Lu Chenyu have long anticipated this occasion, eagerly hoping for a culinary experience akin to the last grand opening, which was filled with delectable treats. Indeed, there are delightful dishes, although not in abundance. Aside from the original offerings, the menu prominently features mushrooms, mushroom beef, mushroom stewed chicken, mushroom stuffed meat, mushroom braised rice, and deep-fried mushrooms. Moreover, there are several new dishes introduced. such as fried mulberry leaves, mulberry leaf tofu, mulberry leaf in superior broth, and mulberry fruit tea. Lu Chenyu was taken by the Xia tribe to witness the mulberry picking grounds, which turned out to be a grove of mulberry trees, estimated to have dozens of them. Upon seeing the mulberry trees, a multitude of culinary possibilities sprang to Lu Chenyu's mind. After experimenting with various preparations, she found each one to be delightful, thus adding another ingredient to her daily culinary repertoire. The mulberry trees grow rapidly, and these several trees are more than sufficient for her needs. Chapter 119. The grand opening. On the day of the grand opening, the establishment was bustling with patrons, with over 90 being familiar faces who had transitioned from the old venue. This was undoubtedly aided by the enticing offer of an 11.2 discount during the first 3 days, coupled with the proximity of the two locations. Coincidentally, the old restaurant had just closed its doors to allow its staff a 2-day respite. While there was no trial run for the new establishment, complimentary taro cakes were generously offered, and each customer was treated to a free dish: crispy fried mulberry leaves. The preparation of fried mulberry leaves is quite straightforward. Tender mulberry leaves are selected, washed, coated in a delicate batter, and then swiftly fried in hot oil until they achieve a golden crispness. A sprinkle of pepper salt or plum powder completes this delightful dish. Its aroma carries a hint of bitterness, yet the aftertaste is sweet, garnering abundant praise from the new staff during the tasting. Interestingly, the newly hired chefs had expressed reservations upon receiving the menu, deeming it limited and not reflective of their culinary expertise. They proposed the inclusion of several signature dishes, having previously worked in grand restaurants where they excelled in intricate recipes. They suggested adding dishes like braised lion's head meatballs, sweet and sour spare ribs, and even flam ed drunken shrimp and abalone with goose feet to enhance the menu's appeal. However, when Lu Chenyu requested they create a few simple dishes using the restaurant's ingredients, an enlightening silence fell over them. Stir-fried water spinach, something they had never prepared with such crispness and flavor, yielded a delightful crunch with each bite that resonated audibly, devoid of the usual bitterness or grassy undertones. Stuffed shiitake mushrooms, hearty and succulent, burst with juiciness, harmonizing the savory essence of the meat filling with the sweetness of the mushrooms, compelling even the chefs to indulge in multiple servings. As seasoned culinary professionals, they quickly discerned that the remarkable taste stemmed from the quality of the ingredients. Glancing at one another, they finally understood why the menu appeared simplistic. It was unnecessary to employ extravagant techniques, for the intrinsic flavors of the ingredients were sufficient to captivate diners. Ingredient quality dictates the upper limits of a dish, while skill determines its lower bounds. As long as they refrained from excessive seasoning, even the simplest preparations were delightful. From that moment forward, no one suggested adding elaborate dishes. Instead, they began to explore innovative ways to utilize the existing ingredients. Consequently, Lu Chenyu's final menu did indeed feature a variety of new dishes. The evidence was clear: the old establishment had indeed been somewhat constrained. On the opening day of the new restaurant, both the private rooms upstairs and the main hall downstairs were fully occupied. Li Du and Yin Guofu each brought a table of guests, while Kong Renfu hosted another table. The affluent youths, led by Zhang Linlin, even reserved several private rooms. Taro cakes were distributed at the entrance, and many locals, aware of the complimentary offering due to the new restaurant's opening, eagerly lined up early in the morning, for such delicacies typically cost 10 yuan per serving. With delectable fare and the allure of a bargain, numerous patrons flocked to the scene, especially the elderly, who might have taken home entire trays had there not been limits on the quantity. Regardless of the circumstances, the inaugural day was a resounding success, with the daily revenue astonishingly exceeding 200,000 yuan, much to Lu Chenyu's delight. Although it does not yet account for the cost of ingredients, labor, and rent, this revenue has already surpassed that of most dining establishments. While the influx of customers is partly due to the opening of a new restaurant, Lu Chenyu is confident that once things stabilize, the daily turnover will remain significant. Zhang Dayin is utterly astonished by today as customer traffic. Having worked in the restaurant industry for many years, he has never witnessed any establishment bustling like this one today. The opening hour was set for 11 a.m., and by 11:30, the dining areas were fully occupied, with a long queue forming outside. The waitstaff were overwhelmed, and the kitchen was so busy that sparks seemed to be flying from the woks. While the lunch rush was expected, the steady stream of customers continued well into the afternoon, leaving him completely stunned. However, reflecting on the dishes he had sampled over the past few days, he found it entirely reasonable. If such exquisite cuisine could not attract patrons, he could hardly fathom what flavors could draw in such a crowd. With such tantalizing tastes, how could it not be popular? Initially, he worried that the new restaurant might struggle with inconsistent traffic, potentially leading to losses and instability in his own position. Now, it seems his job is secure. The restaurant's success was anticipated by Lu Chenyu. However, to sustain this level of popularity daily, it is essential not only to maintain the quality of the existing dishes, but also to continuously innovate. Most of the ingredients at her disposal are vegetables, and the chicks she has raised are still quite small. Moreover, she only has young roosters. Raising hens would not only provide meat, but, more importantly, eggs that can hatch into chicks, which in turn can lay more eggs. Thus, Lu Chenyu resolved to purchase a batch of hens. However, before doing so, she decided to buy a car. To be honest, Lu Chenyu had only recently come into wealth. Having been poor before, she only knew to look for affordable and visually appealing electric scooters and was not well acquainted with luxury cars, recognizing only a few expensive brands. Therefore, she enlisted the help of Zhang Linlin to accompany her in her car's search. Zhang Linlin was quite familiar with the process. Buying a car is simple. Do you remember our high school classmate Wang Yongxing? He sells cars. I bought my Porsche from him. Let me inquire about what you might be interested in. Lu Chenyu had not considered specific brands, but her requirements were modest. She wanted a car that was aesthetically pleasing, high-performing, comfortable, safe, and ideally a bit upscale. After all, her status had changed, and she was now a wealthy woman. She could no longer ride around on a scooter exposed to the elements. Zhang Linlin, unable to contain her laughter at Lu Chenyu's vague criteria, remarked, "Is that not asking for much? You want it to be attractive, high-performance, and of a certain caliber, Wu&T that start with brands like BBA, Porsche, or Maserati." BBA? Lu Chenyu blinked, clearly unfamiliar with the acronym. Zhang Linlin face-palmed. It stands for Benz, BMW, and Audi. You're not very savvy for a wealthy woman. Lu Chenyu replied, I've only just come into money and haven't quite adjusted yet. As someone who has recently transitioned from poverty to wealth, beyond purchasing a car, a house, and jewelry, I'm unsure how else to spend my newfound fortune. Zhang Linlin took out her phone, browsing through her contacts as she spoke. All right, I shall inquire with Wang Yongxing to see if there are any suitable cars for you. However, let me make this clear. If your budget allows, I would recommend going for a sports car. It certainly adds to one's prestige. Lu Chenyu pondered for a moment before replying. Is there something a bit more business-oriented? Primarily, I do not venture out much for leisure, and I do not require anything overly ostentatious. Please consider this for me. May I ask what your budget is? Lu Chenyu reflected on the amount in her pocket and replied, 5 million. Zhang Linlin's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Lu Chenyu. 5 million. Your restaurant is that profitable? Goodness, should I consider opening one myself? After much persuasion and a bit of scene, her father had only just purchased her a Porsche worth over 2 million. Yet Lu Chenyu, having operated her establishment for merely a few months, possessed a budget of 5 million for a vehicle. Furthermore, she also owned a luxurious villa valued at 120 million. Chapter 120. Purchasing a car, Lu Chenyu remarked. I read online that a Rolls-Royce costs over 10 million. Stop right there. Zhang Linlin quickly waved her hand. I understand you're not short on funds. I'll inquire with Wang Yongxing for some recommendations. He will surely be overjoyed to hear about your substantial budget. Zhang Linlin dialed Wang Yongxing's number. Hello, Linlin. Wang Yongxing's voice brimmed with excitement. I was just about to reach out to you. I haven't made a sale this month yet. Do you have any affluent friends looking to buy a car? Please introduce them to me. We just received a new batch of vehicles. Old Wang. Zhang Linlin interjected loudly. Chenyu is looking to buy a car with a budget of 5 million. We're heading to your dealership shortly. Please prepare for our visit. There was a sudden silence on the other end for 3 seconds. How much? Wang Yongxing's voice escalated dramatically. 5 million. Linlin, I declare you my financial benefactor. After a considerable pause, Wang Yongxing regained his composure. Wait, who is looking to buy a car? Qinyu, our high school classmate, Lu Qinyu. Goodness, since when did Qinyu amass such wealth? I had no idea. When Zhang Linlin arrived with Lu Qinyu at Wang Yongxing's dealership, he had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Lu Qinyu glanced at Wang Yongxing, who had substantially transformed, momentarily failing to recognize him. She recalled him being quite portly before. How had he become so slender? Wang Yongxing grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Lu Qinyu, it's been ages. He quickly gestured for them to enter. Guomin, Linlin mentioned you were in the market for a car, so I prepared several excellent options. Wang Yongxing lowered his voice conspiratorially. I've turned away other clients to focus solely on you today. Zhang Linlin couldn't resist teasing him. Old Wang, your ability to change demeanor is swifter than your weight loss. You said the same when I last visited to purchase a vehicle. Of course, Qinyu is now my VVVIP client. Wang Yongxing replied with pride. The playful banter suggested a cordial relationship, though, unfortunately, Lu Qinyu had not kept in touch with many high school classmates. Wang Yongxing led Lu Qinyu and Linlin into the showroom. Since Lu Qinyu preferred a more business-oriented vehicle, he took them directly to the luxury business car section. The showroom sparkled under brilliant lights, with a row of gleaming luxury cars shimmering under the spotlight. Wang Yongxing began his professional presentation. This is the Mercedes-Benz S-Class Maybach, featuring an exceptionally spacious rear. The base price is $2.89 million, and with options, it's approximately $3.5 million. This is the Bentley Flying Spur, handcrafted with a 12-cylinder engine, priced around $3.8 million. And here we have a Rolls-Royce Ghost, featuring a unique coach door design and a starlit ceiling. This one is a bit pricier, starting at $4.73 million, and with options, it could exceed $6 million. After listening to the details, Lu Qinyu pointed at the Rolls-Royce and inquired, "Is this the car that comes with an umbrella?" Zhang Linlin chuckled nearby, remarking, "They all refer to it as a Rolls-Royce, which is correct. However, the one that comes with an umbrella is the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the very vehicle you glimpsed online that costs over $10 million. Aware that Lu Qinyu was not well-versed in automobiles, Wang Yongxing enthusiastically elaborated. Zhang Linlin had little interest in business vehicles. Her heart was captivated by supercars. Upon spotting a model she adored, she felt her mouth water and dashed over to admire it, daydreaming of the day she would earn enough to purchase one for herself. In truth, Lu Qinyu also found supercars aesthetically pleasing, yet she realized that her driving needs would likely involve frequent trips to the plantation. She worried that a supercar might falter on the rugged roads before it truly got to stretch its legs. With a low ground clearance, it was simply impractical. Affording it was one thing, but maintaining it was another. Ultimately, Lu Qinyu opted for a Maybach, as it was the most affordable and offered customizable colors. She paid the full amount up front. Besides the business vehicle, Lu Qinyu contemplated acquiring a pickup truck, primarily for the convenience of transporting goods. For instance, when she went to purchase chicks, it would be absurd to use the Maybach to deliver them to the warehouse. She chose a readily available pickup truck priced at over $100,000, while the Maybach required some time for special configurations before it could be collected. Wang Yongxing was delighted to sell 2 vehicles in one go, grinning from ear to ear. "Qinyu, if you ever need to buy another car, be sure to come to me." The pickup truck was ready for immediate pickup, and Wang Yongxing arranged a temporary license plate for Lu Qinyu. As for the official plate, she would have to select a number online or visit the vehicle management office in person. After parting ways with Zhang Linlin, Lu Qinyu drove her new vehicle to the agricultural market to purchase chicks. During her previous visits, she had discovered a vendor selling both chicks and ducklings. Lu Qinyu intended to buy female chicks, selecting 2 varieties, one specifically for egg production and the other, the 3 yellow chicken, raised for meat. She opted for 1,000 of each variety. Although there were ducklings available, her pickup could not accommodate any more, so she resolved to return another day. With 2,000 chirping chicks, Lu Qinyu found the cacophony quite overwhelming. She waited until the gatekeeper finished his shift before transporting the chicks to the warehouse and subsequently relocating them to the primitive society area. Most of the several thousand chicks she had previously delivered had survived, with only around 100 proving unviable. The chicken coop was now bustling with over 5,000 chicks. Fortunately, The earlier batch had grown sufficiently to forage for themselves within the enclosed area, making the task of raising them less laborious. The following day, Lu Chenyu returned with another batch of ducklings. Since ducks could not be raised alongside chickens, she constructed a small channel to house them separately. Meanwhile, the bricks had dried sufficiently, prompting Lu Chenyu to instruct her team to begin the brick firing process. This endeavor necessitated a substantial amount of firewood, a trivial matter for the Xia tribe, as a vast forest brimming with deadwood lay adjacent to their settlement. Before firing the bricks, it was essential to stack the dried bricks in the kiln. The bricks, now thoroughly dried and displaying a faint grayish hue, remained quite fragile, necessitating careful handling during transportation. When stacking the bricks, it was vital to leave spaces between them rather than arranging them too neatly. As Lu Chenyu demonstrated, she meticulously stacked the bricks in a staggered manner while elucidating the process to the onlooking clansmen. This technique ensured an even distribution of heat during the firing. The gathered crowd followed her method with diligence. Once the bricks were all neatly arranged, Lu Chenyu instructed her companions to seal the kiln's entrance with mud bricks, diligently filling the gaps with moist clay. She then proceeded to pile firewood at the designated small kiln opening and personally ignited the first flame. Initially, the fire flickered weakly, but as more firewood was added, the flames grew increasingly vigorous, leaping into the interior of the kiln, causing the entire chamber to heat up. Thick smoke billowed from the chimney atop the kiln. This fire must burn continuously for 2 days and nights without interruption. Ensure that people are assigned to tend to it in shifts. Lu Chenyu instructed the elder of the Hui clan, who was responsible for brick firing. Tending to the fire is a simple task. The elder nodded in agreement and promptly designated several individuals to oversee the flames. Chapter 121. The first hunt constructing a city wall is an immense undertaking that cannot be accomplished in haste. Therefore, Lu Chenyu did not insist that everyone devote themselves to the wall's construction. Currently, the members of the Whitehead tribe and the Green Grass tribe were digging pits along the route delineated by Lu Chenyu. As more individuals engaged in this task, the shovel she had brought proved insufficient. However, this was not a concern, as she could not be expected to provide every tool. Thus, Lu Chenyu instructed them to craft their own. Hadn't someone mentioned their ability to make stone tools? Lu Chenyu encouraged them to replicate the design of the shovel using wood. The principles of shovel construction are quite simple, and after 2 days of effort, they successfully fashioned several wooden shovels. Although not as sharp as iron shovels, their considerable strength rendered them quite effective. The wall required thickness, and the pits needed to be substantial. Days passed, yet the length of the excavated pits had barely reached a quarter of the required depth. The earth unearthed was just sufficient for making mud bricks. Some were digging pits, others were firing bricks, while some tended to agriculture, and others constructed wooden houses. In contrast, Lu Chenyu found herself with little to occupy her time. With idle hands, she sought a task to engage in. One day, a sudden inspiration struck her. She expressed a desire to join the hunting team. It was not merely a whimsical thought. Having arrived in a primitive society, Lu Chenyu felt the need to adapt to her surroundings, particularly to the principle that might makes right. Though she possessed considerable strength, she lacked the techniques and skills necessary for survival. Hunting presented an excellent opportunity for training. The warriors of the tribe fought beasts daily, displaying agility and rich experience. Learning combat technique from them would equip her to protect herself in the face of future dangers. Furthermore, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, strength is the foundation of survival. She could not rely on the time-space portal or the stone-tooth tribe. Her own empowerment was her greatest assurance. Upon hearing that the esteemed priest intended to hunt, Ming was the first to voice his objection. Priest, that is far too dangerous. The hunting team frequently confronts ferocious beasts. What would happen if you were injured? Lu Chenyu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Do you believe I lack the ability to protect myself? Or do you doubt your own capacity to safeguard me?" "That's not the point," Ming exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Your status is too elevated." "What if something goes awry, Chief Ming?" Lu Chenyu interjected. "Rest assured, the temple will protect me. I shall not be harmed." With the temple invoked, Ming could only acquiesce. However, Lu Chenyu did not embark on this hunting expedition unprepared. Before her departure, she sought a small amount of energy from the time-space portal. The portal wholeheartedly supported her desire for practical experience to enhance her strength, generously lending her 100 points of energy. Lu Chenyu remarked, "What can I accomplish with just 100 points of energy?" The time-space portal responded, "Sufficient for you to escape at breakneck speed for 30 minutes. Lu Chenyu's lips twitched. "Is this your idea of wholehearted support?" The portal's luminescent screen flickered momentarily, given the current energy constraints, but fret not. While this 100 points may seem modest, it will suffice for your hunting endeavor. With a force akin to the last time you moved the somber wood, a mere 20 energy points are required to sustain that effort for 5 minutes, when applied to one's vision. The same 20 energy points can enhance eyesight for a duration of 10 minutes. Lu Chenyu contemplated this and found it somewhat reassuring. At least it promised survival for the time being. Really? The time-space gate sighed. What purpose would it serve me to deceive you? If you perish, my existence becomes meaningless as well. Lu Chenyu conceded this point. Before setting off, she meticulously reviewed her equipment: a bow, a scythe, a quiver of arrows, a first aid kit, and a bottle of water. While not all items might be utilized, it is prudent to be prepared. Lu Chenyu did not drive. The hunt led into a dense forest rather than the flat grasslands suitable for vehicles along the river, thus necessitating a journey on foot. Since the priest would accompany them, Ming brought along half of the hunting team. The area where game was likely to be found required at least a 2-hour trek. Fortunately, Lu Chenyu's physical condition had improved significantly, enabling her to keep pace with the hunting party. After a considerable time, they finally encountered their first prey, a robust wild deer, grazing on tender grass in a clearing. "Shoo!" Ming immediately raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. The hunting team skillfully dispersed, forming a fan-shaped encirclement, awaiting their priest's cue. Should the priest miss, they could swiftly rush in to slay the deer. "Priest," Ming whispered, "aim for just behind its front leg. That is where the heart lies." Lu Chenyu nodded, holding her breath as she nocked an arrow. Although Lu Chenyu's vision was not particularly sharp, she did not require glasses. Yet she was not entirely without impediments. She could see the deer in the distance. However, accurately targeting a specific area proved challenging. She concentrated her energy into her eyes. In an instant, her vision sharpened remarkably. She could discern every quivering hair on the deer and even perceived its movements as if time had slowed within her sight. Adjusting her angle slightly, Lu Chenyu drew the bowstring taut. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air, striking precisely behind the wild deer's front leg. The deer did not have time to emit a cry before collapsing to the ground. The hunting team stood in stunned silence. The speed and accuracy of that shot surpassed their comprehension. The priest was astonishingly formidable. This prowess rivaled that of the clan leader. No, it surpassed it. Truly, the priest was favored by the divine. Lu Chenyu exhaled softly, feeling a slight strain in her eyes. That shot had consumed 5 energy points, yet the results were astonishing. "Go retrieve the prey," she instructed. The hunting team quickly regained their composure and rushed to collect the deer. The priest's arrow had struck true at the heart. Their admiration for Lu Chenyu deepened. In the ensuing time, they encountered several wild chickens, all felled by Lu Chenyu's arrows. As noon approached, they decided to find a place to rest. It was at this moment that a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket, rather pronounced. The members of the hunting team hastily surrounded Lu Chenyu for protection. "Everyone, take care to protect the esteemed priest," Ming reminded. The bushes trembled violently, accompanied by heavy gasps. Lu Chenyu gripped her bow and arrow, feeling the sweat seeping from her palms. Even with the energy bestowed upon her, the unknown peril still sent a shiver of anxiety through her. Her inexperience was evident. 3 massive dire wolves leaped from the thicket, bearing their fearsome white fangs, greedily eyeing the members of the Shia tribe. Behind them, the underbrush continued to shudder, indicating that more wolves lurked in shadows. A pack of dire wolves. Quickly, safeguard the esteemed priest. Chapter 122. Slaying the alpha wolf soon. The fearsome wolves emerge from the thicket, a total of 11. These formidable creatures are large carnivores that typically live and hunt in packs. and it was evident that this group regarded them as prey. Upon counting only 11, Ming Xiao Xiao felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, it was not a massive pack of wolves. The Xia tribe relied on hunting for sustenance, and encountering wolves was a common occurrence. They had once faced a pack of 70 to 80 wolves, a daunting number that forced them to flee, resulting in the tragic loss of 6 lives in their desperate escape. Now, facing merely 11 wolves, they had previously managed to deal with such numbers, especially since their weaponry had seen significant upgrades. Despite this, the members of the Xia tribe dared not let their guard down. The wolves crouched low, baring their teeth and emitting low, menacing growls, poised to spring at any moment. It was impossible for Lu Chenyu to remain calm. These wolves were far larger than the ones she had observed in the zoo, and she feared that one could easily sever her arm with a single bite. The alpha wolf, in particular, loomed larger than its companions. Understanding the adage of capturing the king before the thieves, Lu Chenyu knocked her bow, aiming at the alpha. Suddenly, the lead wolf let out a sharp howl, and the pack surged forward. In that instant, Lu Chenyu released her arrow, channeling energy into her eyes and arms. The movements of the alpha wolf seemed to slow before her gaze. With a swift motion, her wooden arrow pierced through one of its eyes. The alpha's advance halted abruptly, its massive body collapsing as blood gushed from its eye socket and the back of its head, while the wolf behind it was also struck by the arrow, which penetrated its shoulder, causing it to stumble and fall. The other members of the Xia tribe followed suit, their arrows flying true, striking the foremost wolves. However, the impact was limited, failing to deliver the same penetrating force as Lu Chenyu's shot. Nevertheless, the alpha wolf was not yet dead. It staggered to its feet, glaring at Lu Chenyu with its remaining eye, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. The pack charged, prompting the warriors of the Xia tribe to rush forward with their blades. The alpha wolf lunged at Lu Chenyu. She stepped back 2 paces while swiftly drawing a second arrow from her quiver, once again focusing energy into her eyes and arms. The bowstring drawn taut. Whoosh. The arrow flew through the air. The alpha attempted to evade, but its injuries hindered its agility, and it was struck in the throat. With a mournful howl, it writhed on the ground, struggling briefly before falling still. The pack's assault faltered instantly. The death of their leader left them disoriented, transforming their once coordinated attack into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Ming shouted, "The alpha has been slain by the priest. Annihilate them." The wolves, driven by a strong desire for revenge, posed a threat to the tribe, if not eradicated. The warriors of the Xia tribe surged forward, their sides slashing fiercely at the remaining wolves. The pack was thrown into disarray, some continuing to attack while others began to retreat, and a few even tucked their tails and sought to flee. Several wolves lay lifeless in pools of blood. The remaining fearsome wolves finally succumbed to despair, utterly losing their will to fight, and turned to flee in disarray. Lu Chenyu could not allow them to escape. She swiftly loosed several arrows, and though not all found their mark, many struck true, wounding the beasts. The members of the Xia tribe pursued diligently and soon returned, triumphantly carrying the carcasses of the fallen wolves. Lu Chenyu gradually lowered her bow, her taut nerves finally relaxing, only to realize her palms were slick with sweat. She cast her gaze downward at her hands and then at the fallen alpha wolf. Feeling a profound mix of shock and exhilaration, she had truly succeeded. She proclaimed that the time-space gate was unparalleled. No longer did she deem the 100 energy points insufficient. The Xia tribe's haul had increased by 11 wolves, sufficient sustenance for many days, filling everyone with joy and a sense of remarkable fortune. Lu Chenyu's prowess completely captivated the Xia tribe. Their high priest was simply extraordinary. With just 2 arrows, she had felled the alpha wolf, surpassing the skill of all the warriors within their tribe. With such an abundance of prey, their hunting mission was accomplished, and there was no further need to seek additional game, prompting the group to make their way homeward. On their return journey, Ming, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted. Only when Lu Chenyu approached did she realize Ming had discovered a delectable treat. Following Ming's gesture, Lu Chenyu looked up to see a tree adorned with pale greenish-white, peach-shaped fruits. Initially, she mistook them for peaches. However, When a member of the tribe climbed the tree and retrieved one for her, she recognized it was not a peach. Great priestess, this is a chinya fruit, mild and sweet, one of our tribe's favorites. Would you care to try it? Lu Chenyu accepted the fruit, gently squeezing it, and discovered it was surprisingly hollow. The fruit had a thick, succulent flesh and a smooth exterior. Upon taking a bite, she was greeted with a delightful sweetness, crisp and refreshing, accompanied by a hint of bitterness that was minimal yet perfectly balanced the sweetness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The others had already set down their burdens and were climbing the tree to gather these rare fruits. Such a treasure was seldom seen. Had Lu Chenyu not perused a diverse array of books since arriving, she might not have recognized it. In truth, this fruit was not a conventional fruit at all, but rather a mutated form of the tea flower from the tea tree, known as tea bubbles. Tea bubbles are a fungus that parasitizes the tender leaves or fruits of the tea tree, prompting abnormal cell division in the leaf tissue, resulting in a bubble-like formation. When parasitized in the leaves, the tea leaves appear white and swollen, yet retain their leaf shape, referred to as tea ears. When found within the fruit, as in the case of the one in her hand, they take on an irregular shape, hollow inside, known as tea bubbles. Both tea ears and tea bubbles are edible, though they do not coexist on the same tea tree. Thus, the presence of tea bubbles indicated that this tree was indeed a tea tree. As Lu Chenyu searched nearby, she soon discovered several more tea trees, just as she had anticipated. The other tea trees exhibited no signs of disease, appearing rather ordinary. Were it not for one bearing tea fruits, Lu Chenyu would have been utterly unable to identify them as tea trees. These were the primordial tea trees, likely representing ancient specimens of exceptional quality. As Lu Chenyu caressed the rough bark of the tree, an overwhelming exhilaration surged within him. Tea, particularly of superior grade, has always found a market, regardless of the circumstances. Lu Chenyu recalled that even during times of war, tea had been deemed a crucial commodity. Presently, the most exquisite tea leaves have been speculated to reach prices exceeding 10 million per kilogram. Chapter 123. Delicacies. Lu Chenyu pondered the limited selection of beverages available at her family's restaurant, which consisted solely of honeysuckle tea and mulberry tea. Both varieties were sweet, appealing particularly to children and women. She yearned for something more refined, such as black or green tea. Determined, Lu Chenyu summoned the tea pickers, instructing them to ascend the trees and gather tea leaves. She specified that they should avoid older leaves, opting instead for the tender buds and the 2 or 3 leaves beneath them. On their return, the hunting team bore an additional basket brimming with tea fruits and another filled with tea leaves. Their bountiful haul elicited joyous cheers from the entire tribe. So much meat. Although the fearsome wolves were not particularly large, each weighed between 300 to 400 pounds. With 11 of these wolves, the total weight exceeded several thousand pounds, complemented by wild deer and other game. This represented a substantial windfall for the Shia tribe. With such an abundance, they could easily set aside a portion of meat for the winter months. The Shia tribe sprang into action, bustling with activity. They slaughtered, skinned, divided, cooked, and preserved the meat, working fervently. Besides distributing meat for 2 days according to head count, the remaining portions were to be cured and stored for the winter. Lu Chenyu had never witnessed such a scene before and watched with great interest. Then, she observed the tribespeople discarding all the entrails except for the meat and hearts. Approaching them, she inquired, "Are these not needed?" "Priestess, these entrails are foul and unpalatable. They cannot be consumed," replied Ju, tossing a heap of intestines into a pit. Lu Chenyu swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "Wait! These are valuable and edible. It would be a waste to discard them. When prepared as delicacies, they can become a delightful dish." Ju looked at the priestess with skepticism, questioning if these stinking remnants were truly edible. Even if they were, the thought was rather off-putting. However, she dared not voice her doubts and obediently retrieved the entrails from the pit, seeing that the priestess intended to keep the foul entrails. The others hesitated to discard them as well and followed suit in retaining them. Lu Chenyu directed Ju and several others to carry the entrails to the riverbank, where she taught them how to cleanse them. She picked up a set of intestines to demonstrate. Observe closely how to clean these intestines, she instructed while demonstrating the process. The first step involved thoroughly rinsing away any food remnants and fecal matter with water. The second step required turning the intestines inside out to cleanse the inner walls thoroughly, repeating this until the water ran clear. The third step involved rubbing salt into the intestines several times to eliminate any sliminess. Finally, she turned them back, scrubbing away the grease and any clumps of meat, ensuring they were washed multiple times until clean. The members of the Shia tribe watched in amazement as the once filthy and odorous intestines transformed into clean specimens under the priestess's skilled hands. Zhu and her companions followed the priestess's guidance, learning to wash the intestines with diligence. After processing the intestines, she demonstrated the methods for cleaning other internal organs. The liver must first have its outer membrane torn away, scored with a few cuts, and then soaked in lightly salted water to release all the blood. The stomach is particularly challenging to clean. It requires scrubbing with wood ash to remove the mucus, and then turning it inside out to scrape away impurities with a knife. The kidneys must be halved and the white substances removed, or else the taste will be quite pungent. The priest demanded the internal organs for consumption and instructed Gio and others to cleanse them, leaving the tribe astonished by the news. Many gathered to observe how the priest would handle the filthy organs. As the onlookers multiplied, they were astounded by the complexity of the cleaning process. Wasn't eating meat simply a matter of cutting it off and roasting it over a fire or boiling it in water? For those with a more refined palate, slicing it and grilling it on the iron pan provided by the priest was already considered a delicacy. Yet now, watching the priest insist on having Gio and the others repeatedly clean the internal organs, they found it excessively tedious. Moreover, they did not find it appetizing at all. They had not been strangers to the internal organs of hunted prey, but besides the heart, the only organ they could somewhat tolerate was the liver. The rest were simply unacceptable. Yin stood at the forefront, eyes glued to the scene. "Priest, can this really be eaten?" Lucian replied, "Indeed, and it is quite delicious. Today, I shall teach you to prepare a unique and exquisite dish." While Gio and the others cleaned the internal organs, Lucian busied herself with the spices. How could one prepare braised dishes without spices? Lacking sufficient spices here, Lucian had previously gathered an array from her last visit. She hurried to the supermarket and acquired a plethora of seasonings: star anise, cinnamon, fennel, Sichuan pepper, bay leaves, grass fruit, dried chilies, dried tangerine peel, white angelica, sand ginger, and nutmeg. Of course, she also procured dark soy sauce, yellow soybean paste, ginger, and beer. Other supplies were readily available from the tribe, so she did not gather more. With the organs of over a dozen wild beasts, the tribe's existing pot was entirely inadequate, compelling Lucian to purchase 2 large soup buckets from the wholesale market. Upon returning to the tribe, she instructed the construction of 2 stoves, placed the large soup buckets over the fire, and filled them with a modest amount of water to begin boiling. Once the water reached a boil, she blanched all the internal organs. After blanching, the organs were removed, rinsed thoroughly with clean water, and then cut into suitable sizes. At this point, the water in both large soup buckets had boiled again. Lucian placed the prepared spice packets inside, followed by the internal organs, then added salt, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, sugar, scallions, ginger, yellow soybean paste, and beer. Soon, the broth began to bubble, releasing a savory aroma of meat and spices. Lucian instructed the firekeeper to reduce the heat and let it simmer slowly. It needed to simmer for at least an hour to achieve a tender and flavorful result. Lucian covered the pots with wooden lids, leaving a small gap to prevent the broth from overflowing. The enticing aroma wafted through the valley, causing the tribe's people to unconsciously inhale deeply. "How fragrant!" Yin exclaimed as she and her sister squeezed to the front, eagerly gazing into the pot. Yin inquired, puzzled, "Priest, how has the internal organs become fragrant? Shouldn't they smell foul?" Lucian smiled gently, acknowledging that while offal is indeed often accompanied by a pungent odor, with meticulous preparation and the careful infusion of spices, it can transform into a delectable and aromatic dish. You blinked, seemingly understanding, and nodded, though her nose could not resist inhaling the enticing fragrance wafting through the air, eagerly anticipating the emergence of this fragrant, awful stew. An hour later, Lu Chenyu instructed the fire to be extinguished, allowing the offal to steep in the pot for an additional hour. Those who were already famished and ready to feast on grilled meat found themselves unable to eat, as the intoxicating aroma was simply too overpowering. The thought of indulging in grilled meat was rendered impossible in the face of such temptation. At last, Lu Chenyu declared that it was time to serve the meal. As Zhu lifted the lid of the pot, an overwhelming scent enveloped them, and everyone leaned in to peer inside, where the well-seasoned offal glimmered enticingly in a rich, savory hue, partially submerged in the flavorful broth. Chapter 124. Dried meat. Lu Chenyu instructed Zhu and a few others to don gloves as they prepared the marinated delicacies. They meticulously divided the intestines, liver, and stomach, ensuring that each person received an assortment. The marinated dish had cooled sufficiently, and everyone eagerly filled their large leaves to the brim. As soon as they received their portions, they could hardly contain their excitement. Heavens! It was both tender and fragrant, devoid of any unpleasant smell. The intestines were delightfully crispy yet soft, absolutely delectable. The stomach meat was satisfyingly crunchy, truly delightful. Who would have imagined that these innards could taste so exquisite? It was such a pity that we had discarded them before. Only the esteemed priest could prepare them in such a manner. Otherwise, with our cooking methods, we would hardly be able to consume a single bite. The priest is truly remarkable. He seems to possess boundless skills. I heard that he single-handedly shot the lead wolf today. I thought it was 2 arrows. Well, it's all the same. The beast is dead. The people of the Shia tribe were enamored with the flavor of the marinated dish, especially the elderly and children, whose teeth were not in the best condition. The stewed innards were tender enough to be consumed without much effort. The 2 pots of marinated delicacies were swiftly devoured by the tribe. Bu, using long wooden chopsticks, fished around in the soup pot several times, licking his lips in anticipation of retrieving another morsel. Unfortunately, the pot contained nothing but water. Zhu, gazing at the fragrant pots of marinade, had a brilliant idea and hurried over to Lu Chenyu, asking, "Esteemed priest, may I use the remaining broth to cook some meat?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chenyu smiled and nodded, "Of course. The longer this broth simmers, the more fragrant it becomes, and it is perfectly suitable for stewing meat." Zhu was filled with excitement and immediately shouted, "Quick, bring over some of the meat we hunted today." The esteemed priest said, "We can use this broth to cook more meat. Let us prepare another pot." Upon hearing that they could continue feasting, the tribe erupted with renewed enthusiasm. Everyone hurried to fetch their allotted meat. Bu carried over a substantial piece of beast leg, which was his share for the day. "I will cook the entire leg. I intend to savor it thoroughly." Lu Chenyu guided them in cutting the meat into chunks, blanching it in cold water to remove the blood, before placing it into the marinated broth. The fire beneath the pot roared back to life as Lu Chenyu instructed them to add a pinch of salt to enhance the flavor. The seasoning for marinated meats required more time, particularly for wolf meat. Its coarse fibers and strong odor necessitated a prolonged cooking time for optimal tenderness and flavor infusion. As the marinated meat simmered, the tribe continued preparing the meat that needed to be cured. With salt no longer in short supply, they were more generous with it than before, though in Lu Chenyu's eyes, the amount was still insufficient for preservation. Moreover, the weather remained warm, making it an unsuitable time for curing meat, as the heat facilitated bacterial growth. The surface of the meat would dehydrate too quickly, hardening, while the salt would struggle to penetrate deeply, resulting in a high likelihood of spoilage. Lu Chenyu frowned, observing the tribe gleefully applying salt to the meat, shaking her head in dismay. This approach was not viable. She spoke up to halt their actions, warning them that the heat would cause the meat to spoil rapidly, and such cured meat would not last long at all. Everyone paused their actions, perplexed, and inquired, "But, esteemed priest, we have always prepared our cured meat in this manner. Is the meat you cure palatable?" "It's acceptable, certainly not as delightful as fresh meat." "Is there no foul odor?" "Cured meat inherently possesses an odor. Rest assured, dear priest, we shall not serve you putrid cured meat." Lu Chenyu pressed her forehead, realizing that these individuals had come to accept spoiled cured meat as normal. "Listen to me. This year we shall make jerky." Whatever Lu Chenyu dictated, the others complied. The choice to make jerky rather than smoked meat stemmed from their simultaneous brick firing, a process requiring continuous burning for 2 days. During these 2 days, the temperature near the brick kiln remained exceedingly high, allowing the meat to be hung nearby, thus transforming it into jerky swiftly, an efficient twofold endeavor. She instructed them to slice the meat into strips, which were then marinated and hung on wooden racks arranged around the kiln. The heat radiating from the brick kiln quickly began to dry the meat strips. Before long, glistening droplets of oil emerged on the surface, releasing an enticing aroma. The onlookers, undeterred by the heat, eagerly watched as the meat gradually changed color. It's done. It smells divine. Can we eat it now? The priest has yet to permit it. It must not be ready. The temperature beside the kiln was high. The hanging strips soon dehydrated and hardened. After 3 hours, the first batch of jerky was finally complete. Lu Chenyu sampled a piece, savoring the salty, savory flavor intertwined with a hint of fishiness, boasting a satisfying chew. It wasn't exquisite, but it surely surpassed the originally intended cured meat. The others also took some a taste. Goodness, this jerky is delightful. It lacks any foulness, though it is somewhat tough. The more you chew, the more flavorful it becomes. With winter approaching, we can leisurely enjoy it. With this method, might we never again have to consume rancid cured meat? While the Xia tribe relished their fragrant jerky, the Qingqiao tribe was left to feast on bloody beast meat and roasted taro. The Qingqiao tribe assisted the Xia tribe in digging pits, and the Xia tribe did not entirely neglect them. They provided a daily supply of taro along with cooking instructions and salt. Upon receiving salt for the first time from the Xia tribe, the Qingqiao tribe was utterly astonished. Is this fine, white substance truly salt? ISNT salt, typically yellowish or blackish stones. How could it be so beautiful? However, upon tasting it, they confirmed its authenticity and found it completely devoid of bitterness. Observing the incredulity of the Qingqiao tribe, the Xia tribe took great pride. For such exquisite salt was exclusive to them. Have you never seen such a thing? I assure you, this salt is a rare treasure, available only to our Xia tribe. Once you become one of us, you shall have an inexhaustible supply of salt. The Qingqiao tribe increasingly believed that the Xia tribe was a formidable entity, working diligently without complaint, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to join their ranks. Lu Chenyu returned, bearing tea fruits and tea leaves. Discovered energy item, Yunji Ancient Tea Tree Tea Brew, energy value 127. 6. Discovered energy item, Yunji Ancient Tea Tree Leaves, energy value 98. 8. Yunji Ancient Tea, a name unfamiliar to Lu Chenyu, likely belongs to a tea tree that has become extinct. Lu Chenyu carefully stored the brewed tea in the refrigerator to preserve its freshness, pondering how to properly dry the tea leaves. Fresh tea leaves should ideally not be left overnight, as they tend to lose their aromatic essence. Having spent an entire day in the primitive society, the daylight here was fading, prompting Lu Chenyu to resolve to prepare the tea leaves overnight. Chapter 125. Yunji tea. The tea leaves had already been spread out and sun-dried prior to this stage, allowing for a seamless continuation of the process. Lu Chenyu opted for the method used in red tea production. She first rolled the tea leaves into slender strips before covering them with a damp cloth for 4 hours of fermentation, after which she could commence the frying process. While most people fry tea by hand, Lu Chenyu, lacking such resilience, donned a pair of thick gloves for the task. The frying was conducted in a simple iron pan. Due to the abundance of tea leaves, she divided them into 2 batches for frying. As she fried, it was imperative to constantly toss and shake the leaves, ensuring even exposure to heat and preventing any scorching. Despite wearing thick gloves, Lu Chenyu's movements were surprisingly nimble. With a flick of her wrist, the leaves crackled delightfully in the pan, while steam infused with the fresh aroma of tea wafted upwards, causing her nose to sweat slightly. After approximately half an hour, the first batch was nearing completion. The leaves gradually curled up, and upon pinching one between her fingers, she found it to be crisp yet intact, indicating the perfect degree of roasting. She hurriedly transferred the leaves to a bamboo sieve to cool before promptly starting on the second batch. Once both batches were completed, Lu Chenyu set aside some to brew. During the frying, she had already noted the delightful fragrance of the tea, and upon pouring hot water over it, the aroma intensified. The leaves unfurled in the boiling water, releasing an amber-hued brew that gradually spread through the air, a rich tea fragrance mingling with a subtle fruity scent. Taking a sip, Lu Chenyu discovered the tea to be robust, initially presenting a hint of bitterness that swiftly transformed into a pleasant sweetness, culminating in a delicate fruity essence on her tongue. It is said that the second infusion yields the most exquisite flavor, prompting her to discard the first brew and prepare for a second steeping. The second infusion was markedly less bitter. Having primarily consumed milk tea, Lu Chenyu was not well-versed in tea tasting. Yet even with this limited experience, she could discern the distinct quality of this tea. The initial sip was crisp, with the warmth enveloping her lips and mingling with the fruity aroma, while the sweetness surged from the base of her tongue, imbued with a hint of wildness. Her eyes sparkled. This was undoubtedly exceptional tea. Continuing to dry the second batch. The following day, Lu Chenyu brought her newly crafted tea to the shop. This is aged tea I purchased from outside, known as Yunji red tea, intended for the shop. It costs 688 yuan per pot. Zhang Dein was taken aback. Bos, 688 yuan per pot. That exceeds the price of most dishes in the shop. Lu Chenyu offered a knowing smile, reassuring him, do not worry. There will be patrons who will order it. She then took some tea leaves to visit Li Du. Known for his refined taste and strategic prowess at chess, Li Du always enjoyed a warm pot of tea by his side during their games. Given his stature, the tea he consumed was never of the inexpensive variety, with many eager individuals annually vying to present him with exorbitant tea leaves. Upon observing the small, simply packaged bag of tea leaves Lu Chenyu produced, he was rendered speechless. This is the good tea you wish to offer me? Lu Chenyu blinka inusanli, grumpali. Do not be misled by its humble packaging. I assure you, this is hand-fried ancient tea. I have tasted it and found it quite delightful. I thought you, with your greater expertise in tea, would appreciate it. Li pondered about the humble packaging of the girl's tea, which was often nothing more than a simple plastic bag. Nonetheless, he decided to sample the ancient tea leaves she offered. He took the transparent sealing bag and gently pinched the leaves within. The tea leaves were indeed tightly curled, yet the craftsmanship of the roasting left much to be desired, as some leaves were damaged and fragmented, giving an impression of mediocre quality. However, as he leaned closer, he was pleasantly surprised by a deep, alluring fragrance emanating from the tea. Raising an eyebrow, he felt a flicker of intrigue. Though its appearance was unremarkable, the aroma suggested potential. He retrieved another covered bowl and scooped some tea leaves into it, tilting his wrist to pour hot water over the leaves. Instantly, the leaves unfurled, releasing a robust fragrance. Pouring the infusion into a cup, he took a sip. The tea glided over his tongue, initially bitter but swiftly transforming into a lingering, delicate sweetness that resonated in his throat. What is this tea called? Li asked, looking toward Lu Chenyu. Yunji tea, she replied. Yunji, quite fitting. It indeed possesses a refreshing essence reminiscent of mountaintop mists. Li savored another sip, meticulously discerning the tea's nuances, his gaze deepening with contemplation. He set down the cup, his fingers tracing the rim as he mused. The color is lustrous, the fragrance profound yet not overpowering, with bitterness yielding to a sweet aftertaste, maintaining a crisp essence. It resembles the foundation of a century-old tea from high mountains. Yet the roasting technique seems unorthodox. Where did you acquire this tea? He inquired, curiosity piqued. Where it comes from is of little consequence, Grandpa Li. How does it compare to yours? Lu Chenyu was eager for his verdict. This tea. Li elongated his tone, observing her tense anticipation, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. It surpasses my own, which often boasts ostentatious packaging. Lu Chenyu's eyes sparkled, ready to respond, but Li leisurely added, however what? She pressed. The quantity you brought is rather insufficient. Lu Chenyu chuckled, if you appreciate it. I shall gift you a jar next time, but I currently have none left as I've placed it in the shop. Li laughed softly at her entrepreneurial spirit. I knew you wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. Yet this tea is indeed fragrant. It would make a splendid signature offering at your shop. After departing from Li's home, Lu Chenyu drove to a welfare institution, where she generously donated a sum of money and also persuaded teacher Chen Zhaomin, the logistics director, to accompany her. At 48, Chen had worked alongside Lu Chenyu in cultivating vegetables on a nearby vacant lot until it was repurposed for construction. The construction team of the plantation informed her that the greenhouse would be completed today, prompting Lu Chenyu to go check it. Following the inspection, the plantation required a manager, and Lu Chenyu immediately thought of Chen Zhaomin. However, upon hearing Lu Chenyu's proposal to manage the plantation, Chen promptly declined. How could she possibly manage the plantation? It seemed implausible. However, after listening to Lu Chenyu's words, she found herself wavering. For Lu Chenyu mentioned that the plantation could offer positions to students who had left the welfare institution. Unlike restaurants, which require daily interaction with a myriad of people, the plantation posed a lesser burden for those with visible disabilities who often endure scrutinizing gazes. Situated on the outskirts, the plantation necessitated minimal social engagement. The primary focus was merely on cultivating the crops. Moreover, it featured office buildings and provided accommodation and meals, presenting a commendable employment opportunity for them. At the very least, it was preferable to the incessant challenges they faced in society. Chapter 126. The Devil's Swamp Antson. I am quite occupied and unable to attend to the plantation at all times. I wish to find someone reliable to oversee it. Additionally, since you are at the plantation, you can also look after Sister Xingxing and the others, can't you? Sister Xingxing had been abandoned by her parents at the age of 5 or 6 due to some intellectual disabilities and had recently sustained an injury while working at a factory, which led to her dismissal. Chen Zhaomin felt a pang of emotion. After all, these were children she had cared for over the years. How could she not feel compassion? Her own child was now in university, requiring no further oversight at home. Dean Zhong believed this was an excellent opportunity and encouraged Chen Zhaomin to consider it. Well, I suppose I could give it a try. If it doesn't work out, you must find someone to take my place, Chen Zhaomin said. Not a problem. It's merely about planting vegetables. I am confident you can manage it, Antson. Lu Chenyu had also recruited several university graduates with degrees in agriculture to assist Chen Zhaomin with human resources and financial matters. Accompanying Lu Chenyu to the plantation, Chen Zhaomin immediately fell in love with the environment. After all, it had once been a garden for cultivating flowers and trees, and the surroundings were indeed pleasant. After touring the plantation, she agreed to take on the task. Following that, they purchased machinery, hired staff, and acquired seeds. Having managed various responsibilities at the welfare institution, Chen Zhaomin was adept at organizing such tasks efficiently. Lu Chenyu transferred a sum to the plantation's account and provided Antson with a list of vegetables to be cultivated, instructing her to plant according to the specified categories. While this side was bustling with activity, another side was equally vibrant. The first kiln of bricks was finally completed. The temperature of the kiln had taken a day to cool down. Lu Chenyu instructed the workers to dismantle the large kiln door. As the entrance was opened, a wave of heat, accompanied by the scent of earth and flame, rushed forth. Standing at the forefront, Lu Chenyu was the first to step into the kiln once the door was fully opened. Inside, the remnants of intense heat still lingered. Lu Chenyu squinted in the dim light, meticulously inspecting the neatly stacked bricks. The bricks produced were a rich red hue. She picked up one of the reddish-brown bricks. Its surface was rough yet sturdy, producing a crisp metallic sound when struck, with a consistent color and no cracks. Others squeezed in behind her. Xiu followed closely, picking up a brick as well, running his rough fingers across its surface, his eyes wide with astonishment. How did this turn into stone? Wasn't it just soil? Others shared his amazement. The earth had transformed into stone after merely 2 days of firing. This is not stone. It is brick, Lu Chenyu clarified. When soil is subjected to high temperatures, the clay components undergo a chemical transformation, becoming as hard as stone. As she spoke, she fell silent, realizing that such scientific explanations would likely be lost on them. The people of the Xia tribe looked utterly bewildered. All you need to know is that these bricks can be used to construct houses. While the red bricks from this kiln were a success, the adjacent kiln, originally intended for bricks to build the city wall, had unfortunately failed. The dimensions she specified were excessively large, making it difficult for internal moisture to evaporate. During the firing process, the center of the brick body failed to reach the required sintering temperature, rendering it prone to expansion and cracking under heat. These kiln bricks have turned into waste. It appears that smaller red bricks must be crafted. The only recourse for these defective bricks is to shatter them for future use in road construction. She instructed the workers to remove the bricks from the kiln and arrange them neatly. The tribespeople gathered around the bricks, their curiosity piqued. How could these stones be transformed into houses and walls? Merely having bricks is insufficient. Cement is also necessary for wall construction, but they lack cement, and Luchenyu has no intention of procuring it from afar. The quantity of cement required for building walls is staggering, presenting an overwhelming challenge. They must seek alternatives. Thus, she inquired with the Shia tribe about any locations where the soil might possess greater stickiness. She contemplated using clay mixed with fine sand as a substitute for cement, uncertain of its viability. Sticky soil? The members of the Shia tribe pondered for a considerable time until one individual recalled a place, the Devil's Swamp. While the Devil's Swamp is not located in the same vicinity as the Valley of Evil, it lies not far away, albeit without the latter's notoriety. According to legend, the Devil's Swamp is home to a demonic fish that devours all surrounding life, leaving only a mire of sludge. This sludge is no ordinary muck. It is imbued with a malevolent essence. Reports suggest that any creature ensnared within it will be consumed. The sludge is toxic, clinging relentlessly once contacted. Luchenyu felt somewhat bewildered. Why does another devil emerge? This is not surprising for primitive people. Whenever they encounter phenomena they cannot comprehend or explain, they attribute it either to divine intervention or devilish acts. Unable to fathom why no life could survive in the swamp, they labeled it the Devil's Swamp. Everything is attributed to the devil's mischief. Luchenyu, at a loss for words, found herself intrigued by the stickiness of this clay, having never heard of such soil before. It sounded somewhat akin to cement. Regarding Luchenyu's desire to venture to the Devil's Swamp, the entire tribe expressed no dissent, even harboring a hint of excitement. Who is the esteemed priest? He is capable of sealing the devils of the Valley of Evil. The Devil's Swamp is certainly less renowned than the Valley of Evil, and the devils within are likely weaker, compelled to plead for mercy before their revered priest. The Devil's Swamp lies deep within the forest, requiring an hour-and-a-half's journey from the Shia tribe. Ming, accompanied by a team of 20, followed Luchenyu to investigate the swamp. Upon reaching the swamp's edge, Luchenyu understood why it bore the name Devil's Swamp. A vast expanse of swamp suddenly emerged from the depths of the forest, devoid of any vegetation at its borders, and the swamp itself lacked any aquatic flora. The air was thick with a pungent scent of sulfur. Luchenyu snapped a twig, crouched down, and cautiously prodded the edge of the sludge with a stick. When she withdrew it, she found it required considerable effort, and the stick emerged with long, sticky strands. The viscosity is remarkable. Observing the swamp's periphery, she noticed that about 10 meters outward, the ground was uniformly colored, a bluish-gray, hard and unyielding, resembling dried swamp clay rather than soil. Luchenyu harbored a conjecture in her heart. She summoned 2 stones, applying marsh clay to their points of contact, intending to observe whether the clay would exhibit adhesive properties once dried. The members of the Shia tribe stood anxiously behind her, closely monitoring their surroundings, leaving no whisper of movement unnoticed. They exchanged hushed whispers, questioning, are there really devilfish here? Why have I not seen any? Is the esteemed priest about to subdue the devilfish? I wonder how the priest will proceed. I have never witnessed such a feat. Luchenyu, catching the murmurs behind her, felt somewhat exasperated. She deliberately cleared her throat, and the tribe members instantly fell silent, as if struck by a chill. The devilfish in this vicinity had already fled. Chapter 127. Cement. The inhabitants of Shia tribe were taken aback. The devilfish had fled? Could fish actually run? No, the devilfish was no ordinary fish. It was indeed a devilfish, and its flight was rather peculiar. Luchenyu explained, there is no longer any food for the devilfish here. If it does not leave, it will perish from hunger. Thus, it must have departed long ago. The crowd readily accepted Luchenyu's assertion. No wonder they had never heard of the devil marsh consuming humans. It turned out the devilfish had long since vacated the premises. Indeed, many had wandered into the Devil Marsh without ever hearing of anyone being cursed. The Shia tribe quickly embraced this explanation. After waiting over an hour by the marsh's edge, Lu Chenyu approached the two stones coated with marsh clay and attempted to pry them apart with her hands, but to no avail. She then handed the stones to others, encouraging them to try. The onlookers soon realized that the two clay-coated stones were firmly bonded, and considerable effort was required to separate them. Lu Chenyu finally confirmed her suspicions. Although the exact nature of the clay remained a mystery, she had discovered cement. Lu Chenyu instructed Ming to arrange for the collection of this cement to bring back to the tribe. Ming did not refuse, though he noted that the cement was excessively adhesive and difficult to gather. Indeed, it was rather sticky. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chenyu extracted a lump of super sticky clay from the marsh and allowed it to harden on the ground nearby. She poured a bottle of water from her supplies onto it and stirred with a wooden stick, discovering that the once stringy clay was no longer so tacky. Next, she procured a handful of dry, ordinary soil and sprinkled it into the water-laden clay, stirring once more. The dry soil absorbed the moisture, restoring the clay's adhesive quality. The entire process was observed by the Shia tribe, and soon everyone understood. They could dilute the clay with water for collection, and upon returning to the tribe, mix it with dry sand. Thus, they could proceed with their plans. Although the devilfish had departed, it had left behind a valuable resource. This clay, termed cement, would enable the swift construction of our walls and homes. The Shia tribe erupted in cheers. The Qingqiao tribe was then assigned to gather the cement, but first, they needed to forge a path wide enough for three-wheeled vehicles, connecting the Devil Marsh to the Shia tribe. All those engaged in digging were tasked with road construction. Lu Chenyu aimed to create a 2-meter-wide path to accommodate most vehicles. She marked out the flattest route using wooden stakes and rope, avoiding steep inclines and soft ground. She indicated on paper that trees in the center of the marked area needed to be felled, protruding sections leveled, and depressions filled. In essence, the road was to be constructed with a raised center and lower edges, ensuring that rainwater would flow to the sides rather than pooling and damaging the surface. Lu Chenyu provided schematic drawings to several leaders, which included 2 members of the Qingqiao tribe. Once the first round of construction was completed, they would use the damaged bricks from their earlier batch to lay the first layer, followed by a mixture of sand, clay, and water for the second layer. After the river flows past the Shia tribe, it opens up to a vast grassland, where the small stream transforms into a grand river. Here, a shallow bank emerges, sculpted by the river's current. Lu Chenyu observes that the sandy soil on the bank suggests a substantial amount of sand lies beneath the riverbed. The villagers listen intently, believing that leveling the path is a simple task. Within 2 days, this group of primitive people successfully laid the first layer of the road. Their craftsmanship may have been slow for finer details, but this arduous labor was indeed manageable. Subsequently, they applied cement for the final layer. Now, the road was sturdy enough to support tricycles, which transported cement in numerous loads. Upon reaching the designated area, they poured the cement directly onto the path, while others mixed in stones and gravel, subsequently smoothing the surface with thick wooden boards. Piece by piece, they repaired the road, and after 3 days, the first cement road of the Shia tribe was completed. Everyone stood in awe on the cement road, having never witnessed such a smooth and solid surface before. Could such a beautiful road truly be their handiwork? Lu Chenyu stood at the end of the road, observing the villagers cautiously testing the newly laid cement surface with their bare feet, their faces filled with curiosity. Great priest, will it really hold? A young warrior hesitated, afraid to step forward. Lu Chenyu chuckled softly and confidently strode on the surface, exclaiming, "See, it's remarkably sturdy. In a few days, it will be completely dry, and even torrential rains won't wash it away." Chief Hui knelt down, running his palm over the smooth surface, his eyes filled with reverence. "This is smoother than the finest stone. I never imagined this could be a path for walking. How wondrous, how extraordinary." The people from the Qingqiao tribe, who had participated in the entire construction process, were also astonished at the marvel of this road, their eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, the priest of the Shia tribe possessed exceptional wisdom. Once the road was completed, they turned their attention to constructing the city wall. Lu Chenyu, unfamiliar with wall building, resorted to watching several videos on a flat screen and found a few individuals to learn from. Once they mastered the technique, they taught others. Thus, the epoch-making city wall of the Xia tribe began its gradual construction. At this juncture, Lu Chenyu realized that their tribe was still too small. Clearly, an opportunity must be sought to venture outside and recruit more individuals, but that would have to wait until this group had completed their exploration to strengthen the Xia tribe. One day, after delivering supplies to the shop, Zhang Din intercepted her to provide an update. "Boss, a customer has been coming for several consecutive days, insisting on purchasing our tea leaves. I have turned him down, saying we do not sell tea, yet he remains adamant. Boss, can we sell?" The Chen family operates hotels, boasting hundreds of chain establishments nationwide. Chen Boyu, the youngest son of the Chen family, has 2 older brothers and 1 sister, each exceptionally capable and thriving in the family business. This year, having reached adulthood, Chen Boyu eagerly approached his grandfather for work upon entering university. Now that he was of age and a student, he could alleviate some of his grandfather's burdens. Grandfather Chen entrusted some business affairs in H City to Chen Boyu for practical experience. Su Ji, part of the affluent second-generation team led by Zhang Linlin, was tasked by his father to host the visiting Chen Boyu. Being young, they were expected to engage easily. Su Ji, lacking guile, chose not to take Chen Boyu to a lavish 5-star restaurant, but instead brought him to a humble eatery in the mountains, assuring him that it would be satisfactory. Chen Boyu was not alone. He had brought along a group of boisterous friends to H City, openly draining his family's funds for indulgence. Upon learning that Su Ji intended to take them to a modest dining establishment, Chen Boyu's friends began to voice their discontent. "What is this? So stingy? After all, Boyu is the young master of the Chen family, and this is what we are treated to?" A young man with silver-dyed hair scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. "Indeed, Boyu, it seems the Su family does not value you highly. Should I teach them a lesson?" Chen Boyu felt a twinge of discomfort, though he masked his emotions well. Perhaps this restaurant has its own unique charm. Let us give it a chance, he thought. "Ah, we are really going? I've never dined in such a small place before." Chen Boyu, growing impatient, retorted, "If you don't want to go, then just go back. Must you be so bothersome?" The young man immediately fell silent, deterred by Boyu's tone. Chapter 128. Tea purchase. Su Ji had reserved a private room early on. When he arrived at the establishment with a group of companions, it was already bustling with patrons. As their party made their way through the crowded ground floor to the private room on the 2nd floor, the young gentlemen furrowed their brows. While waiting in the room, Su Ji remarked, "Chun San Xiao, do not let the modest appearance of this restaurant fool you. The flavors here are exquisite. I have dined in numerous establishments in H City, and I can assure you, this one offers the finest tastes." Hearing Su Ji's fervent declaration, some of the group were puzzled. Could this place possibly serve game? Otherwise, what could justify their presence here? Su Ji chuckled and replied, "Indeed, there is game, but not the kind you are envisioning." The first item served was tea. Su Ji had selected the newly introduced Yunji tea, and the server skillfully poured a cup for each guest. As the warm steam wafted through the air, a rich aroma of tea soon enveloped the private room. Chen Boyu's grandfather held tea in the highest regard, and having been influenced from a young age, he possessed considerable knowledge of it. At this moment, upon inhaling the fragrant tea, he subtly raised his cup to observe its color. The brew was clear and luminous, imbued with an amber hue. He then savored its aroma, detecting the fresh essence of the mountains intertwined with a hint of fruitiness. Taking a delicate sip, he noted the initial bitterness of the tea, which swiftly transformed into a prolonged sweetness on his palate. Remarkably, this tea exhibited a tripartite evolution. First, the briskness of mountain mists, then the refreshing sweetness of wild fruits, ultimately leaving a faint, fragrant aftertaste in his throat. This tea holds a certain intrigue. Setting down his cup, Chen Boyu unexpectedly spoke up. Su Ji beamed with pride. "What do you think? Just this tea alone makes the journey worthwhile. Wouldn't you agree?" The others, skeptical at first, took tentative sips and were instantly taken aback. Though they were not accustomed to tea, they could discern the uniqueness of this brew. With each sip, Their expressions brightened considerably. The flavor surpassed that of the esteemed teas they typically indulged in. What kind of tea is this? Someone could not help but inquire. Yunji tea, Suji whispered conspiratorially. I heard the owner acquired it from local mountain folk. It supposedly only grows on the most perilous cliffs, yielding a meager harvest each year. This narrative had been fabricated by Zhang Dian, who had received the tea from Lu Chenyu that day. In an effort to assign it a value of 1,688 yuan per pot, he concocted a backstory. Surprisingly, none who tasted it expressed doubt. In fact, many considered it quite reasonably priced. Upon hearing this, Chen Boyu's eyes flickered with contemplation. His grandfather often said that good tea must possess the essence of the mountains. This cup of Yunji tea, indeed, bore a certain character that he felt his grandfather would appreciate. Suji, Chen Boyu suddenly inquired, is this tea available for purchase? Uncertain, Suji summoned the server. The server, displaying a hesitant demeanor, responded, I apologize, sir. The yield of Yunji tea is exceedingly limited. It is currently available only for in-house consumption and is not for sale. Though the server stated there was no sale, could they truly be denied what they desired? Soon, Zhang Dian was called forth. Zhang Dian's explanation resembled that of the waiter, yet Chen Boyu and his companions evidently dismissed this rationale. Then sell me whatever you have left in your establishment. Name your price, and I shall procure it. The esteemed guest, we truly have very little left. How does 200,000 per tael sound? At that moment, beads of perspiration formed on Zhang Dian's forehead. He spoke no falsehood, for indeed, the tea stock was dwindling. Since the launch of Yunji tea, sales have been remarkably brisk, with many patrons, despite not being hungry, arriving early in the day to savor a pot of tea leisurely. However, he could not afford to offend these customers. Just as he pondered his next move, Suji interjected on his behalf. Chun Sanshao, this tea may indeed not be available for external sale. You should be acquainted with Mr. Li from Tianyu Group, the very one who must report here daily. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dian quickly concurred. Esteemed guest, Mr. Li has reserved a private room and is due to arrive shortly. If we sell the remaining tea to you, we would have no explanation to offer Mr. Li. Chen Boyu was familiar with Mr. Li prior to his arrival in H City. His grandfather had advised him to pay a visit to the elder. If Mr. Li were to grace this place for tea and he forcibly acquired all the tea leaves, it would indeed seem inappropriate. Noticing Chen Boyu's expression soften slightly, Zhang Dian hastily continued, currently, our inventory is indeed quite limited. How about this? When the next batch of Yunji tea arrives, I shall certainly reserve some for you. Regardless, today was Suji's occasion, and since Suji had spoken, Chen Boyu merely nodded in acquiescence. Very well. Once the matter was resolved, the waitstaff began to serve the dishes in succession. They were soon presented with a selection of wild delicacies, wild mushrooms, mountain snails, wild fish, and amaranth greens. Undeniably wild. However, upon tasting the first morsel, the expressions of the diners transformed. The flavors were, indeed, exquisite. Chen Boyu picked up a piece of braised mushroom, and, as he savored it, a burst of savory juice exploded in his mouth, infused with the unique sweetness and freshness of the fungi. The texture was substantial, yet delightfully tender, surpassing any culinary experience he had previously encountered in the stars. Nearby, someone sampled the mountain snail soup and widened their eyes in astonishment. This soup is incredibly fresh. The broth was crystal clear, yet so flavorful that it sent tingles across the tongue, with a hint of mountain pepper spiciness, prompting beads of perspiration on the forehead. Yet one could not resist the spoon. A taste of the snail meat revealed a plump, springy texture that was crisp and refreshing. Even the sautéed wild amaranth was delectable. Strange, murmured a girl who had come along. These ingredients are all quite ordinary. How is it that they taste so delightful? No one responded, as all were engrossed in the feast. Chen Boyu, too, forgot his earlier disappointment over not acquiring the tea leaves, indulging in bite after bite. This group, for the first time dining without ordering wine, only realized the absence when they found their bellies pleasantly full. Suji, with a beaming smile, inquired, so, what do you think? Was I not truthful? Is it not delicious? The diners had long forgotten their initial disdain upon discovering the modest eatery. Now, Only astonishment and satisfaction remained in their hearts. Someone, stroking their belly, remarked, "This meal was truly satisfying, far superior to those extravagant feasts." Chunboyu nodded in rare agreement, remarking, "Indeed splendid. Let us return here for our next meal." Su Zhixian was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into understanding laughter. It seemed that the discerning Chun San Shao had been thoroughly enchanted by the flavors of this quaint establishment. That day, Chunboyu had arrived early, coincidentally meeting Lu Chenyu at the shop, where Zhang Dian was eagerly seeking Lu Chenyu's counsel. Lu Chenyu was not surprised to learn that someone wished to purchase tea leaves, for the tea's flavor was indeed remarkable. However, to speak candidly, there were not many tea trees on the premises, fewer than 30, and she intended to preserve them as a signature of the shop. The customer expressed a willingness to pay 200,000 for a tael. Lu Chenyu mused, nonetheless. While there are fewer than 30 trees, each one is quite substantial. I have heard that tea made from the older leaves possesses a unique flavor. Selling a bit should not pose any issue. Chapter 129. 300,000 per tael. Lu Chenyu visited Chunboyu, only to discover that he was a young man who had just reached adulthood. However, it was not entirely surprising. Youth often breeds impulsiveness, leading to a desire for aggressive transactions. Upon seeing Lu Chenyu, Chunboyu appeared somewhat taken aback. "Are you the owner of this establishment?" He had not anticipated that the proprietor would be such a young woman. Despite her youth, he sensed a maturity and sharpness in Lu Chenyu that belied her age. "Indeed, you wish to purchase our tea?" Lu Chenyu regarded Chunboyu with a dismissive air, thinking him merely a child. Yet, she did acknowledge the value of his money. Chunboyu feigned indifference, stating, "Is your tea truly so difficult to acquire? I have visited several times. Shouldn't there be an explanation?" He had never gone to such lengths for a single item before, had he not encountered Old Li on his last visit. He might have believed Su Ji was deceiving him. With her arms crossed and a smile that was neither here nor there, Lu Chenyu replied, "Young master, our tea is governed by fate. It cannot simply be purchased with wealth." She deliberately emphasized the words young master. Chunboyu's expression darkened. He detested being reminded of his age. "Will you sell it or not?" Lu Chenyu decided to dispense with further pleasantries. "Are you willing to offer 200,000 per tael?" Chunboyu tilted his head, "Indeed." Lu Chenyu smiled lightly. "However, our tea is priced at 300,000 per tael." Chunboyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You must be jesting. Your tea is merely 688 per pot. As you said, this is our tea. I can set whatever price I choose." Frustrated, yet powerless, Chunboyu relented. "Very well, 300,000 it is. I will take 5 taels." Lu Chenyu shook her head. "I'm afraid the tea will only be available tomorrow. You will have to return then." This was not a falsehood. The tea was still on the trees. Chunboyu, exasperated, feared that Lu Chenyu might employ some trick to deny him the purchase. He had promised his grandfather he would procure an exceptional tea to present as a gift. Hastily, he produced his card to make the payment in advance. After completing the transaction, he exhaled in relief and left with a huff. Lu Chenyu, having earned 1.5 million, proceeded to gather tea leaves. The ancient tea trees were quite tall, with the highest reaching over 10 meters and the shortest standing more than 2 meters. Harvesting them was no simple feat yet. This challenge did not deter the indigenous people. Lu Chenyu observed several slender women adeptly climbing to the treetops with surprising agility. "How impressive!" Lu Chenyu marveled. A companion nearby explained, "Mistress, our harvesting team frequently climbs trees to gather fruits, and when faced with formidable prey, we must also seek refuge in the trees. Thus, we all possess climbing skills." After observing their careful grip and methodical movements, Lu Chenyu felt reassured. Nevertheless, she insisted they secure ropes to prevent any falls. One end of the rope is tied to a tree trunk, while the other is secured around a person's waist, ensuring that a misstep will not result in a perilous fall. Following Lu Chenyu's instructions, the gathering team is tasked not only with plucking the top 2 leaves in a bud, but also with collecting several tender leaves below. The harvested tea leaves are placed in a rattan basket secure at the waist, which is then gently lowered via the rope to be caught by those below. The pace of tea picking is not swift. The team of over a dozen individuals manages to gather only 7 baskets in 3 hours. Upon returning, Lu Chenyu instructs that the tea leaves be laid out in a cool place to dry, separating the 2 leaves and a bud from the larger leaves. Once sufficiently dried, she begins to teach the others how to knead and roast the tea. The primitive individuals, rugged and resilient, show no fear of burns during the roasting process, prompting Lu Chenyu to marvel at their remarkable stamina. Such workers would undoubtedly be adored by unscrupulous factory owners. However, Lu Chenyu has no desire to be a heartless employer. She occasionally brings over supplies from the modern world, be it half a pork shoulder or a few chickens. After tasting chicken for the first time, the children, upon learning that the chicks they care for will eventually become such meat, find themselves salivating uncontrollably each time they tend to the chicks, as if the birds might transform into succulent meals at any moment. In the evening, Lu Chenyu returns home with her harvest, 10 pounds of bud tea and 26 pounds of leaf tea. She brews some of the leaf tea to sample. Its flavor is richer, and the resulting brew is darker in color. Though it is slightly inferior to the bud tea, it is still quite delightful. After properly storing the tea leaves, Lu Chenyu prepares for bed, having studied her medical text for a while. Just as she finishes her shower, she receives a call from Zhang Linlin. Lu Chenyu, come out and play. Zhang Linlin, enjoying herself at a bar with friends, has encountered Su Ji and Chen Boyu, and the 2 groups are mingling. Amidst the revelry, Zhang Linlin proudly mentions that the restaurant owner where they often dine is her classmate. Encouraged by her friends, she calls Lu Chenyu to join the festivities. Hearing the cacophony and music through the phone, Lu Chenyu curiously inquires, "Where are you?" "It's so noisy." "I'm at the bar." "Hurry over, there's so many handsome guys here," Zhang Linlin exclaims. Realizing that Zhang Linlin has likely had a drink or 2, Lu Chenyu feels a twinge of concern. Moreover, she has never visited a bar before, having previously been too poor, with her sole source of entertainment being her phone. Yet, she reassures herself that her purpose is not to gawk at handsome men. Driving to the location provided by Zhang Linlin, she is immediately overwhelmed upon entering by the deafening music and blinding lights. Squinting slightly in discomfort, she messages Zhang Linlin, "I've arrived, where are you?" Almost instantly, her phone lights up, VIP 3 booth. "Hurry." Lu Chenyu signals a server to guide her to the VIP 3 booth. From a distance, she spots Zhang Linlin standing on a sofa, waving enthusiastically, surrounded by a group of well-dressed men and women. Most are familiar faces, acquaintances from a restaurant, including Chen Boyu, whom she had just seen that morning. Nodding in agreement with the crowd, Lu Chenyu took a seat beside Zhang Linlin. Before long, Zhang Linlin remarked that she was indeed admiring handsome men. This bar featured a boy band performance. It was evident that Zhang Linlin was enamored with the boy band. As soon as they began to dance, she eagerly pulled Lu Chenyu toward the stage. When the performers danced in front of her, she stuffed cash into their collars. The handsome young men, aware of Zhang Linlin's wealth, danced with even greater fervor in her presence, and before long, her cash was depleted. Lu Chenyu thought to herself, so this is how the affluent spend their money. After the boy band concluded their performance, a female singer took the stage, prompting the 2 to return to their booth. "What do you think? Aren't they handsome?" Zhang Linlin exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Chapter 130. The dignity of Sister Lu Chenyu did not dispute Zhang Linlin's assertion. Indeed, quite handsome. Only 2 or 3 patrons remained in the booth. Where have the others gone?" Zhang Linlin inquired, puzzled. "They went to catch a cheating partner," a girl remaining at the booth replied. "Catch a cheating partner?" Lu Chenyu and Zhang Linlin's eyes lit up with intrigue. "Let us also assist in this endeavor." When Lu Chenyu and Zhang Linlin found the group at the back door of the bar, 2 factions had already engaged in a brawl. Lu Chenyu firmly grasped Zhang Linlin, exclaiming, "Do not approach. It is dangerous." The altercation had arisen when Gao Zhan discovered that the girl he was pursuing was entertaining another man at the bar. He immediately rushed over to demand an explanation. Before the girl could utter a word, the man beside her shoved Gao Zhan aside. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Wenjun is my girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Gao Zhan erupted. "Nonsense. Wenjun agreed to go on a date with me last week." Tension escalated, and, amidst shoving, it was unclear who struck first, but soon they were entangled in a fierce struggle. Chun Boyu and Su Ji, initially intending to mediate, found themselves caught up in the fray as well. The bar's security arrived to separate the combatants, who then agreed to settle their differences outside. Once outside, the girl named Wenjun clarified her stance to Gaozan. I did agree to a date with you last week, but it never materialized. You never confess your feelings. What does it matter to you with whom I choose to spend my time? Gaozan retorted angrily. I already asked you out. Is that not clear enough? Do you think of me as a backup? If you choose to think that way, I cannot help you, she replied. Fueled by youthful exuberance and the influence of alcohol, tempers flared once more, and the two factions clashed again. Initially unwilling to intervene, Lu Chenyu intended to escort Zhang Linlin away from the tumult. However, she suddenly noticed a man in a floral shirt retrieving something from his pocket, aiming to stab one of their group members. Instinctively, Lu Chenyu rushed forward and delivered a swift kick. Ah! The man in the floral shirt cried out in pain as the object clattered to the ground. A folding knife. Chun Boyu, who had nearly been the victim, felt a tremor in his fingers, shaken by the near miss. Do you wish to kill me? No one has ever dared brandish a weapon against me. Chun Boyu seethed, rallying his friends, brothers, let us vanquish them. With fury ignited, the two factions clashed once again. The introduction of weapons transformed the nature of the brawl. The men in floral shirts clearly possessed experience in such altercations, producing various folding weapons. The privileged young men were quickly overwhelmed, finding themselves on the losing end of the conflict. Seeing the escalation, Lu Chenyu felt compelled to join the fray. With great strength, she kicked one assailant away, then seized the fallen folding baton and entered the battlefield. Since the last hunting expedition, she had taken the opportunity to learn combat techniques from her tribe, and now they serve her well. Beside her, Zhang Linlin, who had been thoroughly frightened, initially intended to pull Lu Chenyu back, only to witness Lu Chenyu effortlessly send a man flying with a swift kick. With a sharp crack, her folding baton struck down a thug's dagger. In the dim light, Lu Chenyu's figure was agile, and every move she executed was precise and decisive. She sidestepped a swinging steel pipe, countering with a strike that incapacitated her opponent with a cry of pain. A swift kick sent an attacker sprawling to the ground. With a remarkable display of strength, she lifted a youth who towered over her by half a head and hurled him to the ground. A genuine toss, lifting him high before letting him fall. Zhang Linlin's eyes widened in disbelief, as did those of Chun Boyu and Gaozan. They could hardly comprehend the scene before them. Was Boss Lu truly this formidable? Seeing Lu Chenyu single-handedly dispatch half of their adversaries, the individuals clad in floral shirts charged toward her. Chun Boyu, momentarily stunned, shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack! Do you want Sister Lu to fight alone?" With that, he surged forward. Soon, the opposing group began to falter and, sensing defeat, turned to flee. Lu Chenyu let out a cold laugh, flinging her baton with precision to strike the final assailant's knee, sending him crashing to the ground. The remaining thugs fled without a backward glance. Dusting off her hands, Lu Chenyu turned to the awestruck crowd and demanded, "What are you still doing? Hurry and escape. Are you waiting for the police to arrive and catch you in the act?" With such a commotion, someone has undoubtedly called for help. After saying this, she grabbed the still-dazed Zhang Linlin and led her away. Only then did the others awaken from their stupor, hastily following behind. Returning to the bar was out of the question. With injuries sustained, those unhurt attempted to hail a taxi on the roadside to rush the injured to the hospital. While waiting for a vehicle, Su Ji, with sparkling eyes, exclaimed, "Sister Lu, that was incredible." Lu Chenyu raised an eyebrow, wondering when she had become Sister Lu. These people typically only refer to her as Boss Lu. Zhang Linlin, coming to her senses, shouted, "Chenyu, when did you learn martial arts? That kick was so impressive." Others crowded around, calling her Sister Lu, clearly impressed by her earlier display of skill. These individuals, wealthy and influential, rarely offered genuine respect to anyone, especially to someone of their own age or younger. Lu Chenyu's prowess was unmistakably the result of rigorous training. It was simply too cool. Gaozan, nursing a swollen cheek, leaned in and remarked, "Sister Lu, your moves were more professional than the bodyguards we hired." Chun Boyu also approached, youthful enthusiasm evident in his demeanor, especially since Lu Chenyu had just saved him. He called her Sister Lu the most. Surrounded by this crowd of admiration, Lu Chenyu found the attention both amusing and bewildering. She raised her hand to signal for silence. All right, enough of that. The car is coming. Let's get the injured to the hospital quickly. 2 taxis were parked by the roadside, and a crowd hurriedly assisted the injured into the vehicles. Though they had arrived by car, they were unable to drive due to having consumed alcohol. However, Lu Chenyu, who had not indulged, offered a ride back to Zhang Linlin and several others residing in the same villa community. The following day, Lu Chenyu encountered Chen Boyu at the store. Chen Boyu had completely altered his demeanor, approaching her with a cheerful Sister Lu. Lu Chenyu presented him with the tea she owed him. Chen Boyu accepted the tea, then spoke. Sister Lu, you saved me yesterday, and I have yet to express my gratitude. Would you be interested in opening a branch in City A? I will be delighted to gift you a store. Chapter 131. Come, let's arm wrestle. The dishes at your establishment are so exquisite. If you were to expand to City A, I would gladly assist you in promoting it, and your business would undoubtedly flourish. There are plenty of affluent individuals in City A, and as for that Yunji tea, you shouldn't sell it for $16.88. That price is far too low. I suggest you sell it for $16,888. The higher the price, the more appealing it becomes to those who wish to flaunt their status. Chen Boyu spoke with great conviction, even detailing which streets were bustling, and urged Lu Chenyu to choose freely. Lu Chenyu replied, Master Chen, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I currently have no plans to open a branch. Chen Boyu was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a rejection. Lu Chenyu continued, I have only operated this establishment for less than a month, and there are still many aspects that require improvement. Moreover, I am not well acquainted with the market in City A. A rash expansion carries significant risks. Chen Boyu frowned, somewhat perplexed. Sister Lu, have you thought this through? This is a rare opportunity. With the Chun family paving the way for you, you need not worry about any risks. Lu Chenyu smiled gently. Master Chun, I appreciate your goodwill, but in business, it is essential to proceed steadily and methodically. If a future opportunity arises to open a store in City A, I will seek your assistance, even if you do not come to me. Chen Boyu conceded, Very well, Sister Lu. If you change your mind, please do let me know. The vegetables cultivated in the valley sufficed for her 2 stores, and the tribe also required sustenance. She genuinely did not wish to take too large of a step, as her current energy was insufficient. The conversation soon shifted, and with a cheerful demeanor, Chen Boyu leaned closer to Lu Chenyu. Sister Lu, where did you learn those skills? Do share with me. I wish to be as formidable as you. She scrutinized Chen Boyu from head to toe and replied, You? Not a chance. Chen Boyu immediately protested. Why not? I'm quite strong. He rolled up his sleeves to display his not-so-prominent biceps. Lu Chenyu shook her head. That's not the reason. The reason I won yesterday was due to my natural strength. Strength is innate. Thus, you would not succeed. Even if you learned the techniques, it does not guarantee you would prevail. She could kick someone and send them flying, rendering them incapable of fighting back. Chen Boyu likely could not achieve that. Do you really think your strength surpasses mine? Chen Boyu was skeptical, believing himself to be at the peak of youth, brimming with energy. Lu Chenyu raised an eyebrow, casually picking up the teapot and pouring herself a cup, taking a sip before saying, Shall we arm wrestle? Chen Boyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately sat at the tea table, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his fair arms. Let us do it. The moment their hands clasped, Chen Boyu felt no rough calluses in Lu Chenyu's palm and thought to himself that she did not seem like the type to exercise rigorously. How strong could she possibly be? Lu Chenyu calmly stated 3, 2, 1. At 1, Chen Boyu exerted all his strength. Lu Chenyu's hand remained utterly unmoved. Chen Boyu continued to push with all his might, the veins on his forehead bulging, his face turning crimson. Yet Lu Chenyu's hand was as steadfast as if it were glued to the table, not budging in the slightest. He was obstinate, resorting to using his other hand. Yet Lu Chenyu's grip was as unyielding as steel. Had he exerted all his strength? Lu Chenyu, composed and serene, took a sip of tea, and with a sudden twist of her wrist, bam, Chen Boyu's arm was forcefully pinned to the table, the entire episode unfolding in less than 2 seconds. Chen Boyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his vanquished wrist. This is impossible. His face flushed crimson, demanding another round. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Just as Chun Boyu contemplated a third attempt, the voice of an elderly man resonated from behind them. Young man from the Chun family. A true gentleman must accept defeat in a wager. Both turned to see Li Du, who had arrived with an old friend for tea. Witnessing Lu Chenyu and Chun Boyu engaged in their contest. After observing the entire spectacle, he could not help but speak up. Grandpa Li, Chun Boyu greeted, his face burning with shame, feeling utterly humiliated that this scene had been witnessed by Li Lao, who would surely relay it to his grandfather, leading his parents and siblings to learn of his defeat to a girl in an arm wrestling match. Such disgrace. Xiao Lu, when did you become so strong? Li Du inquired, genuinely curious, as Lu Chenyu did not appear to be a fighter. Without hesitation, Lu Chenyu fabricated a response. It's innate. I simply do not enjoy showing off, which is why few are aware. Li Du and Chun Boyu exchanged glances, speechless. Suddenly, the elder beside Li Du spoke up. Young friend, your strength is remarkable. I wonder if you could compare it with my companion? Lu Chenyu turned her gaze towards the elder. Li Du introduced, this is my friend. You can call him Old Shui. He has just arrived from J City, and I brought him here for tea. Hello, Old Shui. Lu Chenyu greeted before eyeing the two attendants accompanying him. One of them was a nearly 2-meter tall, muscular man clad in a black tank top, his muscles rippling with each breath, his arms thicker than Lu Chenyu's thighs, unmistakably a seasoned fighter. This is Old Shui's bodyguard. Surnamed Wu, a retired Special Forces operative, Li Du explained, his eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement. Delighted to oblige, Lu Chenyu responded. Miss Lu, please enlighten me. The bodyguard took a seat at the tea table. Lu Chenyu rolled up her sleeves again, gesturing for him to proceed. A flicker of surprise crossed the bodyguard's eyes, evidently not expecting her to accept the challenge. Their hands clasped over the table, one delicate and fair, the other dark and robust, a stark contrast. I'll count for you, Chun Boyu announced. 3, 2, 1. As Chun Boyu's countdown concluded, bodyguard Wu unleashed his strength, his arm muscles bulging like steel cables. Lu Chenyu, not underestimating him, likewise exerted herself, eager to discern how her strength measured against that of professionals. To Wu's astonishment, while Lu Chenyu's brow furrowed slightly, her wrist remained immovable. No, it was not still. Her wrist was pressing his downward. This is impossible. The bodyguard's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat as he gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. Should their team discover this, he would be utterly humiliated. The table beneath the two began to shift under strain, causing the water in the teacups to ripple. After gauging the extent of his opponent's strength, Lu Chenyu decided to cease concealing her prowess. With a deft motion of her wrist, she pressed down. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as the bodyguard's robust arm was pinned to the table, sending the teaware quivering. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Goodness, Sister Lu, you truly possess remarkable strength, Chun Boyu murmured. Li Du and Elder Shui were equally taken aback. Indeed, she was a force of nature. Chapter 132. The plantation commences. Wu bodyguard stared blankly at his hand pressed against the table, taking a moment to regain his composure, and then respectfully declared, Miss Lu, I concede. Lu Chenyu, displaying unexpected humility, replied, I merely possess greater strength. In other respects, I cannot compare to your expertise. After 2 rounds of competition, Chun Boyu was thoroughly convinced. He realized that he could never possess such strength, and thus, his aspirations of apprenticing in martial arts had been dashed. Lu Chenyu then invited Li Du and Old Shui to partake in tea. As Old Shui savored the exquisite Yunji tea that Li Du had praised, he remarked, Indeed, Old Li, your palate is as renowned as they say. Li Du chuckled, Well, considering who I am, it would be remiss of me not to treat you. You could easily outmaneuver me otherwise. As they continued their conversation, Old Shui turned his attention to Lu Chenyu, inquiring, Boss Lu, do you have any interest in joining the military? Lu Chenyu was taken aback by the unexpected shift in topic. She looked up at Old Shui, who was smiling broadly while stroking his beard. With a light-hearted tone, Lu Chenyu replied, I am merely a restaurant owner, with a modest dream of earning a little profit. I have never contemplated military service. At her age, Many had already enlisted at 17 or 18, while she was at an age where others were retiring. Old Shui gave her a meaningful glance. Do you realize what you are rejecting? Li Du interjected with a scoff. What is there to show off? He is merely a retired general. Don't be afraid. Little Lu, he is just a paper tiger. Lu Chenyu felt a sense of shock. Although she had suspected that Old Shui's identity was far from ordinary, she had not anticipated such significance. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure. I am truly honored by your esteem, Old Shui, but I have no intention of joining the military. I have recently begun my apprenticeship in traditional Chinese medicine, and it would be inappropriate to switch my path so soon. With her firm response, Old Shui conceded. Lu Chenyu prepared 2 jars of tea leaves for Li Du and Old Shui, each capable of holding 2 taels. Li Du accepted his without hesitation. While Old Shui initially intended to offer payment, but was persuaded by Li Du to accept it graciously. Very well, since you have Old Li backing you. I shall not press further, Old Shui said with a smile, shaking his head as he handed the jar of Yunji tea to the nearby bodyguard. However, should I find myself craving this tea in the future, do not deny me access. Lu Chenyu smiled gently. Old Shui, you are welcome to visit any time. There will always be plenty of tea. After bidding farewell to her guests, Lu Chenyu carried several jars of tea to Qinghe Pharmacy. Although she had officially begun her apprenticeship, her schedule remained as before, allowing her to learn only when time permitted. Fortunately, her innate talent was sufficient for Kong Renfu to overlook her irregular attendance. Upon arriving at the pharmacy, Lu Chenyu presented a few jars of tea to Kong Renfu. Master, a humble offering for you. Kong Renfu, engrossed in writing a prescription, did not lift his head, replying in a subdued tone, just place it there. Yet, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He was well aware of the Yunji tea, which had recently garnered considerable attention in H City, drawing many tea enthusiasts, particularly those of certain age, who often made trips to the mountains for a taste of it. Upon discovering that the proprietor of the restaurant was his newly accepted apprentice, an old friend sought him out for a rather straightforward reason. They believed that Kong Renfu, as the master of Lu Chenyu, must possess some fine tea leaves. However, much to their dismay, their visit, initially filled with enthusiasm, ended in disappointment as they mocked Kong Renfu, suggesting that his new disciple had failed to consider her master when acquiring her treasures. This incensed Kong Renfu, yet he hesitated to request anything from his apprentice. Thus, when he saw Lu Chenyu arrive with several jars of tea leaves, his heart swelled with joy, affirming that the girl still remembered him. Yet, her next words struck a blow to his spirits. Master, 2 of these jars are for my uncle, and since I don't have his contact information, could you kindly send them to him? Alas, it seemed he was not the only one on her mind. Having spent less than 2 hours at the apothecary, Lu Chenyu hurried off to the plantation. Aunt Sin had already gathered quite a number of people and wished for Lu Chenyu to take a look. Prior to her arrival, Lu Chenyu had recruited 2 graduates in agriculture, one specializing in agronomy, skilled in cultivation, breeding, and pest control, and the other in horticulture, responsible for greenhouse cultivation and hydroponics. Additionally, she had hired an accountant to manage personnel recruitment and financial affairs. The agronomy student, Bao Yueqin, was a genuine rural girl who chose her major with pride, much to the dismay of her parents, who felt as if the sky had fallen. They were farmers themselves and had hoped that their daughter would rise above the fields, enjoying a comfortable office job with a decent salary, rather than pursuing studies in agriculture. Bao Yueqin patiently explained to her parents that modern agriculture differed significantly from traditional farming. However, her parents could not comprehend the distinction, believing that farming was simply farming. With her application already submitted, she found herself unable to change her course of study. After graduation, Bao Yueqin faced numerous rejections in her job search. Positions available to her seemed limited to selling pesticides, seeds, or even working in menial roles. She refrained from sharing her struggles with her family, merely stating that she was still interning. Finally, she came across a planting facility seeking a technician, offering a reasonable salary, and she eagerly submitted her resume. The other recent graduate was a male named Jiao Shun, responsible for managing the greenhouse. Though it was a modest plantation, the structure was straightforward and the requirements were simple, allowing both of them to stay on. Soon after, another accountant joined. and the trio assisted AtoZ in preparing the plantation for its initial operations. The next step involved recruiting planting personnel. AtoZ diligently contacted the children who had left the welfare institution, particularly those in difficult circumstances, but many remained skeptical. Ultimately, only 8 individuals showed up, prompting AtoZ to recruit seasoned farmers from the nearby community to reach a total of 15. Together with the couple Wu Rong, the plantation's workforce grew to 20. Lu Chenyu examined the situation and found no objections. Everyone had been retained. Among the 8 individuals who had emerged from the welfare institution, Lu Chenyu was familiar with them all. Among them were those born with the congenital limp, some with only one hand, and others with intellectual disabilities, as well as a few who had been abandoned due to circumstances beyond their control. These individuals were all older than Lu Chenyu, having watched her grow up during her childhood. Although they were not related by blood, these older siblings who struggled with their own survival had contributed to her education expenses. Thus, once she was able, Lu Chenyu was determined to give back in some measure. Upon realizing that the owner of the plantation was indeed the Lu Chenyu they knew, the 8 individuals breathed a sigh of relief. They had initially thought that AtoZ was merely speaking in jest, never anticipating that Lu Chenyu had achieved such success. Chapter 133. The temple. Once the group had assembled, they could commence the cultivation of crops. Some seeds had been procured in advance, while others were brought over by Lu Chenyu from the other side, including green onions, goji leaves, watercress, and taro. The ginger, garlic, potatoes, and sweet potatoes were sourced locally. The 2 recent graduates in agricultural science expressed no qualms about the origins of the seeds acquired by their employer, merely pledging to exert their utmost efforts in nurturing the crops. Lu Chenyu was quite pleased with their sincerity, grateful that they were straightforward and unpretentious students. Had they been seasoned agronomists, they might have inquired extensively about the varieties and their sanitation. With AtoZ present, Lu Chenyu felt secure enough to leave for the afternoon. Heading to the primitive society, she first inspected the progress of the city wall's construction, followed by a visit to the building efforts of the Shia tribe's dwellings. Indeed, the Shia tribe had commenced erecting houses, not for their own habitation, but for their esteemed high priest, Lu Chenyu. They themselves continued to reside in caves or newly constructed wooden shelters. The city wall stood as the paramount defense mechanism, justifiably prioritized, while the second priority was naturally their high priestess. To their surprise, the people of the Shia tribe realized that their high priestess still resided in a cave. This was an egregious affront to her dignity. Thus, while the Qingxiao tribe toiled on the city wall, the Shia tribe resolved to construct a grand residence for their high priestess. Lu Chenyu did not decline their offer. To establish her dominance and secure unwavering reverence from the tribe's people, it was imperative that she commanded their absolute obedience, solidifying her unassailable status. As the power holder of the tribe, she deserved the finest that the tribe had to offer. This was a symbol of authority. Lu Chenyu instructed them to erect a magnificent structure in the very heart of the valley. Perhaps it should not merely be referred to as a house. More accurately, it was a council hall, or, as the Shia tribe referred to it, a temple. The terrain in the valley's center rose slightly, affording a panoramic view of the entire tribe's activities. They began by excavating a foundation over a meter deep, subsequently erecting massive logs, thick enough for 3 individuals to embrace, as supporting pillars. The foundation was then leveled with cement mortar, culminating in a cement platform elevated half a meter above the ground. Construction commenced around the pillars. An altar graced the entrance, leading into the council hall, where the high priestess's throne would be situated above, with a lounge behind it. Lu Chenyu suggested that the structure be 5 stories tall, with her residing on the top floor. No objections were raised. Indeed, it was fitting for the high priestess to dwell in such elevated splendor. They had seen the architectural model provided by the high priestess, and it was nothing short of exquisite, a fitting abode for their priestess. Lu Chenyu envisioned the utilization of each floor meticulously. The first floor would serve as the assembly hall, the second as an office, and the third and fourth would be storage rooms designated for valuable items and provisions. The 5th floor would be her private quarters. Adjustments for the future could be addressed as necessary. Additionally, there exists a medical room, a classroom, and a dining hall. All of these will be addressed once the temple is completed. The primitive people worked swiftly, particularly as Luchenyu, rather naively, produced solar lamps, allowing them to labor even after sunset. Within a single day, they had laid the foundation. After 2 days of drying, they dedicated another day to constructing the first floor, followed by the pouring of the ceiling. In a fortnight, the temple was completed. Another week passed, and the supports used for stabilization could finally be removed. Once dismantled, the members of the Shia tribe gazed upon the temple they had erected, their eyes shimmering with awe and pride. This was their Shia tribe's temple. The towering walls and grand entrance revealed an exceptionally spacious interior. The elder of the Gray clan trembled as he circled the temple, his hand brushing against the smooth surface of the walls, murmuring, "Oh, Beast God, we have truly built such a magnificent structure. They had never envisioned that they could craft such an imposing edifice with their own hands. This felt nothing short of miraculous. This was a gift from the esteemed priest. They had mastered a remarkable technique." Elated, the people declared their intention to hold a celebration. Luchenyu stood at the altar before the temple's entrance, her expression serene as she regarded the crowd below. She raised her hand to signal for silence and announced, "Today, we officially inaugurate our tribe's temple, and we shall hold a celebration here." The crowd erupted in cheers. Luchenyu raised her hand once more, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Today, everyone could partake, including those waiting to join our Shia tribe. Today would also determine whether they could officially become members. No sooner had her words faded than a ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd, though it quickly subsided as they prepared for the festivities. The Qinchao tribe and others were engaged in constructing city walls. Initially, they had no clear idea of what they were building, but as the walls took shape, they soon grasped their purpose. Such tall and sturdy walls, reminiscent of sheer cliffs, if they resided within, who could possibly defeat them? They would be safe from nocturnal beast attacks. Their excitement grew as they began to envision the days spent within the protective walls. On that day, while they were busy erecting the walls, members of the Shia tribe approached to inform them of the celebration, inviting them to participate, and announcing that today was also pivotal in determining whether they could pass the trials and become official members of the Shia tribe. They were astonished. Soon, anxiety took hold as they feared their performance might not suffice to pass the trials. What were they still dawdling for? The messenger tapped the stone foundation of the wall, urging them to tidy up and prepare themselves. Did they wish to meet the esteemed priest in muddy attire? Only then did the Qinchao tribe awaken from their stupor, hastily setting down their tools to clean themselves. Following the messenger, they walked nervously inside, anxious to see what the Shia tribe was like. Before they had ventured too far inside, they beheld the most towering and magnificent edifice they had ever encountered. They had never witnessed such a grand structure. In fact, they had hardly seen any architecture at all. Before them stood a resplendent red high-rise, leaving them in a state of astonishment. What is that?" One of them stammered, fingers trembling as they pointed towards the imposing temple. With pride swelling in his chest, he declared, "That is our temple, the residence of the esteemed priest, the most sacred place of our stone-toothed tribe." The members of the green grass tribe stood motionless, gazing upward with mouths agape. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the red exterior, bestowing upon the entire building a divine sheen, as if it were a miraculous sight. They had never imagined that such a grand structure could exist in the world. Its splendor rivaled even the highest cliffs. Chapter 134. The distinct Stone-Tooth tribe. The team continued their journey, led by the people of the Green Grass tribe. As they approached the altar at the entrance of the temple, as they drew nearer, they realized that this structure was not only tall, but also adorned with numerous apertures in its crimson walls, the contents of which remained a mystery, reflecting a blinding radiance under the setting sun. These openings, akin to windows, were actually the glass panes that Lu Chanyue had brought from the modern world. They stood before the imposing edifice, rendered speechless by the profound impact it had on their hearts, unable to articulate their astonishment, choosing instead to express their reverence in silence. After a considerable time, they finally diverted their gaze from the temple, surveying their surroundings. Aside from the temple, the Stone-Tooth tribe appeared quite similar to other tribes. The wooden dwellings of the Stone-Tooth tribe mirrored their own, and the animal skin skirts worn by the tribe members were comparable to those draped over their bodies. Upon closer inspection, however, subtle differences began to emerge. What are those two large, smoking objects over there? Someone whispered, pointing in the distance. Those are cauldrons, used for cooking. We'll explain it. Tonight, they are preparing a feast, deciding to make 2 large pots of stewed meat. And what are those round objects? Another inquired, gesturing toward the bowls resting on a wooden rack. Those are earthen bowls, used for dining. The Stone-Tooth tribe has already begun utilizing pottery. Their kiln is constructed, and bricks are being fired daily. How could they not produce pottery? For Lu Chenyue, this was an impossibility. The clay for pottery differs from that used for bricks. Pottery clay requires a finer texture and greater plasticity, generally found in proximity to water. Lu Chenyue had instructed her people to search along the riverbank for various types of soil, and after several days, they finally discovered suitable clay. They excavated the earth, removing twigs, roots, and stones, and through processes of washing and sedimentation, they ultimately obtained a fine pottery clay. Lu Chenyue designated a specific area beside the kiln to construct a rudimentary pottery workshop. The next step involved kneading the clay into desired shapes. Once molded, the creations were placed near the brick kiln to dry, awaiting the next brick firing, during which the pottery would also be included. Given that the brick kiln differed from the pottery kiln, only a few of the first batch of red pottery were deemed usable. Yet, for the people of the Stone-Tooth tribe, this was already a significant achievement. They had long admired the exquisite porcelain bowls used by the priests, yet none dared to request them. Subsequently, they learned to craft wooden bowls, which became popular within the tribe. Now, having successfully produced earthen bowls, could it be that each individual might soon have their own pottery? Although the earthen bowls lacked the aesthetic appeal of porcelain, they were waterproof, capable of holding contents, and could even be used for boiling water and cooking. Thus, they began to produce pottery in batches, undeterred by the low success rate. As long as there were successes to celebrate, the Green Grass tribe observed the earthen bowls displayed on the wooden rack, alongside earthen jars capable of holding even more. They also noticed tables and stools. The tables were simple wooden constructions, consisting of a smooth plank supported by 4 legs, while the stools were fashioned from wooden stumps. In the tribe, there are several tables of this kind, with one notable table fashioned from a large tree that has been meticulously flattened at its center. This is the largest and longest table in the tribe, the tree table. One day, Lu Chenyue, upon witnessing the woodworking team felling a tree, was inspired to have it crafted. A tall row of tables is complemented by a lower ring of stools surrounding it, with branches pruned to create even lower seating for the children. The people of the Qingqiao tribe gazed in wonder at the many peculiarities found in the Xia tribe. As they observed, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing their attention towards a pot of soup. The fragrance was intoxicating, causing the Qingqiao tribe members to salivate, though none dared to imagine that such delectable food would be offered to them. Thus, they merely watched, inhaling deeply to savor the tantalizing scent. After a brief wait, Qing ascended the high platform before the altar, calling for all to gather. A sense of anxiety began to ripple through the Qingqiao tribe. Would the time for the announcement arrive? Would they find out if they had passed the trial and could officially become members of the Xia tribe? They felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Qing and Yun emerged from the temple, carrying an exceptionally ornate chair. This chair was unlike any crude wooden stools found in the tribe. Its backrest towered high, adorned with a resplendent golden sun at its center. The armrests were intricately carved into the likeness of tiger heads, with luminous yellow gems embedded in their eyes, casting a cool gleam. The seat was draped in a crimson carpet, and every detail, from the armrest to the legs and backrest, was gilt, radiating an opulent shimmer. The mere appearance of this lavish chair left the tribe in stunned silence. They had never beheld anything like it. As the chair was placed on the elevated altar in front of the temple, the entire tribe fell silent, awestruck by this unprecedented display of luxury. This chair represented not merely a piece of furniture, but a symbol of power. At the opportune moment, Lu Chenyue appeared at the temple entrance, nonchalantly settling into the chair, her hands resting comfortably on the armrests. No one found this unusual. Only the high priest could occupy such a chair, observing the astonishment on the faces of the primitive tribespeople. She felt no surprise. After all, this was the regal throne she had purchased online for over 2,000. Once Lu Chenyu was seated, Qing took a deep breath and stepped forward. As the sole disciple of the high priest, she was tasked with presiding over today's celebration. Though she had never undertaken such a role before and had received guidance from Lu Chenyu on what to say, she felt a flutter of fear but did not falter. Standing on the high platform, she gazed at her fellow tribespeople, her palms sweaty with anxiety. Yet, recalling the trust in the high priestess' eyes, she straightened her back resolutely. Today marks an important day for our Xia tribe. Qing's voice quivered slightly, but as her first words were spoken, her confidence grew, and her voice became clearer. Today, we celebrate the official completion of our Xia tribe's temple. First and foremost, let's express our gratitude for the guidance of the high priest. Qing turned to bow deeply before the throne. The entire assembly followed suit, united in a chorus of appreciation. Thank you, high priest. Qing gradually found her rhythm, her voice growing increasingly resounding. It is through the esteemed priest that we behold the magnificent temple. Furthermore, we possess ample sustenance to satiate our hunger and wield sharp weapons. Qing's voice reverberated through the tribe, and with each utterance, the eyes of those below sparkled with heightened brilliance. Behold my attire. She tugged at her pristine blue ensemble, a gift from Lu Chenyu, bestowed upon her by the priest. In time, it shall also be granted to every individual who remains loyal to the priest and devoted to the tribe. Chapter 135. Through the trial behold the ceramic bowls we use for our meals. Qing exclaimed, lifting a vibrant red bowl. We need no longer worry about water leaking through the leaves. Her voice rose in pitch, her finger pointing towards a certain direction. Once the city walls are complete, our children shall no longer fear being snatched away by wild beasts. We shall no longer tremble at the sight of enemy spears, for no one shall breach our fortress. Qing's words ignited the spirits of the assembly, and they erupted in cheers for the esteemed priestess. When the clamor subsided, Qing continued, her gaze now falling upon the members of the Green Grass tribe, who awaited anxiously. Furthermore, today marked the occasion of welcoming new members into our tribe. The individuals from the Green Grass tribe looked upon Qing with hopeful anticipation. However, the priestess had declared that to join the Stone-Tooth tribe, they must first undergo a trial. The hearts of the Green Grass tribe members raced once more. Those wishing to join the Stone-Tooth tribe shall step forward, Qing announced. As her words echoed, the members of the Green Grass tribe exchanged glances before silently advancing to the open space beneath the platform. Lu Chenyu observed, realizing that everyone had stepped forward. She gracefully rose from her throne and approached the forefront. All eyes were upon Lu Chenyu. No one dared utter a word, for they understood that their fate rested solely in the priestess's hands. Chao Chui, the priestess called, summoning the one she had named. During these past days, aside from gathering herbs with Qing, Chao Chui had, like her fellow tribespeople, dug pits and gathered sand to build walls. She had believed her familiarity with herbs would secure her passage through the trial. Yet it seemed the priestess had forgotten her, for she had not been summoned again. Now, hearing her name called, Chao Chui understood that the priestess had not overlooked her. After stepping forward, Lu Chenyu inquired, what are the 3 rules of the Stone-Tooth tribe? First, no one is permitted to kill or harm without cause. Second, betrayal of the Stone-Tooth tribe by divulging its secrets to outsiders is forbidden. Third, one must obey the commands of the priestess. Chao Chui recited promptly. Lu Chenyu nodded and turned to the members of the Stone-Tooth tribe, asking, does anyone oppose Chao Chui's admission into the Stone-Tooth tribe? Seeing no one speak against her, she continued, during this period, you have all interacted with them. You are more aware of their character than I. We do not welcome the lazy, the traitorous, the selfish, or the deceitful among us. If anyone recognizes such a person, now is the time to voice your concerns. With no dissenting voices, Lu Chenyu instructed Chao Chui to step aside. One by one, the members of the Green Grass tribe approached, facing judgment from the Stone-Tooth tribe, and remarkably, no one was deemed unworthy. Lu Qinyu nodded in approval. Excellent. With no objections, I hereby declare, on behalf of the Stone-Tooth tribe, that you have passed our trial, and from this day forth, you shall be members of the Stone-Tooth tribe. With that, Yin presented a ceramic bowl and a brush filled with red pigment. Now, let the new tribesmen partake in the initiation ceremony. Under the guidance of Qing, the new members of Xia tribe lined up to ascend the platform one by one. Henceforth, your bloodline shall coexist with that of the Xia tribe. Lu Qinyu's brush descended upon the brow of the foremost member, Chao Chui, painting a character in vibrant pigments that blazed like flames, causing her to shudder involuntarily as the cool paint met her skin, igniting an unexpected warmth on her forehead. Why is my forehead burning? Gao Kui exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Qinyu replied, this signifies your certification as a member of the Xia tribe. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chao Chui declared, this is the miracle of the high priest. I have finally become one with the Xia tribe. In her fervor, she collapsed onto the platform, crying out, I shall offer everything for the high priest and the tribe. Lu Qinyu nodded in satisfaction, pleased that she had discreetly added a hint of chili pepper to the paint. She inscribed characters on the foreheads of all new tribe members and then proclaimed loudly, now, let us welcome our new family. The crowd erupted in cheers. The hearts of the Qingqiao tribe members finally settled. They had gained recognition and become true members of the Xia tribe. Following the ceremony was the long-anticipated celebration, not only commemorating the completion of the temple, but also welcoming the new members into the Xia tribe. Now, let us indulge in the feast and celebrate this glorious day. Qing shouted in exuberance as the Xia tribe members cheered and rushed to fetch their bowls. The newly initiated members felt a bit lost until Qing guided them to the bowls, revealing that there was indeed a share of tonight's delicacies for them. With joyous spirits, everyone gathered to partake in the meal. As twilight approached, the solar-powered lamps brought by Lu Qinyu suddenly illuminated the space. The newcomers were startled, gazing anxiously at the glowing objects suspended from wooden poles. Has the sun fallen from the sky? They exclaimed in panic, some even kneeling in prayer, hands clasped together. The sun has fallen. Run. Do not be afraid. Bu Chong stifled his laughter, having forgotten his own initial reaction to the lamps. This is heavenly fire summoned by the high priest, not the sun. After a brief moment of uncertainty, the newcomers cautiously gathered once more. The high priest was truly remarkable, even able to summon heavenly fire. Once they tasted the food, their astonishment grew further. How can there be such delicious food in this world? They suddenly felt that joining the Xia tribe was an exceedingly wise decision. Lu Qinyu observed the line of people from the platform. The Xia tribe now boasted over 150 members, a considerable number in this era, though to Lu Qinyu, who was accustomed to crowds of hundreds or even thousands, this was merely a modest gathering. Even if there are not many people, matters that need resolution must be addressed. For instance, it is essential to appoint leaders for various tasks. Previously, Hong was in charge of planting and gathering, Yin who managed carpentry, Ming led the hunting team, and Chief Hui oversaw brickmaking, while Su was responsible for managing tricycles and certain tools. Now, with the increase in both the number of tasks and the tribe's population, a reorganization is imperative. Therefore, after the meal, Lu Qinyu summoned everyone once more. In addition to the original leaders' roles, there are new responsibilities to be assigned, such as wall construction, housing development, livestock rearing, and pottery making. Furthermore, there is a need for someone to oversee textiles as the cold weather approaches, rendering the use of animal skins inappropriate. Chapter 136. Assignment of duties. Lu Qinyu surveyed the individuals gathered below and began to call names. On, Yenu, Ming, Ri. And you there, step forward. Those summoned, uncertain of their purpose, rose to their feet. Lu Qinyu outlined the positions that required oversight and commenced the allocation of responsibilities. The individuals who had previously managed their respective tasks had performed admirably during this period, and Lu Qinyu decided to retain them in their roles while assigning duties to the newly called individuals. Ju, you shall oversee the tribe's provisions. Ju beamed with joy. Although she had been performing this task independently, receiving the high priest's acknowledgement was wholly gratifying. Shuang, you will be in charge of livestock. At merely 13, Shuang was a year younger than Qing. She was a girl whom Lu Chenyu had observed numerous times, diligently foraging for food for the chicks and ducklings amidst playful banter among other children. Despite her youth and reticence, Lu Chenyu admired her earnest work ethic. May, you will handle weaving. As for what weaving entails, I shall explain it to you later. May had been the first to bravely lead her companion into the valley when others hesitated. There were also two men whose names eluded Lu Chenyu. However, during inspections of the temple's construction and the walls, he had noted their exceptional diligence and willingness to assist others. What are your names? The two men, already aware that the high priest had summoned them for management roles, were visibly excited and quickly responded. I am Caojia. You too. Lu Chenyu pointed at them. You will oversee the tribe's housing construction. Caojia, you will manage the wall's construction. The two men flushed with excitement, particularly Caojia, who had just joined the Xia tribe that very day. To his astonishment, he was appointed to a management position. They exclaimed in unison, "Yes, High Priest." Caojia's selection by the High Priest ignited a spark of ambition among the newly joined members. Look, the High Priest does not overlook us simply because we are newcomers. Caojia has been recognized. If we work diligently, might we, too, attain a similar position? In conclusion, Lu Chenyu appointed Qing as his assistant, while Cao Tsue would support Qing in managing the tribe's medicinal herbs and healing. Should you encounter any challenges, report to Qing first. Qing, make a record, and when I arrive, you shall brief me. Qing nodded vigorously with excitement. As for the tribe's chieftain, Ming was undoubtedly the rightful leader, continuing to manage affairs in Lu Chenyu's absence. Lu Chenyu had his own rationale for these appointments. Unfamiliar with the individuals, unsure of their capabilities, uncertain whether they could fulfill their roles. No matter, the decisions were made. In due time, their abilities would reveal themselves. After finalizing the appointments, Lu Chenyu left them with an enticing prospect. These individuals were chosen by me, and while some may believe that their selection is now definitive, it would be prudent for the selected to refrain from premature exuberance, and for those overlooked to maintain their composure. The individuals appointed today shall be re-evaluated after winter. Anyone with the requisite abilities may enter the fray for selection. For the capable shall rise, while the inept shall fall. As Lu Chenyu's words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the square. Her gaze swept over the newly appointed leaders. In essence, those who perform admirably shall retain their positions, while those who falter, she paused meaningfully, will be replaced by individuals of greater competence. The expressions of all present transformed dramatically. Those selected clenched their fists in anxiety, while the unchosen gleamed with newfound hope. However, during this interim, everyone must adhere to the directives of the current leaders. Any insubordination would result in the forfeiture of eligibility for future selection, and should significant losses occur, severe penalties would ensue, including expulsion from the tribe. A hush fell over the gathering. Expulsion from tribe? A chill ran through the crowd, and any clandestine thoughts were swiftly quelled. Lu Chenyu, having delivered her decree, disregarded their reactions and turned to depart. As her figure receded, the atmosphere regained its vitality. Did you hear that? A young man who had not been selected nudged his companion. Let us strive diligently. Perhaps after winter, we shall ascend to leadership. Oh, please. His companion scoffed. You are the slowest at bricklaying. Not far off, Frost, recently appointed to oversee the poultry, found herself encircled by several children. Peng protested vehemently. Why should you be in charge of the chicks? Yin has followed the esteemed priest for so long. It should be he who oversees them. Yin, with his head bowed, refrained from countering this assertion, though a hint of sorrow lingered within him. After all, the priest favored him greatly. Why was he not entrusted with the care of the chicks and ducklings? Frost, however, did not engage in argument. Instead, she quietly produced a handful of grass from her pocket. This is snake-repellent grass. Each day, I seek out fresh blades to place beside the coop, ensuring that the chicks are safeguarded from serpent predation at night. The children leaned in for a closer look, though unfamiliar with the grass. They recalled that during the initial nights of raising chicks, several had mysteriously vanished, a predicament that had since diminished. With this revelation, No one dared question her further. Yin parted his lips, ultimately saying nothing. He had never contemplated such matters, and indeed, Frost had proven herself more capable. The pumpkin vines they had cultivated were on the verge of blossoming. In this primitive society, the flora thrived at a remarkable pace compared to the other side. During these days, Lu Qinyu eagerly anticipated the swift maturation of the pumpkins, for then she would be able to savor the tender sprouts and blossoms. Each time she beheld the delicate shoots sprouting from the vines, she had to exert considerable restraint to resist the impulse to pluck them, and would hastily retreat. Now, observing the sprawling pumpkin vines, Lu Qinyu could finally indulge her desire to harvest the tender sprouts. The pumpkin sprouts, known for their exquisite flavor, are the tender tips of the vine. When harvested, the fuzzy exterior is peeled away, and with a touch of minced garlic, they transform into a delectable dish. One may also employ the method of preparing a broth, wherein minced meat and century eggs are stir-fried before water is added to create a delicate white soup. Subsequently, the tender pumpkin shoots, which have been meticulously plucked, are introduced and simmered, resulting in a splendid dish of pumpkin shoots in exquisite broth. The pumpkin blossoms can also be prepared in a similar manner, yet they possess a subtly sweeter flavor compared to the pumpkin shoots. Regrettably, it is currently not the season for pumpkin shoots in that region, leaving Lu Qinyu to indulge in them alone. In addition, the strawberries are flourishing splendidly. Although they have yet to bloom, Lu Qinyu is aware that such developments require time. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are also thriving, perhaps due to the local soil conditions. Both the potatoes and sweet potatoes are growing remarkably fast, with lush green shoots that are truly delightful to behold. While potato shoots are inedible, sweet potato leaves are indeed consumable. Although the sweet potatoes brought by Lu Qinyu were specifically cultivated for their tubers, the leaves, though not as superior as those of varieties grown for their foliage, have surprisingly developed a pleasing flavor after adaptation to the local environment. Consequently, Lu Qinyu has replaced the original water celery in the store with the now available sweet potato leaves. Chapter 137. Blessings with the addition of this substantial group of individuals. The combat capability of Xia tribe has significantly increased, excluding those engaged in daily tasks. Ming resolved to lead the warriors on a hunt to gather sufficient provisions for the winter. He set his sights on more distant territories, taking along 50 individuals, 25 newcomers, and 25 original members of the Xia tribe. Ming stood atop the elevated platform in the tribe square, meticulously counting the hunting party about to embark. Bathed in the morning light, the 50 warriors stood in orderly formation, a blend of new and old tribesmen, their weapons glinting ominously in the sunlight. Lu Qinyu ascended the platform. As the priestess, it was her duty to bestow blessings upon the warriors before their departure, ensuring their safe return and bountiful catch. Clutching a lavishly ornate staff, purchased online, both splendid and imposing, she raised it high and murmured incantations for a moment, gently touching the forehead of each warrior. May the beast god grant you strength, bless you with ample game, and may the sun god guide your path for a safe return. Here, among the primitives, various deities were venerated: the beast god who governed prey, the sun god who bestowed warmth and light, as well as the gods of the land and water. The priestess served as the conduit for communication with these divine entities. Though Lu Qinyu herself harbored doubts about these beliefs, as the priestess, she felt compelled to respect and integrate into the tribe's spiritual framework. After the blessing ceremony concluded, Lu Qinyu retrieved a delicate ceramic jar from the altar and handed it to Ming. Inside are some hemostatic powders. Should anyone suffer an injury, this will be of use. The jar contained a coagulant ointment crafted with Qing and Saotsue, which Ming accepted with solemnity. She then presented him with a box of anti-inflammatory medication. If anyone exhibits symptoms such as high fever, suppuration of wounds, or confusion after sustaining an injury, administer 2 tablets. These remedies offer only temporary relief. If circumstances worsen, they must be promptly returned to the tribe, Lu Qinyu admonished gravely. The medications were exceedingly precious and should not be used unless absolutely necessary, as she feared the warriors might misuse them. Ming carefully accepted the small box, neatly arranged with a dozen white tablets, wrapping it in animal skin for safekeeping. Thank you, esteemed priestess. Let us set forth. We must return within 7 days, Lu Chenyu reiterated, emphasizing that non-threatening prey should be captured alive. The expanse of the valley harbored vast meadows, yet she had never seen cattle or sheep. Capturing a herd could alleviate the tribe's food concerns for the entire winter. The warriors responded in unison. During their previous expedition to a more distant location, they had encountered the Whitehead tribe and returned grievously wounded. Now, as they ventured further still, fear of facing dangers akin to those posed by the Whitehead tribe had dissipated, for they wielded sharper weapons, ample enough to match 3 foes with one. As the hunting party departed, the entire tribe gathered to bid them farewell. Once they had left, Lu Chenyu summoned Mei, the textile overseer. "Mei, come here." Lu Chenyu handed her a small cloth pouch, stating that he had a new task for her. Mei hurried over, wiping her grass-stained hands on her leather skirt. She had just been organizing the freshly picked watercress. Curiously, she opened the pouch given by the priest, revealing several slender needles and a bundle of soft thread. Mei's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never encountered such delicate items before. "Priest, what is this?" She hesitated to touch them, fearful of damaging these evidently precious objects. "A needle and thread set," Lu Chenyu explained, picking up one of the needles to demonstrate. "With this, you can sew the leather into well-fitted garments, far more convenient than piercing holes with a bone needle and tying them with leather cords." Mei cautiously accepted a needle, instantly feeling the characteristic coolness of the metal against her fingertips. This needle was considerably finer and sharper than the bone awls they typically used. As she touched the pointed tip, she marveled at its slenderness and sharpness. I'm afraid I might break it," Mei stammered. Though Lu Chenyu had brought a complete set of needles, including some coarse needles suitable for sealing snakeskin bags, which still seemed rather small for her. However, the leather was indeed thick and sturdy, prompting her to prepare several awls for making holes in particularly thick hides before sewing. "It won't break easily. Watch my movements," Lu Chenyu said, taking another needle and 2 prepared pieces of leather to demonstrate how to thread the needle. Mei watched intently as the priest skillfully maneuvered the needle through the leather, leaving a neat row of tiny stitches. He sewed along the edges of the 2 pieces and then encouraged her to try. "Give a shot." He handed the needle, thread, and leather to Mei. She took the tools, imitating the priest's technique, threading the needle through the leather in a rhythmic up and down motion. Wow, this needle is indeed much sharper than the bone ones. It easily pierced through the leather. As she successfully pushed the needle through for the first stitch, it emerged on the opposite side, and she continued this process repeatedly, soon realizing she too could leave a row of little stitches on the leather, albeit not as tidy. Her movements gradually became more fluid. Although her stitches were somewhat crooked, the 2 pieces of leather were indeed joined together. When she reached the last edge, Lu Chenyu did not allow her to continue sewing, but turned the stitched leather inside out, revealing the completed leather pouch. Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this pouch something she had just sewn? How did it transform into something so beautiful when flipped? Do you see? The thread has turned 2 pieces of leather into a pouch. Similarly, it could be fashioned into garments like the one I am wearing, Lu Chenyu explained. Mei carefully cradled the leather pouch in her hands, glancing at the priest's attire, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. Her voice grew animated. "So, with just a needle and thread, we can create such clothing? However, we must first cut the leather," Lu Chenyu replied, retrieving a tablet to show her some videos of garment making. The moment Mei laid eyes on the tablet, her eyes widened in astonishment. She was aware of this object. Qing would grasp it daily to familiarize himself with herbs, and even Yin, who had learned woodworking through it. Those skilled in masonry also acquired their knowledge from this device. All who had utilized it claimed that a tiny figure resided within, guiding them in their endeavors. However, Mei had never witnessed this firsthand and found it hard to believe that such a diminutive being could exist in the world. Holding her breath, she fixated her gaze on the tablet in Lu Chenyu's hands. The moment the screen illuminated, she instinctively took a step back, but could not resist leaning closer. Within that smooth surface, there truly was a minuscule figure in motion. Chapter 138. The Leather Garment. Are there really little people inside? Mei exclaimed. Lu Chenyu chuckled as he placed the tablet on the table, saying, "Look, This little figure is teaching us how to cut cloth, specifically this piece of leather. On the screen, a woman clad in peculiar attire akin to that of the priest was drawing lines on the leather with an object, then using a sharp tool to cut along the lines, followed by sewing. Mij was utterly captivated. And only after witnessing the completed garment did she come to a startling realization. So, this is how clothes are pieced together. Without delay, May procured a large piece of leather to commence her experiment. She had scissors and a needle and thread, but lacked the tool used to mark the leather. Lu Chenyu suggested she find a half-burned stick. Grasping the charred end of the stick, May left distinct marks on the leather and followed the method demonstrated by the little figure in the video, first sketching the outlines for the front and back pieces. The video depicted a vest, making the pattern creation rather straightforward. Seizing the scissors, she snipped, and with a satisfying sound, the thick deer hide yielded effortlessly. This was far more efficient than using a stone blade. She meticulously cut along the charcoal lines, swiftly transforming the entire piece of leather into 2 segments. Next came the sewing. Although the stitches were still crooked, the 2 pieces of leather were finally joined. "Priest, look!" May exclaimed, holding up her half-finished leather vest. Bubbling with excitement, "I did it! I created a garment." Seizing upon May's enthusiasm, Lu Chenyu showed her several more videos. In the ensuing days, whenever she had a moment, May dedicated herself to crafting garments. After a few days, she successfully fashioned a set of somewhat misaligned leather clothing, complete with a top and trousers. Clad in the attire she had sewn herself, she paraded around the tribe. The children were the first to gather, chattering excitedly. "Sister May, where did you get that outfit? Look, her arms and legs are all wrapped up. Wow, it looks so warm." May twirled proudly in place, deliberately demonstrating movements, bending, running, leaping, each action crisp and unencumbered. The leather attire posed no hindrance to their activities. It is worth noting that their previous leather garments merely involved cutting 3 holes in a single piece of leather, one large for the head and smaller ones for the arms, making them ill-fitting and often trailing on the ground or snagging on branches. Moreover, their arms and legs remained exposed, necessitating an additional layer of leather for warmth during chilly weather, further complicating their movements. An increasing number of people began to gather. The women, particularly animated, surrounded May, eagerly touching the fabric. "Did you make this yourself? How did you do it? It looks wonderful. So well fitted indeed. If we wear these, we won tea trip while working." May beamed with pride, replying, "The priest taught me how to make it." She pointed to the pocket on her top, adding, "You can even store things here. Can you now make clothes?" "Yes." "Wow, that is impressive. Can you teach me?" "No." "Could you help me make a set?" "I'll work for you." "And could you make one for me as well?" "I'll share half of my food with you." May recalled the words of the priest and cleared her throat, proclaiming loudly, "Everyone, please do not rush. Allow me to explain." A few days ago, the priest had appointed her to oversee the weaving, which pertains to garment making. The priest had stated that her task was to ensure that everyone in the tribe would possess a set of fur clothing before the onset of winter. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement. Would they truly have fur garments to wear? However, May also learned to take a deep breath. At present, I am the sole individual capable of making clothes. With so many people in the tribe, it is impossible for me to manage alone. Therefore, I require a few individuals to assist me in this endeavor. As soon as May finished speaking, the crowd burst into a frenzy. Women and children eagerly raised their arms, while the men were equally enthusiastic. Who wouldn't he wish to acquire an additional skill? "Me. Choose me. My hands are the most skilled," exclaimed one elderly man, pushing to the front. "I can also contribute. My woven baskets are exquisite." May turned to glance at the priest, only to find that he had already departed, causing her momentary anxiety, though she quickly regained her composure. The priest had entrusted her with this responsibility, and it was her prerogative to select those who would learn the craft of clothing production. Imitating Lu Chenyu's usual demeanor, she pressed her hands down to signal for silence. Selection is contingent upon certain criteria. One must possess steady hands and patience. Not everyone can learn this skill. Yet, these 2 conditions were as good as unspoken, for everyone believed themselves to embody both patience and steadiness. Ultimately, May chose 5 individuals. one of whom was the elderly man who had boasted of his ability to tan pelts for an entire day without rest. As they prepared to craft garments for the tribe, the community brought forth their stored furs, entrusting them to May and her team to create clothing. The tribe thrived with hope, each person optimistic that they would indeed endure a warm winter this year. Lu Chenyu inquired of Qing about the nature of winters in previous years. At this, Qing's expression suddenly dimmed. Last year, our Xia tribe was not as sparse as it appears now. Qing fell into reminiscence. During last winter's snow season, we scarcely glimpsed the sun. In the coldest moments, the world outside was blanketed in white snow, the plants buried beneath its weight, and the rivers frozen solid. Even our breath crystallized upon our eyelashes, and the birds in the sky would freeze and plummet to the ground, while prey concealed themselves away. Throughout the snow season, many elders and children in the tribe perished from cold and hunger. Qing recalled the time spent in the communal cave, where a group of children would huddle together for warmth. However, one morning, upon awakening, she discovered that her companion, Xiaoshui, lay cold and motionless beside her. Qing's voice grew softer, her fingers tightly gripping the edge of her fur garment. That morning, the cave was eerily silent. I nudged Xiaoshui, but her face was as pale as snow, her lips white as well. No matter how I shook her, she would not awaken. Later, the elders in the cave informed me that Xiaoshui had frozen to death. Later, the snow melted, and the clan leader and the others went hunting. Upon their return, they informed us of a tribe, a mere 2 days' journey away, consisting of a mere dozen individuals. As Qing spoke, her voice faltered, and she wiped away her tears, turning to Lu Chenyu. But this year is different. We have the esteemed priest, and we shall no longer succumb to the perils of freezing or starvation. Lu Chenyu was taken aback by the harshness of winter here, realizing it could be so frigid, with heavy snow sealing off the mountains, leading to the loss of life. She gazed into the valley, lush and verdant, entirely unreflective of the impending winter. Chapter 139. Manifestation and the hunt this year will be different, Lu Chenyu reassured Qing, grasping her trembling hands and feeling the icy sweat that coated her palms. We have the temple, which can shield us from the biting winds and snow. We have cultivated plenty of grains and raised chickens and ducks. Starvation and frostbite shall not claim us this year. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and taro are all storied foods that can sustain us for a time after harvest. If necessary, she could procure rice and flour under the guise of a restaurant. After all, no one need face starvation. Yet, as Lu Chenyu comforted Qing, her heart sank. Would the valley be blanketed in ice and snow come winter? Would her crops succumb to the frost? What then of her restaurant's supply of ingredients? Although she had established a garden there, it had only been half a month since planting, and the harvest was still a distant prospect, with no assurance of quality compared to this place. It appeared that not only must the tribe prepare provisions for winter, but her restaurant, too, required ample reserves against unforeseen circumstances. With this in mind, Lu Chenyu began to devise a winter preparation plan. The first priority was warmth, followed by the assurance of sufficient food. The tribe was already working on clothing, but they still needed adequate housing for warmth. Many in the Xia tribe still resided in wooden cabins, but constructing numerous houses was impractical. Thus, they would first build a communal dining hall and a medical room. The dining hall could store food and firewood, providing warmth through cooking during winter. The medical room would serve as a repository for herbs, and both spaces could accommodate people. Without delay, Lu Chenyu summoned in the foreman responsible for construction, instructing him to organize a team to build the dining hall and medical room. She sketched a square structure with wooden sticks, envisioning a basement for food storage. They would dig a deep pit for the first layer and then build upward. A large cooking stove was essential for preparing meals indoors, with a fire pit centrally located for warmth during winter. The medical room would be simpler, requiring just 2 connected spaces. After some effort, En grasped the intent of the esteemed priestess and set off to gather workers. Lu Chenyu then called upon the gathering team, instructing them to commence the collection of firewood in abundance starting the next day. Once these arrangements were made, she returned to her modern realm to prepare, ensuring that all uncultivated vegetables in the garden were accounted for. As Lu Chenyu fervently prepared for the winter, The hunting team encountered an unprecedented abundance of prey, a herd of wild goats. The hunters concealed themselves at a distance, marveling at the sight of the flock. Ming, though not adept at counting, recognized that their numbers far exceeded that of the entire hunting party. Such an abundance of goats. Someone exclaimed, "If we can capture them, we need not worry about meat for the entire winter." Another chimed in, filled with excitement. The sight of so many goats ignited exhilaration among the hunters. They had never witnessed such a vast herd before. Truly a divine blessing. Indeed, the priestess has manifested. Someone shouted from the ranks. Yes, before setting out, the priestess had bestowed blessings upon them, wishing for their bountiful return, and now they had indeed encountered such a plethora of game. Ming inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure amidst the fervor. Indeed, the priest has blessed us, Ming murmured, yet the prey will not leap into our cauldron unbidden. With such a multitude of game, a reckless charge would only send them scattering. We must devise a strategy to capture as many of these sheep as possible. Chief, what shall we do? An elder member of the party inquired, for the flock was too vast and our numbers insufficient to encircle them. Traditionally, they had encircled their quarry, ensuring that no matter the direction the prey fled, someone would be waiting. Clearly, such a tactic was no longer feasible. Ming directed the hunting party to survey the surrounding terrain. Soon, they discovered that one side of the pasture where the sheep grazed was bordered by a river, another by dense forest, and the remaining side featured a gentle expanse of grassland, leading to a sloping path into a small valley. We need not encircle them, Ming declared. We merely require directing them towards that valley, where we can then confine them and capture them all. He picked up a twig and sketched a rudimentary map in the soft earth. Look here, this is the valley, and here runs the river. We shall divide into 2 teams, approaching from these 2 points simultaneously to drive them. They will undoubtedly flee in this direction. The members of the hunting party exchanged excited glances. The plan appeared promising. We must act independently. Ming began assigning tasks. Boo, take half the group to this side. I shall lead the remainder from here. When the time comes, we will create a ruckus to frighten the sheep. Boo nodded and promptly set off with his team. After a considerable time, the previously tranquil flock was startled by a sudden commotion from the west. Spotting a group of people rushing toward them, the lead sheep emitted a sharp warning cry, causing the entire flock to dash northward. At that moment, another group emerged from the north, prompting the sheep to change direction once more and flee eastward. The hunting party continually adjusted their pursuit to ensure the sheep moved toward their intended path. In their panic, the flock became a jumbled mass, sprinting towards the small valley to the east. After a prolonged chase, the hunting party was utterly exhausted, yet fortune smiled upon them as they finally drove the flock into the valley. The entrance to this valley was relatively spacious, and upon realizing there was no escape, the sheep attempted to break free from the valley's mouth. However, Ming and his comrades would not allow such an escape. After dispatching several sheep, the remainder huddled in fear within the valley. Ming instructed his men to prepare the animal skins for lassoing the sheep. Lu Chenyu desired that they return with some live prey, ideally the finest cattle and sheep, particularly females. Thus, she taught the hunting team to fashion lassos from hides to capture live game. The hunting party approached the flock with their lassos at the ready. The sheep instantly became agitated. At Ming's command, a dozen lassos flew forth simultaneously. As this was their first attempt at capturing prey in such a manner, their initial success was modest. After several attempts, they finally ensnared their first sheep. The startled flock scattered in all directions, and the captured sheep struggled fiercely. Encouraged by this breakthrough, the hunters began to secure their catches one after another. Ming aimed at a ewe with swollen udders, managing to ensnare her head after several attempts with a lasso. Tighten it. Surprisingly, a lamb followed closely behind, oblivious to the danger. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, the hunting party successfully captured and bound all the sheep. They intended to return to their tribe with these live animals. Had they been dead, they would not have been able to carry so many. Ming counted their bounty: 7 dead sheep, 45 ewes, 36 rams, and 12 young lambs. The lambs required no binding, while the remaining sheep were each led by 2 individuals, with those not handling sheep carrying the dead ones and standing guard. On their way back, the people of the Shia tribe wore expressions of uncontainable joy, discussing the fright their substantial haul would instill in their fellow tribesmen. Unbeknownst to them, in the distant thicket, a small group observed their return with a large number of sheep. Among them was a leader, a woman in her 30s, surrounded by a dozen other women, all robust and healthy. Hongli remarked, "It's futile. With winter approaching, no tribe will squander their resources to shelter us." Yet, the proposer persisted. "But they have captured so much game, perhaps they would be willing." Chapter 140. The Red River Tribe. Hong Li serves as the chieftain of the Red River Tribe, which resides far from a stone-toothed tribe, alongside a crimson river that lends its name to the tribe. The Red River Tribe is characterized by a predominance of women over men, thriving due to their mastery of agricultural techniques that yield an abundance of food, sustaining a population nearing 2,000. A few years ago, Hong Li was elected as the chieftain, and under her leadership, the tribe has flourished. However, the Red River Tribe faces a persistent dilemma. Their priest, Wu Kuan, refuses to cultivate a successor within the tribe. As an envoy from the temple, Wu Kuan mandates that the tribe offer a substantial amount of food to the temple each quarter. As the food requirements escalate, the tribe finds itself increasingly unable to feed its own members. In response, Hong Li implores Wu Kuan to negotiate with the temple for a reduction in the food supply. Wu Kuan, however, adamantly opposes this request, as the offerings are crucial to his standing within the temple. A reduction would diminish his status and expose him to ridicule. Indifferent to the plight of the Red River Tribe, he insists on increasing the offerings, claiming that the temple demands compensation for perceived attempts to withhold food. Recognizing the temple's significant influence over her tribe, Hong Li feels compelled to comply with Wu Kuan's demands. Displeased with his dismissive attitude towards the tribe, she yearns for a new priest, preferably one from within the Red River Tribe itself. She selects a few astute children to assist Wu Kuan, yet he relegates them to menial tasks without imparting any knowledge. In an effort to remedy this, Hong Li sends several boys, only to encounter the same lack of instruction. As the tribe's agricultural produce is largely designated for the temple, Hong Li leads a hunting expedition with the tribe's warriors. During one outing, a warrior sustains a leg injury, prompting her to seek Wu Kuan's aid. Upon examination, Wu Kuan determines that the leg is broken and irreparable, declaring the warrior as forsaken by the temple and unworthy of salvation. The warrior is returned as he was carried, igniting Hong Li's fury and leading to an argument between her and Wu Kuan, which ends in discord. In the days that follow, Wu Kuan, feeling slighted by Hong Li, concocts excuses to deny medical attention to the tribe, asserting their disrespect towards the temple. Hong Li, perceptive and resolute, recognizes Wu Kuan's disdain for her tribe, understanding that he exploits the temple's authority to impose hardships upon them. During a subsequent food delivery to the temple, Hong Li takes the initiative to personally address the high priest, requesting a change in their priest. The high priest, however, informs her that Wu Kuan was appointed through a sacred ceremony, and the Red River Tribe lacks the authority to request a replacement. Infuriated by Hong Li's challenge to his position, Wu Kuan vows to retaliate, contemplating the removal of her authority in turn. Thus, a fierce conflict ensued between the two leaders of the Hongha tribe, culminating in the intervention of the temple, resulting in Hong Li's loss of her position as the leader of the Hongha tribe. Accompanied by a group of her followers, Hong Li departed from the tribe, only to be unexpectedly pursued by agents of the temple. After evading her pursuers for over a month and sacrificing more than 20 of her companions, she finally managed to escape the chase. They wandered for several additional months, during which many more perished, and realizing that this could not continue, Hong Li resolved to establish a new tribe. "Leader, but we lack men. How will our tribe endure?" Hong Li replied, "Isn't it simple? We shall capture a few. You all favor those who are pleasing to the eye, do we not? We will bring back some attractive ones." While the others hesitated to dampen Hong Li's spirits, they felt compelled to voice their concerns. "Leader, we are no longer as numerous as before. We may not be able to confront even one tribe." Hong Li remained silent. Ultimately, they unanimously decided to seek a tribe to join. After an extensive search, they discovered that tribes were exceedingly scarce. The few they found were small, and all declined their request for inclusion. One day, they beheld the Shia tribe, engaged in hunting. With so many members and an abundance of game, it was undoubtedly a formidable tribe. Having faced numerous setbacks recently, Honli began to doubt her suitability as a leader. But under the encouragement of her people, she resolved to attempt once more to find a tribe willing to accept them. They trailed the Shia tribe, half a day behind. Following the traces left by the sheep they guided, the Shia tribe members were completely unaware of the followers behind them. As they moved slowly with the sheep, it would take the Shia tribe members longer to return. November had arrived, bringing a chill in the air. The lush grasses of the plains began to turn yellow. Although many plants were entering a phase of decline, it was also the season for harvesting. Among them was the winter bamboo shoot, a tender sprout of the Mao bamboo that has yet to break through the soil in winter, with the ideal harvest period spanning from late October to February of the following year. The shoots harvested between October and November are referred to as dry winter bamboo shoots, smaller in size and lower in yield, yet exceptionally tender. On this day, Lu Chenyu was at the plantation, inspecting the vegetables in her greenhouse. She noted that the crops brought from the primitive society were growing at a slightly slower pace than in their original environment, yet they thrived here all the same. In just over half a month, the first batch of green onions had begun to flourish, prompting Lu Chenyu to instruct the expansion of cultivation, ensuring a steady supply of ingredients for her restaurant as winter approached. Upon exiting the greenhouse, she passed by the office where Kai Ping presented her with a bag of winter bamboo shoots, urging Lu Chenyu to take some home to taste. "Boss, I dug these winter bamboo shoots from the mountain during my break. They have just emerged and are at their tenderest. Please try them." "Thank you, Aunt Kai," Lu Chenyu replied, accepting the freshly unearthed shoots, which were still heavy with moist soil, indicating their recent harvest. She cracked open a piece of bamboo shoot shell, revealing the white, jade-like shoot within, from which a subtle, sweet fragrance wafted forth. Winter bamboo shoots at this time are indeed a rare delight. She smiled and inquired, "Aunt Kai, did you harvest a nearby?" Kai Ping rubbed her hands together and shyly replied, "Just from the old bamboo grove behind our plantation. I know the owner of the grove. After the rain a few days ago, the soil became loose, so I wanted to see if there were any winter bamboo shoots. And lo and behold, there were." Lu Chenyu nodded, but her mind began to calculate. Winter bamboo shoots are seasonal delicacies, and many restaurants seize the opportunity to feature them during this time, attracting patrons eager to savor the seasonal flavors. If a steady supply of winter bamboo shoots could be found, it would be splendid to add a seasonal dish to the restaurant's menu. Chapter 141. Digging for winter bamboo shoots. "Do you know how to dig for winter bamboo shoots, Aunt Kai?" Lu Chenyu inquired. "Of course. Kai Ping Zipli, Omti Li. My family hails from the southern part of Anhui, and during my childhood, I would roam the mountains in search of winter bamboo shoots. I can spot a shoot beneath any bamboo stalk with just a glance." Lu Chenyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Aunt Kai, I have never dug for winter bamboo shoots. Would you accompany me just once?" The bamboo grove was privately owned, and after Kai Ping spoke with the owner, the agreement was made without hesitation. However, since Aunt Kai had her own chores to attend to, she arranged for Lu Chenyu to accompany the owner of the bamboo grove, an elderly lady named Du. This time of year was ideal for harvesting winter bamboo shoots, and she ascended the mountain daily to gather them for sale at the market, supplementing her livelihood. Lu Chenyu expressed her willingness to purchase the bamboo shoots she harvested, which delighted Aunt Du after changing into rubber shoes, arming herself with a hoe and a burlap sack. Lu Chenyu followed Aunt Du up the mountain. The late autumn bamboo forest shimmered in a tapestry of yellow and green, the sound of dry bamboo, leaves crunching underfoot. Aunt Du, a frequent visitor to the mountains, moved briskly, while Lu Chenyu, though a novice, kept pace surprisingly well. Aunt Du glanced back at Lu Chenyu, thinking that Kai Ping had accurately described her companion. She was not overly delicate and possessed sufficient stamina to keep up. Upon reaching their destination, Aunt Du paused to teach Lu Chenyu the art of locating winter bamboo shoots. To dig for bamboo shoots, one must understand the terrain, she explained. Bamboo thrives in sunlight, and along this direction, the bamboo roots are shallow, making them easier to find. She crouched down, her slender fingers brushing aside a layer of dry bamboo, leaves to reveal a crack in the earth. "See this crack? It was created by the tip of the shoot pushing through. If we dig here, we will uncover the winter bamboo shoot. With that, Aunt Du gently used her hoe, revealing the pointed shell of a shoot. Be cautious while digging. Exerting too much force could damage the shoot, diminishing its value. After locating a winter bamboo shoot, Aunt Du exerted a firm pull along its edge, and with a satisfying crack, a stout winter bamboo shoot emerged. Look at this winter bamboo shoot. It's plump and firm. A fine specimen weighing at least half a kilogram, Aunt Du remarked. Now understanding how to find winter bamboo shoots, Luchinu began her own search. Observing the ground, she noted a slight elevation and used her hoe to clear away the bamboo leaves, exposing a crack. With a gentle touch, she sifted through the loose soil above it, and indeed spotted the tip of a shoot. A careful dig revealed a shoot slightly smaller than the one Aunt Du had just unearthed. The act of searching for and digging up bamboo shoots proved to be quite therapeutic. After 2 hours of labor, Luchinu and Aunt Du had filled a burlap sack with winter bamboo shoots. Luchinu claimed the entire bag. Currently, winter bamboo shoots were in high demand, fetching a price of 30 yuan per kilogram. Just 2 weeks prior, they could have sold for 60 or 70 yuan per kilogram. The sack contained 76 kilograms, and Luchinu transferred 2,280 yuan to Aunt Du. Aunt Du was quite pleased, grateful for the assistance in harvesting without having to transport them to the market herself. Before departing, Luchinu cheerfully remarked, "Boss, if you wish to dig for more bamboo shoots, remember to seek me out again." Luchinu transported the bamboo shoots to the warehouse and informed Aunt Jean and Zhangdan that she had procured fresh winter bamboo shoots, requesting them to add a new dish to the restaurant's menu for the following day. She also took 2 shoots home to prepare and savor, curious to discover if they possessed the legendary freshness that could make one's eyebrows droop. Luchinu's method involved stir-frying the winter bamboo shoots with pork belly. After peeling the shoots, she sliced them and blanched them in salted water, setting them aside once done. Next, she sliced the pork belly and sauteed it in a pan until the fat rendered, then added minced garlic and diced green and red peppers, allowing their fragrance to permeate the air. She incorporated the blanched bamboo shoots, seasoning the mixture with oyster sauce, light soy sauce, and salt, stir-frying until the bamboo shoots absorbed the flavors before serving. At this point, the winter bamboo shoots glistened enticingly, having soaked up the oil, while the peppers added a vibrant touch, resulting in a dish that was visually and aromatically pleasing. Luchinu picked up a slice of bamboo shoot and tasted it, sweet, crisp, tender, with a hint of spiciness and a rich meaty aroma. While it did not evoke exclamations of delight as a seasonal dish, it was quite satisfactory. However, she decided to await feedback from the 2 restaurants the next day. The restaurant's professional chefs quickly devised several dishes upon receiving the winter bamboo shoots. Sauteed winter bamboo shoots with mushrooms, stir-fried winter bamboo shoots with preserved meat, and oil-braised winter bamboo shoots. The following day, Aunt Jean and Zhangdan provided Luchinu with feedback. As for the winter bamboo shoots, the diners' reactions were generally positive. While they did not sing praises as they did for other dishes, they found them acceptable. Luchinu then instructed Aunt Du to procure 50 pounds of winter bamboo shoots daily. Aunt Du, beaming with joy, responded, "Thank you, boss. I will ensure you receive the freshest and most tender ones." Speaking of winter bamboo shoots, Luchinu realized she had yet to see bamboo in the primitive world. Bamboo is a remarkable resource, serving as both construction material and a source for various tools, while bamboo shoots can also be consumed as food. Luchinu contemplated that discovering bamboo in the primitive world would significantly benefit the tribe's development. However, with numerous pressing tasks at hand, she decided to postpone this endeavor. When the underground kitchen in the tribe was completed, the hunting party returned. The first to notice their arrival were the tea-picking gatherers, who, upon hearing the bleating sounds from afar, assumed a prey had wandered into their vicinity and quickly armed themselves in preparation. As they drew closer, they realized the source of the sound was a flock of sheep. Had the prey come to them? The gatherers intended to rush back and inform the others in the tribe to join the hunt, but before they could finalize their plans, they spotted individuals among the flock. It was the hunting party. They had returned. The gatherers set down their weapons, cheering as they approached. "Chief, so many sheep! You are truly formidable," they exclaimed in awe encircling the flock. Do not just gawk at the sheep, Ming reminded with a smile. Quickly notify the tribe to prepare for the slaughter. By the way, is the priest available? We have captured many live sheep that we can raise. The hunting party promptly dispatched a few agile individuals back to the tribe to relay the news, while the remaining gatherers assisted in herding the sheep. Originally, the hunting party intended to guide the sheep along the road they had repaired, as this would facilitate a much easier journey. However, after several sheep relieved themselves along the path, the group hastily herded the animals away. Such a fine road must not be sullied or tainted. As the hunting party approached the tribe, they found the villagers gathered at the mouth of the valley, with their esteemed priest standing prominently at the forefront. Upon seeing the smile on Lu Chenyu's face, the hearts of the hunters leapt with joy. The priest's smile, was it a sign of satisfaction with their hunting bounty? Esteemed priest, the leader of the hunting party announced, standing before Lu Chenyu. We have returned with a great abundance of game, including many live captures, successfully completing the task you entrusted to us. You have done exceptionally well, hunters, Lu Chenyu affirmed. Tonight, we shall celebrate the bountiful harvest of the hunting party. The people of the Xia tribe erupted in a chorus of cheers. Chapter 142. Shearing the sheep. After the jubilant cheers, everyone swiftly returned to their respective tasks. The ewes and lambs needed to be nurtured, and several robust rams were to be retained to ensure the flock's growth and prosperity. As for the remaining rams, they would be slaughtered for consumption, with the surplus transformed into jerky for preservation. With the intention of raising sheep, it became imperative to construct a sheepfold. Initially, due to uncertainty about whether the hunting team could capture live prey, no sheepfold had been built. Now, however, it was urgent to erect one. The original dwelling of the Xia tribe was now sparsely populated, particularly the communal cave, which stood entirely abandoned. Salt Tiger repurposed the communal cave into a sheepfold by enclosing a substantial area in front of it, allowing the sheep to roam freely outside while the cave itself became their shelter. With winter approaching, this arrangement would protect the sheep from the biting cold. Just before the tribe prepared to slaughter the sheep, Lu Chenyu halted them. Although she was unaware of the sheep's breed, their coats were luxuriously thick. This was pure wool, and with a bit of processing, it could be spun into yarn and woven into woolen garments, an invaluable asset for warmth. Thus, she instructed the slaughterers to first shear the wool. The tribespeople complied, though shearing the sheep proved to be a daunting task for those unaccustomed to it, particularly when faced with the lively wild goats. Initially, the tribe members fumbled, enduring kicks from the sheep or accidentally cutting their hides, which resulted in frantic bleeding and struggling. Slow down, don't rush, Lu Chenyu advised as she crouched down to demonstrate. Follow the direction of the wool's growth, gently apply pressure downwards, and then cut close to the skin. Under her guidance, a fluffy tuft of wool fell away with ease. Gradually, the villagers mastered the technique, pairing up with one holding the sheep steady while the other carefully sheared the wool. The sheep were left looking rather disheveled, while the collected wool was sorted and piled together. Once the shearing was complete, the sheep were taken for slaughter. May gathered the wool, and Lu Chenyu instructed her to coordinate with the weaving team to find time to wash and dry the wool. With over 30 sheep, all available members of the tribe came to assist in the slaughter, aware that a celebration was planned for the hunting team's bountiful harvest that evening. Even those working on the city wall were permitted to return and partake in the preparations. The lamb would be preserved for winter, while the heads, hooves, and entrails were boiled for immediate consumption. The tribe unanimously decided to prepare the meat by braising, recalling fondly the delectable flavors from their previous culinary endeavors. As the Xia tribe reveled in the joy of their harvest, the Red River tribe approached their vicinity. Following the trail of the sheep, they journeyed for nearly 2 days before encountering an unusual sight. "Chief, look at that!" exclaimed one of the Red River tribe members, spotting the concrete road. Unfamiliar with the material, they recognized it only as an elongated, grayish-white structure, massive and long, something they had never seen before. As the group approached the edge of the concrete road, Hong Miao reached out to touch it. "Chief, it's hard like stone," she remarked. Hong Lu also reached out to touch it, retorting, "This is not a stone. Or would one find such a large, smooth rock? Then what do you propose it is? In any case, it is certainly not a stone." Hong Li joined in, feeling the surface and even stepping onto it, concluding this is indeed stone. I have seen enormous stones at the temple. The temple was constructed from large stones, towering like a mountain. In truth, the stones used in the temple's construction were indeed stone, but none were as massive as this one. Hong Li had nearly forgotten the temple's appearance. Convinced that the stones there must have been of similar size, the chief declared it to be stone, and thus everyone accepted it as such. What a colossal piece of stone this is! How remarkably flat! Why is it so elongated? After their curiosity about the concrete path was satisfied, they suddenly noticed the absence of sheep tracks in the grass. Chief, the sheep's footprints have vanished here. They must have walked onto the stone path. The people of the Manhwa tribe stepped onto the concrete road, feeling somewhat bewildered. With the sheep's tracks gone, where were they to proceed? However, they soon discovered sheep droppings along one direction of the stone path, prompting them to continue onward. The further they walked, the more anxious they became. Even if such vast, smooth stones existed in this world, this was excessively long. They had been walking for nearly an hour and were still on the stone. Just as they hesitated over whether to press on, they were met with a breathtaking sight. The people of the Shia tribe had constructed 1/5 of a city wall. The members of the Manhwa tribe stood frozen in place, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an entire wild fruit within. Before them, the city wall loomed like a mountain face cleaved by a giant's axe, standing tall and abruptly against the earth, its red surface strikingly brilliant. It towered absurdly high, akin to a colossal tree, yet it did not resemble a mountain wall. They had never encountered a red mountain wall. The group approached the base of the stone wall. The people of the Shia tribe were all engaged in celebration, with no one stationed here, nor was there any need for guards, as they believed no prey or enemy could breach these formidable walls. What on earth is this? Hong Miao craned her neck to look up, nearly straining it. No one answered, for no one knew what this was. Hong Li touched the stone wall, finding it equally solid and astonishing. She glanced back at the extending concrete path, a chilling thought emerging in her mind. Could it be that these were the creations of the tribespeople who had followed them? At this moment, Hong Li was firmly convinced that this stone path, this stone wall, even the temple could not compare to the roads and walls here. This must be an exceptionally powerful, large tribe. Immediately, Hong Li entertained the notion of retreating with her people. If the opposing tribe were small, they might still have the opportunity to negotiate. After all, they were young, robust warriors capable of hunting and farming, undoubtedly a significant asset to a smaller tribe. However, if it pertains to a great tribe, each great tribe possesses priests, and these priests hail from the temple. They are currently being pursued by the temple, making a venture towards the great tribe akin to a lamb entering the jaws of a tiger. They cannot afford such a risk. Hong Li felt her throat constrict, cold sweat accumulating in the palms of her hands. Retreat. We must withdraw immediately, she urged in a hushed yet urgent tone. Miao, who was crouched against the wall examining the red bricks, puzzled about their composition, looked up in bewilderment. Leader, are we not heading towards that tribe? In a near shout, Hong Li responded, do you not see these objects? Can they truly belong to an ordinary tribe? Their tribe must have priests. If we fall into their hands, it will be disastrous. Upon hearing Hong Li's words, the others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and hastily turned to flee. They dared not continue down the concrete path and chose a route that veered away from the city walls. Unfortunately, this direction led them towards the former residence of the Shia tribe, and as they departed from the Manhwa tribe, they encountered the recently repaired sheepfold of the Salt Tiger tribe. Chapter 143. We seek to exchange. Salt the Salt Tiger and his companions were diligently working to repair the sheep pen, ushering in the bound sheep and conducting a thorough inspection to ensure they could not escape. Once satisfied, the group began their journey back. However, after walking for a short while, they were startled by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Salt Tiger signaled to his clan members, who swiftly dispersed and concealed themselves among the underbrush and tree trunks, preparing to ambush. Squinting, Salt Tiger focused on the source of the noise, a group of unfamiliar women. They were clad in rudimentary animal hide garments and moved with agility, clearly trained as warriors. Notably, their trajectory led directly towards the newly repaired sheep pen. Could these individuals be after their sheep? Upon closer inspection, Salt Tiger noted that the number of women exceeded their own. There were only 10 men in their woodworking team. Nonetheless, they possessed weapons. Observing the bone spears and stone axes in the hands of the Red River tribe members, Salt Tiger felt confident that they could overpower these women. Just then, the group of women reached the range of their ambush. Taking a deep breath, Salt Tiger shouted, "Charge!" The ambushing warriors of the Stone-Tooth tribe surged forth from all directions, wielding their machetes and axes, their blades glinting ominously as they encircled the women. Hong Li and her companions came to an abrupt halt, their expressions shifting dramatically. They were surrounded. "Do not move," Salt Tiger barked, brandishing his machete defensively, his piercing gaze sweeping over them. "Who are you? What brings you to our Stone-Tooth tribe?" Hong Li, however, appeared oblivious to his inquiry. Her gaze fixated on the machete in Salt Tiger's grasp, an unfamiliar weapon to her, yet she instinctively recognized its formidable nature. The hunting team, led by Ming, had kept their distance, preventing her from seeing their weapons, but now, with Salt Tiger merely 10 paces away, she could clearly discern the sharpness of his blade. Besides Salt Tiger, others among them wielded weapons that were evidently more lethal than the bone and stone tools they possessed. Seeing that Hong Li remained silent, Salt Tiger pressed on. "Speak, or we shall take action." Hong Li tightened her grip on her bone knife, inhaled deeply, and hastily responded, "We are from the Red River tribe. I am Hong Li, the leader of the Red River tribe. We are passing through this area too." Her mind raced. "We seek to exchange goods," Hong Li asserted, striving to maintain her composure as she raised her empty hands to signal her lack of hostility. "We wish to trade for salt." Although the opposing group was fewer in number, they were on foreign territory, and the uncertainty of additional members arriving from their side weighed heavily on her. Everything indicated that the group before them was a formidable tribe. Given their current predicament, provoking a powerful tribe was unwise. Having brought many people with her, she was determined to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. The notion of exchanging goods, particularly salt, served as the perfect pretext. Salt Tiger squinted, clearly skeptical. "Exchange salt? Then where are your goods? You appear to be in quite a rush, which does not align with someone seeking to trade salt. The Shia tribe has taken refuge here, a location not easily discovered by just any tribe, for this is indeed the Valley of Evil." Hong Li stated, "We just witnessed some terrifying sights and feared for our safety, which is why we contemplated abandoning our salt trade." "Terrifying sights?" Yinhu raised an eyebrow, a hint of arrogance in his tone. "Are you referring to our city walls?" "City walls?" This was the first time Hong Li had encountered such a term. "Yes. We have never seen walls so towering. We thought it might be some kind of monster. Our small tribe has been sheltered from the world, and we were frightened." Yinhu scrutinized her for a few seconds before erupting in laughter, turning to his companions. "Look at them. A mere wall has frightened them." The members of the Shia tribe, witnessing the formidable walls take shape for the first time, were equally astonished. It was no wonder that the esteemed priest prioritized the construction of the walls before his own dwelling. With such grand and sturdy fortifications, they would fear no enemy. The others joined in the laughter, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Seizing the moment, Hong Li observed Yinhu and his companions' reactions. Noticing their reluctance to act immediately, she cautiously proposed, "We truly came only to trade salt. If you are amenable, we can exchange some herbs for salt." Yinhu, lacking the authority to make such decisions, recalled hearing that these people possessed herbs, which might be of interest to the priest. He instructed one individual to return and convey the message. "Who knows if you truly came for salt? Wait here. We must consult with our esteemed priest." While they awaited his return, the members of the Hongha tribe wavered between fleeing and staying. They huddled together in hushed discussions. "They are few in number. Surely they cannot be our match. Let's flee." "No, look at their weapons. They seem formidable." As these women fixated on their weapons, Yinhu swung his machete with force, effortlessly severing a small tree the thickness of his wrist. The members of the Hongha tribe froze in place. The sound of the tree crashing down struck their hearts like a heavy hammer. These weapons were far more fearsome than they had imagined. Ho Miao swallowed hard and whispered, "Chief, we cannot escape. Their weapons are too sharp, and our bone knives are utterly inadequate. Indeed, were we not considering joining a tribe? This tribe is so powerful. That might take us in. Just as the Hongha tribe hesitated, a distant sound of footsteps approached. Yin Hu glanced back. Chief, where is the priest? Ming arrived with a group of individuals. It's a trivial matter, not worth troubling the esteemed priest. Ming surveyed the Hongha tribe. Why are there only women? I've never heard of a tribe composed entirely of women. Furrowing his brow, he scanned Hongli and her companions, finally resting his gaze on their bone knives and rudimentary gear. He turned to Yin Hu and inquired, have you ascertained their origins? Yin Hu replied, they claim to be from the Hongha tribe, here to trade salt, yet they were frightened by the walls and are now too afraid to proceed. Ming nodded and stepped forward, declaring, I am Ming, the chieftain of the Xia tribe. You have come to barter for salt. Might I inquire about the goods you bring for exchange? Upon seeing the red-haired woman, Ming sensed that their departure would be challenging. Thus, he decided to adhere to the pretext he had established and produce the herbal remedies they had on their person. The herbs were wrapped in a piece of animal hide, albeit in modest quantity. Our tribe is but a small one, and we can offer only this meager assortment. I wonder if it might suffice to procure a modicum of salt? Ming observed that they carried several animal hide bundles, initially assuming they were all filled with herbs. They indeed appeared to be here solely for the purpose of exchanging for salt. Chapter 144. This is not a temple. Ming raised his chin and said, then follow me. With that, he led the way. Hong Miao quietly inquired, Chief, should we trust them? Hong Li gazed at Ming's figure, then glanced at the glinting weapons in the hands of others, and finally sighed. Let's go. They traversed through the jungle and stepped onto the grassland. Soon, they beheld the imposing city walls that still evoked a sense of dread. Ming guided them around the walls, through the city gates, and into the tribe. After a short distance, they were once again struck by the astonishing architecture. The towering structure was visible from afar and even emitted a glow. What is that? Yin Hu declared proudly, that is our temple. Upon hearing the word temple, Hong Li was momentarily taken aback. A temple? How could there be a temple here? Temples are supposed to be. No, this is not a temple. She had seen temples, and this was not one. The style of a temple could not allow for the existence of another. With that thought, Hong Li felt somewhat reassured. As long as it was not the priest of a temple, everything would be manageable. However, the others from the Hong He tribe were far less composed. Hong Miao grasped Hong Li's arm, her voice trembling. Chief, it is a temple, do we not? Do not panic. That is not a true temple. Hong Li whispered. The structures of temples are built from white stones, entirely different from this. But they said, calm down. We are merely here to trade for salt. The members of the Hong He tribe steadied themselves. Indeed, they were just here to trade for salt. Their previous anxiety only made them appear guilty. As they drew closer, the temple became clearer. Hong Li was astounded to discover that the entire exterior of the building was astonishingly smooth, sharing the same hue as the outer walls. Even more incredible was the fact that it was adorned with transparent stones embedded in its upper sections. These were the source of the glow. Then the members of the Hong He tribe noticed the multitude of people beneath the temple, and not far away were some charming wooden houses. The people of the Shurya tribe appeared vibrant and full of life, each face adorned with an unmistakable smile. Even the elders and children wore rosy cheeks. Everyone seemed to be living well, devoid of hunger or cold. For a moment, Hong Li was lost in thought, reminiscing about when her own Hong He tribe thrived in such a manner, with each member well-fed, all faces radiant with vitality and laughter echoing throughout the tribe. But then, upon closer inspection, Hong Li realized that the number of people in this tribe was not substantial. In comparison to her own Hong He tribe, it was merely a small tribe. Yet, Hong Li dared not underestimate them. Lu Chunyu watched as Ming entered with a group at the altar. When the carpenters hurried back to inform her that a group had come to trade for salt, the tribe was astounded. A tribe coming to trade for salt? How could it be that others sought them out for salt? It was known that previously, they had only gone to other tribes for salt. Never had anyone come to their tribe for such a purpose. Everyone was eagerly anticipating who would come to exchange salt with them when they spotted a group of women. The priestess, Ming, halted her steps beneath the altar, revealing that these women hailed from the Hongha tribe, claiming to have come to barter for salt. Hong Li looked up and discovered that the individual referred to as the priestess was, in fact, a younger woman, even younger than herself. Hong Li found this tribe to be rather peculiar, as it was surprising to see such a youthful priestess, when typically the temples were filled with elderly priests. The woman on the altar stood tall, her demeanor serene. Contrary to Hong Li's expectations, this priestess did not adorn herself with extravagant bone ornaments, nor was she clad entirely in white. However, Hong Li dared not underestimate her. The priestess's attire was exquisitely crafted, far surpassing the garments worn by any priest she had previously encountered. Lu Qinyu's gaze swept over Hong Li and her companions. Hongha tribe? Indeed, Hong Li replied. I am Hong Li, the leader of the Hongha tribe. We would like to exchange some herbs for a bit of salt. As she spoke, she instructed her companions to retrieve the herbs from their animal skin pouch. Wu Kuan often sent members of their tribe to assist in foraging for herbs, and over time, they had memorized the locations. After their departure, they collected these herbs along the way, thinking they might be useful for ailments or injuries. However, they were quite ignorant of how to utilize these herbs. They merely crushed them to apply to wounds or boiled them for consumption. Although some had sustained injuries, the herbs had failed to provide any healing, and eventually, the remaining herbs were brought forth for trade. Lu Qinyu gestured for Qing to step forward and take the animal skin pouch, providing an opportunity to assess Qing's recent studies. Qing promptly approached, took the pouch, and unwrapped it, laying the herbs out on the ground. There were only a few varieties: dandelion, plantain, great burdock, and Isida's root. She immediately recognized that these individuals possessed little knowledge of herbal medicine. For instance, while Isida's root's medicinal part is its root, they had only brought the leaves and stems. After a moment of identification, Qing returned to Lu Qinyu with her findings. Priestess, most of these are indeed herbs, but they were collected improperly. Many were picked before they had fully grown, some parts were incorrectly harvested, and others are simply weeds. Lu Qinyu nodded, affirming Qing's commendable learning progress. Qing's face visibly brightened with a smile. Upon hearing Qing's assessment, the Hongha tribe members' expressions darkened, yet they refrained from retorting. Lu Qinyu remarked, as you have heard, while these may be herbs, they hold little value and are quite scarce. Before encountering our tribe, you likely did not intend to trade herbs for salt, did you? Hong Li abruptly lifted her gaze towards Lu Qinyu. Lu Qinyu sighed, recognizing the straightforward nature of these primitive people. They often revealed their intentions when provoked. Now do tell, what exactly is your purpose for coming here? Upon hearing Lu Qinyu's words, the members of the Xia tribe swiftly encircled the Hongha tribe individuals. Hong Li's breath quickened as she surveyed the glimmering weapons wielded by the stone-toothed tribe warriors surrounding her. She realized that evading the truth today would be impossible. The idea of exchanging salt had indeed been a spur-of-the-moment decision. With a resolute heart, Hong Li chose to lay bare her intentions, her voice hoarse as she spoke. We have always sought refuge with you. She recounted the events that had transpired in her life. Upon finishing her tale, Lu Qinyu found himself somewhat admiring Hong Li. She possessed both courage and determination, acknowledging oppression and choosing to resist, seeking new avenues rather than submitting. She was willing to forego her own status for the sake of her people and ally with other tribes. So, you wish to join our stone-toothed tribe? Hong Li straightened her back, her gaze unwavering. Indeed, we are all skilled hunters and warriors, ready to contribute to the tribe, seeking only a stable place to call home. Chapter 145. The contest. Lu Qinyu surveyed the individuals from the Hongha tribe and suddenly inquired, "Are you saying that you are being pursued by the temple?" Hong Li felt a heavy weight in her heart, yet she responded truthfully, "Indeed." Lu Qinyu smiled. "Do you know what the structure behind me is called?" Hong Li hesitated for a moment before replying, "The temple." "This is also a temple. Are you not afraid?" Hong Li's pupils dilata sharply, and she instinctively took a half-step back, her fingers tightening around the bone dagger at her waist. The tribespeople behind her, equally tense, reached for their weapons. Lu Qinyu observed her reaction with keen interest, her smile deepening. "No, I have seen the temple before, and this one is unlike any I have encountered. This temple is far more exquisite." As Hong Li spoke, her gaze grew resolute. She fixed her eyes on Lu Qinyu and declared, "You are the youngest priestess I have ever seen, and a woman at that. In the temple, they would never appoint a young and beautiful woman as a priestess. Therefore, I believe your tribe has no connection to the temple. As soon as Hong Li finished speaking, the expression of the grass-green figure behind Lu Chenyu changed. No wonder the priestess of their tribe back then. She had been deceived. Lu Chenyu was moved by the determination in Hong Li's eyes. Her smile faded, and her demeanor turned serious. You are correct. Lu Chenyu's voice was clear and powerful. This is not a temple, yet it is also a temple. Although it bears the same name, it is entirely unrelated. This temple belongs to me. If you wish to remain here, you must demonstrate your sincerity. Sincerity? What sincerity? Were they not the greatest embodiment of sincerity themselves? Noticing their confusion, Lu Chenyu directly asked, aside from hunting, what else can you do? The members of the Hongha tribe exchanged glances, and after a brief discussion, Hong Li stepped forward once more. Our Hongha tribe was once a large tribe, and most of our people are skilled in agriculture. Besides hunting, we also cultivate crops, and we have brought numerous seeds with us. Hong Li directed others to bring forth several animal skin bundles, filled with seeds. This is the seed of the Di fruit, which grows quite large and is one of the most essential food sources for our Hongha tribe. If the Xia tribe is willing to accept us, we are prepared to cultivate the Di fruit for the tribe. Lu Chenyu picked up a few seeds between her fingers. Examining them closely, this so-called Di fruit was clearly a radish. Though she was eager to obtain these radish seeds, she knew the rules could not be broken. I see your sincerity. Hong Li's tense shoulders finally relaxed, but Lu Chenyu's next words caused her heart to leap once more. However, to join our Xia tribe, you must pass a trial. The members of the Hongha tribe were bewildered, unsure of what trial was required, as they had already offered their seeds. After contemplating for a moment, Hong Li spoke up. Is it that we must engage in a contest to prove ourselves? If our agricultural skills are deemed unworthy, then must come down to fighting. Hong Li had earned her position as leader through numerous battles, having triumphed in many of them. Fearless in the face of conflict, Hong Li boldly challenged an opponent. If I defeat your chieftain, will I be allowed to stay? Ming was perplexed by her choice of adversary. The high priest had not indicated that the trial would involve combat. All eyes turned to Lu Chenyu, who inquired of the Stone-Tooth tribe, do you accept this method of trial? Previously, the Green Grass tribe had undergone an extensive assessment over half a month before passing their trial. Lu Chenyu, while valuing martial prowess, favored the former approach. Nonetheless, introducing an alternative method of assessment was advantageous, as strength remains a paramount safeguard in all circumstances. The Stone-Tooth tribe members raised no objections. However, Ming voiced his dissent. High Priest, I do not wish to engage in combat with a woman. Before Lu Chenyu could respond, Hong Li interjected, Hong Li, have triumphed over every man who challenged me in the Red River tribe. I could take on 2 of you alone. Are you afraid? Ming, indignant, retorted, when have I ever been afraid? Let us fight, but don't claim I'm bullying a woman. With a cold laugh, Hong Li responded, gender matters not. Strength determines worth. Once I enter the tribe, you may find yourself following my lead. Before Ming could retort, Lu Chenyu interrupted, indeed, Hong Li speaks truth. As long as one possesses the capability, regardless of gender, they can attain their rightful status within the tribe. Her gaze swept across the assembly. The Stone-Tooth tribe valued ability and contribution over gender, not limited to martial skill, but extending to agriculture, weaving, carpentry, and pottery. Anyone excelling in these fields could earn corresponding rank or honor. She turned to Ming. As chieftain, you should understand this principle. Ming opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately lowered his head. The high priest is correct. Lu Chenyu then addressed Hong Li. How do you wish to compete? With a confident tilt of her chin, she replied, let him choose. I am prepared for anything. A smile crept onto Lu Chenyu's lips, impressed by her self-assurance. Very well, I shall decide. She instructed her people to fetch 2 partially burned wooden sticks, extinguish the flames, and handed one to each of the contenders. These are your weapons for today's contest. The first to mark 3 black lines upon their opponent wins. Is that acceptable? No problem. Agreed. Before the match commenced, Lu Chenyu had a large circle drawn on the ground. Anyone who is knocked outside the circle will also be deemed the loser. Understand? Both Ming and Hong Li nodded in agreement. Gripping the charcoal black sticks, they took their positions at opposite ends of the circle. The onlooking tribespeople held their breath. Witnessing a contest between a leader and a chieftain of such caliber was unprecedented. Begin. With a command, Ming launched the first attack. He charged forward, aiming the stick directly at Hong Li's shoulder. Yet, rather than retreat, Hong Li advanced, sidestepping his assault and thrusting her stick towards Ming's wrist. Ming swiftly pivoted to evade, redirecting his stick towards Hong Li's abdomen. After 3 exchanges, Ming, momentarily careless, found a dark mark suddenly appearing on his right wrist. First round, Hong Li wins, announced Qing with a triumphant voice. In the second round, Ming altered his strategy, adopting a defensive approach to counterattack. The 2 wooden sticks clashed, producing a crisp sound as they met. Several feigned attacks by Hong Li were deftly neutralized by Ming. Just as Ming revealed a slight opening, Hong Li unexpectedly changed her tactic, her stick sweeping upward from below. Another dark line appeared on Ming's left side. Second round, Hong Li wins. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of murmurs as the people of the Xia tribe struggled to comprehend how their strongest warrior, Ming, was being outperformed by an outsider. Meanwhile, the members of the Honghe tribe were filled with exhilaration. They had always known their leader was the mightiest, the one bold enough to challenge a tiger in single combat. Chapter 146. Hong Li's victory in the third round. Ming no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. Although she was a woman, her strength was formidable, her skills impressive, and her reflexes remarkably swift. It was evident that she was a leader of a tribe, possessing exceptional prowess. Ming took a deep breath, adjusting his grip on the staff, his gaze sharpening with unwavering focus. Hong Li keenly sensed the shift in Ming's demeanor, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Are you finally taking this seriously?" Before her words could fully escape, Ming launched his assault. His wooden staff transformed from a straightforward display of brute force to an intricate dance, striking from 3 distinct angles in rapid succession toward Hong Li. After she parried his attack, he feigned a staggered retreat. As Hong Li pursued, he executed a swift counter, the staff landing precisely on her right shoulder. In this third bout, Ming emerged victorious. The onlookers from the Xia tribe erupted in astonishment, fervently cheering. "Chief, go for it. Defeat her." Hong Li shook out her arms, her eyes gleaming with determination. "Interesting. Bring it on." As the fourth round commenced, both competitors altered their strategies. Ming's strikes became increasingly fierce and unpredictable, while Hong Li shifted from a defensive posture to a more aggressive approach. The sharp sound of their wooden staffs clashing echoed throughout the arena, captivating the audience. For Lu Chenyu, this was the first time witnessing such a primal contest. His previous encounter with the Baitu tribe had been a life-or-death struggle. This match, however, exuded a pure reverence for strength. In this round, both contenders exercised greater caution. After Hong Li skillfully knocked Ming's staff from his hands, she discarded her own weapon. Opting for a hand-to-hand confrontation, she intended to demonstrate to Ming that even without weapons, she could triumph through sheer strength. The two engaged in a fierce grapple, rolling and twisting upon the sandy ground, sending plumes of dust into the air. The crowd, emboldened by the spectacle, erupted in fervent cheers. Caught off guard by Hong Li's sudden change in tactics, Ming quickly regained his composure. Utilizing his weight to his advantage, he managed to flip Hong Li onto her back. However, before he could exert his strength, Hong Li's legs coiled around his waist like a serpent, and with a powerful twist, bang, the positions of the two fighters were instantly reversed. Hong Li now straddled Ming, her right elbow pressing against his throat, her left fist poised high. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Ming's Adam's apple bobbed as he slowly spoke. "I concede." Although Ming had admitted defeat, Hong Li remembered the rules. She retrieved the staff nearby and marked a third black line upon Ming's body. The third line. Hong Li had won. Cheers erupted, but they were solely from the Honghe tribe, while the Xia tribe stood in stunned silence, many faces reflecting disbelief. How could Ming, the strongest warrior of the tribe, be vanquished by an outsider? Hong Li rose, extending her hand to help Ming to his feet. "You are strong," she said, patting his shoulder. "I was merely fortunate." Ming shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. "A loss is a loss. You are indeed superior." With Hong Li's victory, she had, according to the original stipulations, successfully passed this trial. The remaining members of the Red River tribe also opted for this trial. However, they were not as formidable as Hong Li, yet they were still quite strong. A total of 17 individuals participated, with 11 triumphing over the warriors of the Stone-Tooth tribe, while only 6 faced defeat. The overall combat prowess of the Red River tribe astonished the Stone-Tooth tribe and heightened Lu Qinyu's vigilance. Were the warriors of the outside tribes truly so formidable? Lu Qinyu silently resolved to incorporate the training of her own warriors into her plans. Qing ascended the high platform and proclaimed loudly, "The duel has concluded. As per our agreement, the victors may join the Stone-Tooth tribe." She paused, glancing at the 6 unsuccessful combatants. The defeated female warriors of the Red River tribe were filled with dissatisfaction, and suddenly, one stepped forward earnestly, saying, "We beseech the esteemed priest for another opportunity. We are willing to undergo any trial." Lu Qinyou regarded their battered yet resolute faces and replied, "Very well, let us add another trial. You claim to possess agricultural skills, do you not? If you can cultivate the white fruit you spoke of before the snowfall, you shall be deemed successful." The group exchanged glances, and a slightly older warrior, Hong Lu, stepped forth, stating, "Esteemed priest, this seed requires 2 months to bear fruit. If planted now, we fear we will not be able to harvest before the snow arrives." Lu Qinyou responded, "You need only to plant. I am more concerned with the process than the outcome." With the priest's assurance, Hong Lu and her companions agreed. Just as matters seemed resolved, Hong Li suddenly rose, saying, "Esteemed priest, I have another matter to inquire about." "Speak," Lu Qinyou urged. Hong Li looked into Lu Qinyou's eyes and continued, "As I mentioned earlier, we are being pursued by the temple, and I fear that one day, the temple's people may come here." Lu Qinyou did not answer directly, but called upon Ming. "Ming, tell them what this valley was called before." Ming hesitated, uncertain if he should utter those words, fearing it might remind the priest of their past misdeeds. At last, under Lu Qinyou's gaze, he steeled himself and said, "The Valley of Evil." Upon hearing those words, most fell silent. Hong Li's eyes widened, and she anxiously exclaimed, "This is the Valley of Evil?" Indeed, prior to my arrival, this place was known as such. Lu Qinyou confirmed. The faces of Hong Li and her kin turned ashen. They had grown up hearing the legends of the Valley of Evil, where it was said that man-eating demons dwelled, and any living creature that entered would be reduced to bones. But, Hong Li faltered, "This place. We were all fine?" Lu Qinyou interjected with a gentle smile, "Because after my arrival, I vanquished the demons. And now it is the Stone-Tooth tribe, not merely the Valley of Evil. Tell me, if the temple were to encounter you and us, which do you think they would seek to eliminate first?" "Hong Li, you are incredibly capable, and I hold great admiration for you. There's a saying, 'The enemy of my enemy is my friend.'" Lu Qinyou's words awakened Hong Li to a new understanding. She surveyed her surroundings, formidable walls, sharp weapons, and spirited tribesmen. This was no sinister valley. It was unmistakably a burgeoning and powerful tribe. Any tribe that worshipped the temple would never accept them. The Xia tribe was their most prudent choice. Moreover, the priest capable of vanquishing the demons of the sinister valley. She cast her gaze upon Lu Qinyou. The prowess of this priest was undoubtedly superior to that of the temple. Having reached a resolution, Hong Li took a deep breath and knelt on one knee. "O esteemed priest, from this day forth, the Hongha tribe is willing to share life and death with the Xia tribe." Chapter 147. Is this pottery? Ming conveyed 3 regulations to the people of the Hongha tribe. First, no unauthorized killing or harm to others. Second, no betrayal of the Xia tribe. Any matters concerning the Xia tribe must not be disclosed to outsiders. Third, adhere to the commands of the esteemed priest. The members of the Hongha tribe swiftly accepted these stipulations. They were temporarily accommodated in the caves originally belonging to the Xia tribe, while also assisting in tending to the sheep. As the competition concluded, the aroma of several pots of braised lamb had already wafted through the air, prompting someone to inquire if the celebration could commence. During the contest, their minds had been intensely focused on the competition. Now, with the fragrance of the braised meat permeating the atmosphere, it was as if the scent possessed a life of its own, infiltrating their nostrils. The rich, savory essence of the meat intertwined with the aromatic notes of star anise and cinnamon, mingling with the piquant fragrance of Sichuan pepper, creating an invisible web that ensnared the souls of all present. Ming glanced at Lu Chenyu, who nodded slightly, and immediately raised his voice to announce, "The celebratory feast begins now." In an instant, the entire tribe erupted with excitement. The members of the Xia tribe skillfully lined up to receive their bowls, first collecting cooked taro, then queuing for a bowl of lamb offal, before settling at the dining tables to indulge. The people of the Honghe tribe had never encountered such an intense aroma, and they could not help but swallow in anticipation. "What is this? It smells so good," Hong Li inquired of Ming, who stood beside her. Ming explained, "This is the braised meat technique taught by the esteemed priest, made with a dozen spices, allowing even the bones to absorb the flavor. It's truly delectable." Noticing the captivated gazes of the Honghe tribe members fixated on the bowls of braised delicacies held by their tribe, Ming felt a surge of pride. "Gulme, I will take you to taste it." The people of the Honghe tribe were astonished. "Us? Can we really eat?" Ming reassured them, "Of course. You have joined our tribe, which makes us one and the same. Whatever our tribe possesses, we share." Hong Lu and the others hesitated, feeling unworthy as they had not yet passed the trials to be considered members of a Xia tribe. "Join us. I believe you will soon become part of our tribe," he encouraged. The Honghe tribe members followed Ming to the shelf to collect ceramic bowls. "Is this pottery?" Hong Li exclaimed, gazing in awe at the large bowl in her hands. Their tribe possessed pottery, but only the priest Wukong had access to it. According to Wukong, it was a gift from the temple to the priests, too precious for ordinary people. Now this entire shelf, was it all pottery? Was the Xia tribe truly this affluent? Hong Li's fingers trembled slightly as she delicately cradled the ceramic bowl, fearful of dropping it. The Honghe tribe members behind her stood frozen, even their breathing softened, as if they were cradling a treasure. Is this really for us to use?" Hong Miao asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Ming chuckled at their reaction. "Of course. These are made by our tribe. We have plenty." He casually picked up several more ceramic bowls from the shelf, stacking them and giving them a gentle tap against one another. "See, they are sturdy." Behind the tribe, a small pottery kiln was constructed, yielding ceramics that no longer cracked easily. The number of pottery pieces in the tribe increased significantly. The crisp, melodious sound caused the people of the Honghe tribe to collectively gasp in astonishment. Hong Li swiftly rushed forward, her heart aching as she grasped Ming's hand. "No, don't strike it. This is pottery." Having participated in the tribal gathering, she recalled that a single piece of pottery required a substantial amount of food or animal hides to exchange for, yet Ming was carelessly tapping it. Once she managed to stop Ming, she finally reacted and asked, "What did you just say? Did you make this yourselves?" Ming nodded affirmatively. "Yes, this is also something the esteemed priest taught us." Hong Li was bewildered. The priest was indeed remarkable, possessing the ability to craft pottery and generously willing to impart such a skill to others. The more she pondered, the more she felt convinced that her decision to come here was profoundly right. She whispered to the companions she had brought along, "We must all stay. This is an extraordinary tribe." She sensed that the Xia tribe would undoubtedly become the most formidable tribe in the future. As the people of the Honghe tribe queued behind Ming to receive their share of taro, they inquired, "What is this? Can we eat it directly?" "This is taro. Simply peel it, and you may eat it as is." When they received the marinated lamb offals, Ju, who was distributing the food, handed Hong Li a lamb leg with a smile. "You are truly impressive today. Here, eat more and savor my culinary skills." "Thank you." Hong Li glanced at the lamb offals in her hand. In the deep brown broth, substantial pieces of lamb tripe, intestines, and lungs quivered in the bowl, exuding an intoxicating aroma. The lamb leg, so tender it overflowed from the ceramic bowl, had meat that was soft and succulent, the tough skin rendered translucent by the cooking process. Ming instructed them to find their own seats, and once seated, Hong Li cautiously sipped the broth. Boom! She felt as if an array of flavors erupted simultaneously in her mouth. The savory essence of meat, the richness of spices, a hint of spiciness, and a touch of sweetness. Every flavor except bitterness and astringency seemed to be present. Hong Li widened her eyes, suddenly understanding why the people of the Xia tribe were discreetly swallowing in anticipation while waiting in line. The taste was simply exhilarating. She went on to taste the lamb, offals, and meat. The tender yet resilient tripe danced between her teeth. The broth-soaked intestines burst with rich juices. And even the notoriously difficult-to-cook lungs had absorbed the marinade, dissolving upon contact. The piece de resistance was the lamb leg, its skin and meat having been stewed to perfection. A gentle tug separated bone from flesh, and the connective tissue was exquisitely tender and springy, compelling one to chew the bones into submission. "Ouch! Hot, hot, hot!" exclaimed Hong Miao, who could no longer resist the temptation and had already taken several bites. Lacking the skill to use chopsticks, she resorted to eating with her hands, only to scald herself, yelping in pain. Yet she hastily continued to shove the food into her mouth. With her tongue sticking out from the heat, she stubbornly refused to cease chewing. It's so delicious. Leader, you were right. We must do everything in our power to stay here. I wish to indulge in such exquisite food every day. The yield of the sweet potato from their Honghe tribe is substantial, and it constitutes a staple in their diet. The sweet potato is delectably sweet and crisp, brimming with juice, making it delightful whether consumed raw or cooked. However, it does not provide the satisfaction of meat. Indulging in it excessively still leaves one's stomach yearning for more. Thus, they often prepare it alongside meat, infusing the sweet potato with the essence of savory flavors. Yet it fails to match the exquisite taste of meat. After savoring the braised meat, Hong Li ventured to try taro. The taro's creamy texture melted instantly on her palate, and after a few bites, she felt a sense of satiety, proving to be far more filling than their sweet potato. Hong Li, who once believed sweet potato to be the finest food in the world, felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that the Xia tribe possessed their own filling sustenance and likely held little regard for their sweet potato. Chapter 148. Goat Milk. Lu Chenyu returned home with a bag of radish seeds. Radishes, known for their rapid growth and adaptability, can thrive under various conditions. For instance, cherry radishes take merely a month from sowing to harvest. In contrast, white radishes require a longer span, approximately 40 to 60 days. Lu Chenyu proceeded to plant the radishes in the garden. The cultivation of radishes is a straightforward endeavor. Soak the seeds, dig a hole, scatter the seeds within, and cover them with a thin layer of soil. Hong Lu and 5 others were also engaged in reclaiming land for radish cultivation. It was only after they began that they discovered the Xia tribe also practiced farming, and their yields surpassed those of the Honghe tribe. Hong was responsible for the planting and took Hong Lu and her companions to inspect her managed plots: green onions, pumpkins, sweet potatoes, taros. An array of crops was meticulously arranged in distinct furrows. Hong Lu's eyes widened in amazement. She had never witnessed such an orderly method of cultivation. In contrast, the Honghe tribe's approach had been haphazard. "Is this also taught to you by the esteemed priest?" On Yuan Kired. With pride, Hong nodded and casually brushed aside the soil from a potato seedling, revealing several small potatoes beneath. "Behold our potatoes. They will be one of our sources of sustenance during winter. With these, the priest assures us we shall not face hunger." In a daze, Hong Lu followed Hong to collect the tools for land reclamation. Wooden shovels, hoes, plows. These were implements she had never encountered before, but it must be said, they were remarkably effective. Hong Lu and her companions had never perceived land reclamation as such an effortless and swift task. Emulating the Xia tribe, they cleared the land with precision and subsequently sowed the seeds. During this time, they noticed the priest would occasionally visit their planting site, which invigorated Hong Lu and her companions to work with even greater enthusiasm. After the celebrations, a substantial quantity of leftover mutton from the tribe required curing and drying for preservation. With the weather now bearing a hint of chill, the meat would not spoil as easily as it would in warmer conditions. The mutton, still attached to the carcass, was scored with sharp cuts and salted for a day, then placed on drying racks in a cool, well-ventilated area. Once thoroughly dried, it could be stored for the entire winter, provided it endured the cold and potential snowfall, thus serving as a natural refrigerator as long as the meat could last until the snow arrived. However, this amount of meat would not suffice to sustain the entire tribe throughout the winter, necessitating further hunting excursions. The Xia tribe's hunting team was divided into two groups, one led by Ming and the other by Hong Li, with each team comprising 30 members. They aimed to procure more game before the onset of winter snows. Additionally, the tribe needed to stockpile feed for their sheep and poultry. Hence, the primary task of the foraging team shifted to harvesting the lush green grass to create fodder. Storing grass was not a daunting task, as the expansive grasslands stretched endlessly before them. The foraging team could harvest a substantial amount of grass within half an hour. Once cut, the grass was left to dry until it was about 70 to 80% dry, then bundled and placed in an uninhabited cave, reserved for feeding the sheep during the snowy winter months. Currently, the sheep also required dedicated shepherding. A flock of wild sheep, untamed and elusive, tends to flee at the slightest provocation, making it exceedingly difficult to retrieve them once they escape. Thus, each day, the foraging team collects fresh grass and promptly delivers it to the sheep pen for feeding. The flock predominantly consists of ewes, many of which are nursing mothers. The abundance of sheep's milk here is remarkable. A single lamb cannot possibly consume it all. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chenyu was struck by an idea. The children in the tribe are few in number, barely 20 when including those brought over from the nearby grassland tribe. Each child is notably frail, having gained only a modest amount of weight in recent days, yet they remain far from plump and healthy, which is undeniably more charming. Lu Chenyu instructed Zhu to milk the sheep. Upon learning that the milk was intended for drinking, Zhu's expression was one of disbelief. "Esteemed priest, is this truly drinkable?" she inquired, having never heard of anyone consuming it before. "Just fetch it, and I shall teach you how," Lu Chenyu replied. Reluctantly, Zhu took a clay pot to begin milking. Initially, the ewes were quite resistant to Zhu's approach, bleating incessantly. However, with assistance, she managed to secure a milking ewe and proceeded as instructed by the priest. After considerable effort, she finally filled a pot with sheep's milk. Since raw sheep's milk is unsuitable for consumption, it must be boiled first. Under Lu Chenyu's guidance, Zhu began to heat the milk. The raw milk initially emitted a strong, unpleasant odor, but as it cooked, a delightful aroma gradually wafted through the air. At this time, most of the adults were occupied with various tasks, leaving the children with little to do. Thus, many were drawn to the enticing scent of the milk. "Esteemed priest, are you preparing something delicious?" the children inquired, gathering around the fire, their eyes sparkling as they fixated on the bubbling pot of sheep's milk. The creamy liquid formed a delicate layer of milk skin on the surface, trembling slightly in the steam and releasing a rich, sweet fragrance. Lu Chenyu had added a generous amount of sugar and, with a smile, announced, "This is sheep's milk prepared for you to drink." "Sheep's milk?" The short-haired ewe scrunched her little nose in confusion. "Isn't that meant for lambs? Lambs may drink it, but so can we." Cooked sheep's milk is both fragrant and sweet, promoting growth and strength, Lu Chenyu assured her. The youngest, Mao, could no longer contain his curiosity and leaned closer, wide-eyed. "Is it really sweet?" he asked, noticing the sugar being added. "Indeed, go fetch your bowls," Lu Chenyu encouraged. The little ones dashed off and quickly returned with their bowls in hand. The milk was still hot, so Lu Chenyu instructed them to place their bowls on the table, pouring hot sheep's milk into each while cautioning them against burns. "Wait a moment. Let it cool before drinking." After a short while, when the milk had reached a warm temperature, Lu Chenyu declared, "All right, it is ready to drink." Yu carefully lifted her bowl and took a tentative sip, her eyes suddenly widening. "It's sweet." Upon witnessing her reaction, the other children eagerly raised their bowls and began to drink. "Wow, this is delicious," they exclaimed, cradling their bowls as if they were precious treasures, savoring the milk in small sips. Lu Chenyu poured a bowl for Zhu as well, saying, "You should try it too." Zhu accepted the clay bowl, gazing hesitantly at the milky liquid within. The delicate steam wafted up, carrying a subtle fragrance of milk, a stark contrast to the fishy odor she had previously encountered. She cautiously took a sip. The warm goat's milk glided over her tongue, rich yet tinged with a hint of sweetness, unexpectedly delightful. Zhu blinked in surprise and took another hearty gulp. It truly lacked any unpleasant taste. Lu Chenyu smiled at her, explaining that boiled goat's milk effectively eliminates the fishy flavor and makes nutrients more readily absorbable. She could serve a bowl to the children daily, ensuring they grow stronger. Can even those who cannot speak drink it? Zhu inquired eagerly. What do you mean? She continued, speaking rapidly. The youngest child in the tribe was merely 9 months old, the offspring of you and he. During her pregnancy, the tribe's food supply had been scarce, and after giving birth, you struggled with insufficient milk, leaving the child perpetually unsatisfied. Though now 9 months old, the child remained roughly the size of a 5-month-old, with a large head and slender body. Recently, they had managed to provide a bit of rice porridge and dough, yet you and he were genuinely concerned about failing to nurture their first child properly. In the tribe, the death of a child was tragically commonplace. Lu Chenyu, recalling no memory of this child, assumed it was simply too small and unable to walk. At 9 months, it was indeed time for a taste of goat's milk. Yes, she confirmed. Zhu felt a surge of happiness upon hearing this. If even the little ones could partake, then the children of their tribe would surely flourish in number. Chapter 149. Rice Porridge. Juju sent a child to summon you to bring her baby outside. Before long, Lu Chenyu caught sight of you and her 9-month-old child. The child was indeed very thin, with arms and legs no thicker than a small handful, resembling a large-headed doll, with big, dark eyes. As soon as you arrived, she appeared somewhat anxious, glancing at Lu Chenyu, yet out of maternal affection. She suppressed her fear of the priest and stammered, "Honorable priest, I have heard that you possess food that can help children grow strong. Those children mentioned that they have all had some, so I would like to hold my baby." Despite her timid nature, Yu's voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Juju interjected, it was I who sent those little monkeys to call you. Come, here is some goat's milk. The priest has said that even a small child like you can drink it. Give it a try. You gazed at the creamy, fragrant goat's milk in the earthen jar, hurriedly pouring a little into a small bowl and gently feeding it to her child. As the first sip of milk reached the child's lips, he furrowed his brow for a moment. Then his eyes brightened, and his little hands eagerly reached for the spoon. The child drank heartily, and you watched with tears glistening in her eyes. After the child had his fill of goat's milk, Lu Chenyu did not allow any more feeding. She ventured to the 4th-floor storeroom to retrieve some rice. Although the storeroom held a supply of rice, the tribe's staple food was taro. Given the abundant yield of taro in this region, the rice was temporarily stored away. Since the child was still young, in addition to goat's milk, he could also consume some rice porridge. This is rice. I will teach you how to prepare rice porridge. Lu Chenyu placed the rice in an earthen bowl, found a sturdy wooden stick, rounded one end, and began to grind. First, the rice needed to be crushed. With a rhythmic sound of pounding, the grains gradually transformed into fine powder. After grinding for a while, Lu Chenyu encouraged you to continue the task. You entrusted the child to Juju and took over the grinding. It was not difficult to grind a rice flour, and soon she had produced half a bowl. Once the rice was ground into a powder, it required to be toasted. Lu Chenyu instructed you to kindle a small fire and pour the rice flour into a flat earthen pot for gentle roasting. As a delicate aroma of rice began to waft through the air, it was to be roasted until slightly golden, making it easier to digest and convenient for storage. The toasted rice flour was placed in a clay jar and handed to you. When the child grew hungry, she could take a little out and place it in a bowl, adding boiling water to dissolve it, without requiring too much water. As she demonstrated, you watched as the original white powder quickly transformed into a thick, sticky rice porridge upon the addition of hot water. She stirred with a small spoon. It was much thicker than what she had previously fed the child. Upon tasting it, the child, who was quite fond of food, eagerly opened his mouth wide whenever the spoon approached, revealing 2 tiny rice teeth. As he was responsible for feeding her child goat's milk daily, she was entrusted with the task of milking. Grateful beyond words, she departed with the rice porridge. With the inclusion of the Honghe tribe, the Xia tribe found their weapons somewhat lacking. Nothing should be in short supply, especially weaponry. Upon returning, Lu Chenyu procured a batch of weapons under the guise of plantation. The long-handled axe, outdoor agricultural weeding machete, and double-headed sickle remained mostly in the warehouse, while Lu Chenyu sent some to the plantation. After tending to the vegetables of the plantation, Anson would also take her staff to cultivate the land outside the greenhouse. One day, after delivering tools to the plantation, Lu Chenyu visited the apothecary. Her schedule had been quite regular lately. She would first exchange the ingredients in the morning, then visit the restaurant and plantation every 2 days, followed by a morning of studying traditional Chinese medicine at the apothecary, and in the afternoon, she would teach Qinghe and Cao Tsue what she had learned. Today, as Kong Renfu was absent, Chu Jingjing sought to persuade Lu Chenyu to accompany her out. Qinghe Pharmacy had gained some fame, attracting numerous patients daily, and with Kong Renfu bringing in several of his own students, Chu Jingjing found herself with ample time. Chenyu, I recently rescued a cat, and I need your help. Pretend to break into my house and take it away, then bring it to the pet store for neutering, she proposed. Lu Chenyu raised an eyebrow. Where did you learn such a scheme? Chu Jingjing replied proudly, I saw it online. Netizens say this way it won't hold a grudge against its owner. I've only had it for a little over a month and have just begun to establish a close bond. I don't want it to resent me. So you want me to play the villain? Lu Chenyu sighed. Oh, you hardly interact with it. Just lend me a hand. Chu Jingjing insisted, pushing her toward the door. Besides, the pet store staff are already arranged. You and he will be the villains, while I am the devoted owner trying to protect it. Just storm in fiercely. Grab the cat and leave the rest to the pet store staff. Lu Chenyu, bemused, relented. All right, I'll play the villain. Chu Jingjing cheered, then instructed. Remember to make it convincing. My cat, Kai Kai, is quite clever. Qu'est-ce que Jingjing explained symbolise de fortune. And it had wandered into the pharmacy on its own accord. Lu Chenyu followed Chu Jingjing to her home. Chu Jingjing dramatically unlocked the door, calling out loudly. Kai Kai, Mama's home. A plump orange cat, previously lounging on the sofa licking its paws, promptly jumped up to greet Chu Jingjing at the door. Upon seeing Lu Chenyu, it merely glanced lazily in her direction and mewed. Lu Chenyu lowered her voice. Is it time? Shall I begin? Chu Jingjing nodded eagerly. Lu Chenyu ap do check do say Kai Kai. Chu Jingjing exaggeratedly spread her arms, blocking the coffee table, and theatrically exclaimed, Kai Kai, don't be afraid. Mama will protect you. Lu Chenyu stifled a smile, thinking the performance was overly contrived. She composed herself, marching forward with a fierce demeanor, and declared, Step aside. This cat is mine. Kai Kai, retreating under the sofa, widened its eyes and emitted a low whimper, clearly frightened. Que Jingjing disperately intervened. No, you can't take it. Kai Kai is my treasure. Lu Chenyu forcefully pushed her aside and bent down to grasp the cat. Sensing the impending danger, Kai Kai nimbly twisted and darted away from the coffee table, making a beeline for the bedroom. Lu Chenyu reacted swiftly, dashing forward and, just as Kai Kai was about to squeeze beneath the bed, seized it by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. Meow! Kai Kai flailed its 4 paws wildly, struggling furiously. Stay still. If you move again, I shall stew you. Lu Chenyu deliberately threatened with mock ferocity. Chu Jingjing, attempting to stifle her laughter, turned crimson as she feigned a heart-wrenching expression. Kai Kai, Mother is sorry. Mother cannot save you. With the cat in tow, Lu Chenyu strode out without glancing back, coldly declaring, Humph, it belongs to me now. Behind her, Chu Jingjing lamented, Kai Kai. My Kai Kai. 10 minutes later, at the pet shop, the young veterinarian had long been waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lu Chenyu approaching with the cat, he hurried over. Is this Kai Kai? Lu Chenyu nodded and handed the cat to him. Here, the next task is yours. Chapter 150. The rooster neutering plan. As soon as Kai Kai spotted the young man from the pet store, it began to thrash wildly, attempting to break free. It was acutely aware that they were in a hospital. The scent was unmistakable. The pet store attendant adeptly took hold of the cat, reassuring, Don't worry. It will be over soon. Chu Jingjing would only appear after Kai Kai's neutering was complete, while Lu Chenyu waited in the pet store. Just as she settled down, a customer entered the store, and Lu Chenyu couldn't help but glance over. The individual was cradling a vividly colorful rooster. Doctor, can you neuter a rooster? The pet store staff appeared taken aback, hesitating before responding, neuter a rooster? The customer nodded earnestly. Yes, this rooster belongs to my child. It has grown increasingly boisterous and crows every day, prompting numerous complaints from our neighbors. I heard neutering might calm it down. Can you do it here? The staff member looked somewhat troubled. Well, we are a pet store primarily focused on neutering cats and dogs. We have not done any procedures for chickens. The customer seemed slightly disappointed. Chickens are not an option? The staff suggested, perhaps you could visit a veterinary clinic? At that moment, the rooster suddenly began to crow loudly, flapping its wings and breaking free from the customer's grasp, soaring onto the counter and glaring down at them defiantly, as if staging a protest. The customer scrambled to catch it, exclaiming, "Oh dear, please stop causing a ruckus." The staff hurriedly joined the effort to capture the unruly bird. Lu Chenyu, observing the chaotic scene, couldn't help but facepalm. As the rooster flitted past her, she swiftly grasped it. Just then, the rooster relieved itself on the store floor. The staff member sighed in exasperation. Seeing Lu Chenyu easily subdue the rooster, the customer's eyes lit up. "Miss, you have quite the skill. How about you hold it while the doctor performs the procedure?" Lu Chenyu replied. The staff member chuckled wryly, "Sir, it's not that we don't wish to assist, but the physiological structure of chickens differs significantly from that of cats and dogs. Undertaking a surgery without proper expertise poses considerable risk, and should anything go awry, we cannot bear the responsibility. Alternatively, you could take it to a breeding farm. They typically neuter roosters there, and someone should be able to assist you." After much persuasion, the staff managed to send the customer on their way. Lu Chenyu, reminded by the customer, recalled that she had yet to neuter the thousands of young roosters she had at home. Thus, she inquired of the pet store staff, "How does one neuter a rooster?" The staff member, exasperated, thought this class is unbearable. Maintaining a professional smile, they explained, "Neutering a rooster is commonly referred to as caponizing. You would need to consult a specialized breeding farm or veterinary station. Ordinary pet stores cannot perform such procedures." Lu Chenyu nodded thoughtfully. "Understood. Thank you." She pondered whether there might be instructional videos online about how to neuter a rooster. At that moment, Chu Jingjing burst into the pet store, exclaiming, "Kai Kai, Mommy is here to rescue you." However, as Kai Kai had yet to emerge, Chu Jingjing curbed her flamboyant display. Noticing Lu Chenyu engaged in conversation with the staff, and inquired, "What are you discussing?" Lu Chenyu, engaging in a discussion about the topic of neutering roosters. Jingjing. The store clerk elucidates. A customer recently brought in a rooster, requesting its neutering. Chu Jingjing, unsure of how to react, suddenly bursts into laughter. "Hee hee hee. Lu Chenyu, what are you laughing at?" Chu Jingjing, "Junior sister, allow me to share a little secret. Our master has actually performed this task." It turns out that during the period of strict enforcement, traditional Chinese medicine was regarded as feudal superstition. At that time, Kang Renfu was merely a teenager, and to conceal his studies in traditional medicine, Kang's father instructed him in the art of castrating chickens. Thus, Kang Renfu spent several years honing his skills as a rooster castrator. If you wish to know more, simply inquire with our master upon your return. Lu Chenyu dare not ask. At that moment, the door to the operating room swung open, and a nurse peered out. "Kai Kai has awakened. You may take him home." Jingjing dashed inside. "Kai Kai, Mama has come to rescue you." Upon seeing Lu Chenyu, the neutered Kai Kai displayed an expression of reproach, as if to say, "You villain." Yet, as Chu Jingjing had mentioned, Kai Kai remained quite affectionate towards her. Having accomplished her task, Lu Chenyu retreated to her studies on how to castrate roosters. The primary purpose of this procedure is to enhance the quality of the meat and temper the aggressive behavior of the roosters, rendering them less combative. Neutered roosters possess more tender meat, with fat distributed more evenly, resulting in a superior taste compared to their unaltered counterparts, and they tend to grow larger as well. The tools for this endeavor are specialized, and Lu Chenyu procured a set for over 100, alongside some anti-inflammatory medication for chickens, and embarked on her experiments. However, as the esteemed priestess, how could she undertake such a task? Thus, she turned her gaze toward Hongli. Upon noticing the priestess's attention, Hongli mistakenly believed she was being praised for leading the hunting team to procure 3 wild boars, and flashed a broad grin in response. Lu Chenyu had also brought along the purchase tools. In the evening, as the hunting team returned, they gathered for dinner, and the tribe's sun lamp illuminated the surroundings. Regardless of how many times they observed it, everyone remained in awe of the lamp that glowed as darkness fell. They congregated under the light, awaiting the priestess's instructions. Lu Chenyu instructed Xiao to display the tools upon a high platform. The moment the weapons were unveiled, every eye sparkled with excitement. No one could resist the allure of possessing their own weapon. Currently, the tribe was short on weapons. The patrol team required them, the carpentry team needed them, and the hunting team was in dire need as well. Thus, Xiao, responsible for managing these tools, faced immense difficulty in deciding to whom they should be allocated, as everyone had a claim. Now, however, the esteemed priestess had brought forth a new batch of weapons, seemingly even more formidable. Lu Chenyu called forth 2 members of the hunting team. The hunting team, faces alight with anticipation, stepped forward. As expected, the priestess was about to distribute weapons. The hunting team, as the paramount combat force, each received a weapon. Next, it was the turn of the patrol team. The patrol team and the hunting team rotated duties, both essential for safeguarding the tribe as security, thus necessitating their own weapons. The carpentry team has recently been engaged in crafting the bed as instructed by the esteemed priest, necessitating the use of axes and hatchets. The remaining supplies must be requisitioned as needed. Gathering teams may apply for outings, while the planting teams may request for weeding assistance. After distributing the weapons, Lu Chenyu chose not to disband the assembly. Instead, he addressed the crowd, stating, "There is one more matter that requires your attention. May, please bring it forth." May, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment, promptly lifted a large wicker basket beside her. "Esteemed priest, all that has been prepared during these days is contained within." "Very well," the priest replied. "Let us find someone to try it on." Chapter 151. Contribution Value. Maina presented the recently crafted leather garments. After receiving the priest's instructions, she casually summoned 3 individuals, a man, a woman, and a child. The trio, slightly apprehensive, stepped onto the stage. The man was robust, the woman possessed a graceful figure, and the child was slender and agile, perfect representations of varying sizes for the leather attire. Maina retrieved 3 sets of clothing from her basket and handed them out accordingly. The 3 were uncertain about the purpose of their summons until Maina distributed the leather garments based on their physiques. What? Were they really expected to wear these? In the tribe, aside from the priest's family who initially followed him, the only others who owned clothing were Qing and her kin. Everyone else lacked garments. Were they truly to receive clothing now? The trio was taken aback, overwhelmed with excitement. Maina, aware of their misunderstanding, whispered, "Do not overthink it. Simply try them on. They are not yours to keep." The 3 realized the improbability. They had done nothing to warrant such gifts. One by one, they donned the clothing. Each set comprised a top and trousers. The top was a pullover with 2 pieces, one crafted from softer leather, a vest worn underneath, and the outer layer. A long-sleeve garment made from long-haired hide, extending to cover their backsides. The trousers matched the long-sleeve top, also made of long-haired leather, promising warmth. The cuffs of both the trousers and sleeves were neatly finished. Additionally, there was a pair of leather shoes. To be candid, the garments appeared rather unappealing, even somewhat bulky. However, for the people of the Xia tribe, this was an exceptional set of clothing. Once the man had donned the attire, he moved his limbs, exclaiming in delight, "It feels remarkably light and does not hinder my movements at all." The woman, upon trying it on, could not help but exclaim, "So warm. I feel no wind at all. With this garment, winter holds no fear." The child, brimming with excitement, leapt twice and declared, "Great priest, this is wonderful. I no longer need to worry about branches scratching me." The crowd below observed the trio's trial with envy and longing. How they wished to possess such clothing. Once the 3 had completed their fitting, Maina instructed them to descend the stage and mingle among the audience. Their admiration only deepened. Honli, upon seeing the dressed individuals pass by, grabbed one to examine the outfit closely, her desire intensifying. She yearned for a set made of tiger skin. Lu Chenyu, observing the crowd's reaction, spoke gradually. "These garments are the result of Maina's tireless efforts alongside the weaving team." She paused, surveying the assembly. "However, the hides are limited. It is impossible to satisfy everyone at once." A moment of silence followed as she continued. Thus, the tribe will distribute based on contributions. Contributions? Some queried, puzzled. Indeed, Lu Chenyu affirmed with a nod. Just as you once exchanged goods with me for salt, you will need to present your contribution value in exchange for clothing, or even housing, weapons, and food. The more prey the hunting team brings back, the greater their contribution. Likewise, the gathering team can exchange the herbs and food they find for contribution points. Additionally, constructing walls, houses, planting, raising livestock, and weaving can all yield contribution points. Her words plunged the crowd into contemplation. Previously, the tribe distributed food mostly on a per capita basis. But now the esteemed priest proposed new rules. Those who work more will earn more. What is this contribution value? Lu Chenyu was well prepared for this inquiry. She instructed Qing to bring forth a board, upon which Lu Chenyu had meticulously organized the information over several nights. It was quite simple. From this day forth, the tribe would allocate contributions to each individual. Hunting, gathering, crafting tools, sewing clothes, even constructing houses and guarding the tribe would all count as contributions. Once enough contribution points are amassed, individuals may exchange them for the items they require. This is what you will be able to exchange daily from Qing. The items representing contribution points, as Lu Chenyu described, are cards. These cards, specially customized by Lu Chenyu, display the numbers 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100. Currently, only the card with the number 1 is in circulation. The art of printing serves as the best deterrent against counterfeiting. Each card signifies 1 contribution point. For instance, 20 contribution points can be exchanged for a set of clothing, 40 for a weapon, and 80 for a house. Each supervisor will oversee this process, and those who participate in daily work on time can earn 1 contribution point. Those who excel in their contributions, such as hunting large beasts or bringing back more prey, may receive an additional 1 to 10 contribution points. Discovering new edible plants or herbs may also yield a reward of 1 to 10 contribution points, depending on the circumstances. Crafting superior tools will likewise grant extra contributions. I understand that many of you may not be numerate. Therefore, each supervisor need only report to Qing about the day's activities, and Qing will verify and distribute the contribution points. Lu Chenyu has been dedicating some of her time each day to teach Qing. However, she soon found it to be quite a challenge, as Qing is illiterate and cannot count. Yet, through her efforts, Qing has managed to learn to count from 1 to 100, as well as perform addition and subtraction within that range. These basic arithmetic tasks are within Qing's capabilities. The crowd below erupted into a flurry of discussion. Lu Chenyu continued, stating that contribution cards may be freely traded, but theft or deceit is strictly prohibited. Should anyone be found guilty of stealing or misappropriating contribution cards, not only will all their contribution points be confiscated, but they will also face severe punishment. The mention of the priest's earlier warning about expulsion from the tribe sent a shiver through the assembly. Is there anything you do not understand? At that moment, a hesitant individual raised their hand. Esteemed priest, what about the elderly and children who may be physically unable to hunt or gather? Will they not receive any contribution points? Lu Chenyu smiled gently. Of course not. There are numerous tasks within the tribe, such as tanning hides, crafting pottery, collecting firewood, and preparing meals. Any work that benefits the tribe is eligible for contribution points. The elder's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded repeatedly, proclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. Although I have aged, I can still manage the task of tanning hides with ease." Yun eagerly inquired, "Can I also earn contribution points by catching small fish to feed the chicks and ducklings?" Lu Chenyu replied, "Certainly. As members of the breeding team, as long as Xiang recognizes your contributions for the day, you shall receive contribution points." At that moment, Yin resolved to refrain from indulging in play while working in the future. "What does free trade mean?" Yin asked. Lu Chenyu explained, "Free trade signifies that you may transfer your contribution points to others or exchange them for goods. For instance, if you accumulate 15 contribution points and need just 5 more to obtain a set of clothing, and your friend happens to possess exactly 5 contribution points, they may choose to gift them to you, or you can barter with them for those points. However, remember that all transactions must be consensual. Any form of theft or deceit is strictly prohibited. Should such actions be discovered, not only will all contribution points be confiscated, but the offender may also face expulsion from the tribe. Chapter 152. Dare to defy. I shall conquer them. The esteemed priest reiterated his firm prohibition against theft and deception. And the members of the Shia tribe recognized the gravity of his words, taking heed in solemn silence. Lu Chenyu continued, furthermore, should a family accumulate sufficient contribution points, they may combine their efforts to redeem rewards. For instance, parents may exchange points to procure clothing for their children, or siblings and partners may collaborate to acquire a dwelling. This clarification relieved many, as relying solely on an individual to amass 80 contribution points for a house would require an extensive duration. However, with collective effort from the entire family, the process could be expedited significantly. Once all inquiries had been addressed, Qing stepped forward, holding a box containing a card inscribed with the number 1. Beginning today, at sunset, each day, team leaders may approach me to receive contribution points for distribution among their members. Those wishing to exchange for items may also register with me at any time. Upon her announcement, the crowd eagerly sought out their respective team leaders to collect their contribution points. Qing took a seat at a dining table, struggling to tally the points. For the hunting team, represented by a drawing of a bow and arrow, one individual earned 1 contribution point, totaling 60 points, with the 2 leaders contributing an additional point, culminating in 62 points. Hongli, our hunting team has slain 3 more wild boars than theirs, she asserted. Then we shall allocate 3 additional contribution points to your team. The distribution is for you to decide, Qing replied. Ming was about to voice a protest, but reconsidered, thinking that perhaps his team might also achieve a greater bounty in the future. The planting team, depicted with a hoe, comprised 6 members, earning 6 contribution points, plus 1 for the leader. The livestock team was represented by a drawing of a chick, while the distribution of contribution points was bustling with activity. Lu Chenyu called Hongli aside. Entering the temple for the first time, Hongli was instantly captivated by the grandeur of the throne in the main hall, flanked by 2 rows of upholstered benches. Lu Chenyu guided her to the back of the hall, which served as a conference room, dominated by an expansive wooden table surrounded by chairs. Please take a seat, he invited. Hongli obliged, choosing a spot, but could not resist surveying her surroundings. The interior of the temple exceeded her expectations in its solemnity, adorned with lamps on the walls, a polished floor, and a delicate fragrance of herbs permeating the air. Do you understand why I summoned you privately? Lu Chenyu inquired as he settled across from her. Hongli diverted her gaze and shook her head. Is there something you wish to instruct me, esteemed priest? Lu Chenyu produced a box and slid it across the table toward her. Open it and see, he urged. Upon opening the wooden box, Hongli discovered several meticulously arranged small knives and a few delicate clamps. Confused, she looked up at Lu Chenyu. Esteemed priest, what is this? If these were indeed weapons, they seemed rather diminutive, yet they could be discreetly concealed for a surprise attack. Lu Chenyu lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. I wish for you to undertake a special task, castrating chickens. Honglis confusion dapanat, castrating chickens. What purpose does this serve? Lu Chenyu responded. Have you noticed the chickens raised by the tribe? Hongli nodded, acknowledging the abundance before her, though lamenting their diminutive size, insufficient for her appetite. The act of castrating roosters had been explained to her, yet the concept eluded her until Lu Chenyu presented a video on the tablet. As she watched, she was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehension dawned upon her. So, they are removing the males' parts? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She ventured a hypothesis. Great priest, do you perhaps have an aversion to males? Lu Chenyu, taken aback, inquired, why do you say that? Well, consider this, she replied. Upon joining the tribe, you appointed me as the hunt leader. Your disciple is female, and now you wish to castrate all the roosters. Lowering her voice conspiratorially, she continued, are you perhaps waiting for me to master these skills so that you can? She mimicked a cutting motion with her hand. Lu Chenyu nearly choked on his own saliva, hastily gesturing for her to stop. What on earth are you entertaining in that mind of yours? It is not about you or Qing or any other women. It is simply because you possess the requisite abilities. As for the roosters, they are overly aggressive, expending excessive energy and not yielding enough meat. The castration is intended to enhance the quality and quantity of the poultry. Hong Li remained unconvinced. Rest assured, great priest, I wholeheartedly support you. You must outshine those male priests in the temple. Lu Chenyu remarked, your confidence suggests you are rather experienced. This prompted Hong Li to elaborate passionately. I am the leader of the Honghe tribe. Upon assuming leadership, I declared that as long as I am in charge, our tribe will prioritize women. Many support me. If I recall correctly, your tribe's priest is male? Indeed, Lu Chenyu interjected. There must still be quite a few men in your tribe, she continued. Yes, but we have a greater number of female members. Do the men in your tribe harbor any objections? Hong Li raised her fist defiantly. If they dare to dissent, I will subdue them. And what transpired thereafter? Well, she faltered, suddenly at a loss for words, for she now stood in this very place. Lu Chenyu spared her no mercy. Ultimately, you were expelled, were you not? Hong Li's face flushed crimson. She opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. Lu Chenyu proposed. Let me illustrate this. If I were male and declared that I would only elevate other males, would you still wish to follow me? Hong Li nearly erupted in indignation. How could that be? Would I not be doomed to perpetual obscurity? In that case, I certainly would not follow you. Lu Chenyu chuckled. Then, that is precisely the point. Hong Li was momentarily stunned. Ambition is commendable, yet at times, it must be tempered with discretion. As Hong Li pondered this, Lu Chenyu rose, stating, very well, contemplate this at your leisure, but do not forget your task. Now, go catch a few young roosters to practice with. With a mechanical nod, Hong Li exited. She arrived at the farm, distractedly selecting several adolescent roosters. The words of the high priest echoed in her mind, yet her hands deftly captured several chickens. During this endeavor, Xiang intercepted her, accusing her of theft. After much persuasion, Hong Li managed to convince Xiang to accompany her, agreeing to let her take the chickens. Upon returning to the temple's backyard with the chickens cradled in her arms, she found Lu Chenyu waiting beneath the street lamp. Lu Chenyu had arranged a makeshift operating table, upon which lay sterilized instruments and some anti-inflammatory solutions. A crowd had already gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. First, she administered a small dose of anti-inflammatory liquid to the chicks. With swift movements, Hong Li fed the medicine to several chickens. Watch my demonstration, Lu Chenyu instructed, rolling up his sleeves and retrieving a rooster from a cage. Hong Li firmly secured the bird's wings and legs. We must find the precise spot, he signaled to her, indicating a location 2 fingers width below the ribs beneath the wings. The incision needed to be quick and accurate. Lu Chenyu picked up a sharp knife and, once assured of the correct position, made a small incision, no wider than half a finger. Hong Li held her breath, observing as the high priest deftly used a specially designed hook to pry open the incision, extracting 2 small, bean-like entities with precision, which he then placed in a nearby ceramic bowl. The entire procedure lasted no more than a few seconds, and the rooster only struggled slightly. Chapter 153. Drainage. Lu Chenyu handed the prepared chicken to Xiang beside her. Now it's your turn. Hong Li, holding a small knife, felt somewhat out of her depth. She had never wielded such a diminutive tool before. She was accustomed to larger implements, and this one felt almost unwieldy in her grasp. The first chicken was nearly dispatched by Hong Li's clumsy hand. The second fared little better, the incision far too large. As for the third, Lu Chenyu would not permit her to attempt it again. At this rate, they would run out of chickens altogether. My lord priest, may I give it a try? A faint voice emerged from the onlookers, and Lu Chenyu looked up to see Chao Chui. Encouraged by the priest's gaze, Chao Chui summoned her courage, saying, I observed your technique just now and have memorized it. My hands are steady. I can do this. Without hesitation, Lu Chenyu replied, very well, give it a try. Hong Li stepped aside and handed the tools to her. Chao Chui's movements were far more delicate than Hong Li's. After securing the rooster, she made a gentle incision beneath its wing, deftly inserting the hook into the wound and swiftly locating her target. Is this correct? Gao Kui inquired softly, pointing to 2 pale yellow orbs. Lu Chenyu nodded affirmatively. Absolutely correct. Thus, the ceramic bowl was graced with 2 additional small spheres. The entire process of castration unfolded smoothly. with the rooster hardly putting up a struggle. Impressive, Hong Li exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Your hands are far more skillful than mine. Chao Chui blushed modestly, replying, Oh, it's nothing. I believe you, Captain Hong Li, are truly remarkable. You could defeat the clan leader of the Ming tribe. As Lu Chenyu observed the mutual flattery between the two, one aspiring to become a priestess, the other wishing for one, she pondered that had they met earlier, perhaps there would have been no need for her involvement at all. Subsequently, Chao Chui efficiently castrated the remaining chickens, maintaining the same speed and precision. Given her proficiency, the task of chicken castration was entrusted to Chao Chui, who nodded enthusiastically in agreement. By the way, the extricated organs are edible. Indeed, she acknowledged. Over the next few days, the tribe enjoyed new culinary delights. However, once some individuals discovered the nature of their meals, interest in food waned for the first time. The tribe lacked sufficient animal hides to craft a complete set of clothing for everyone, so the following day, Lu Chenyu ventured to the market to purchase some plain fabrics for Ju. It was not that she was unwilling to buy ready-made garments. Rather, she understood that one cannot merely buy for the moment, but must plan for the long term. At present, acquiring iron tools was beyond her reach. And in matters of sustenance, self-sufficiency was the most prudent path forward. Time flew by, and the dining hall and medical room were successively completed. Lu Chenyu designed corridors connecting the dining hall, medical room, and temple, ensuring that regardless of rain or snow, the movement between the buildings remained unobstructed. Arrangements for drainage were also necessary. Although there was no running water yet, the tribe had already learned to construct water tanks with cement. A designated area in the dining hall for washing and preparing vegetables would house several large tanks, allowing them to store water during snowfall. As for sewage, the people of the Shia tribe were unfamiliar with the concept. Was it not sufficient to simply pour water onto the ground? Why was it necessary to excavate a trench specifically for drainage? Although there were doubts, everyone worked with unwavering diligence. After excavating the drainage pit, it was necessary to seal it with cement to ensure a smoother flow of water and to prevent the pit from collapsing and causing blockages. All drainage directed towards a separately dug water pit, which contained only vegetable scraps and soil, devoid of any pollutants. Once the sewer was repaired, water was poured from the kitchen's drainage outlet, as a crowd gathered to observe the workings of the sewer system. Add more water. This is too little, urged one of them. Without hesitation, Bu brought over a large bucket of water and poured it in with a splash. Instantly, the water joyfully surged along the cement channel, cascading down the slope. The children squealed in delight as they chased after the flowing water. Look, the water really flows by itself. Wow, it's so fast, much quicker than on the ground. The children darted back and forth alongside the stream, while the adults engaged in lively discussions. Ah, this is wonderful. The ground won't be muddy and wet anymore. Indeed, all the dirt will wash away with the water, keeping the kitchen clean. Gradually, the furniture began to arrive. The first piece was the wooden dining table, with everything except the tree table moved into the dining hall. The hall was spacious, with a designated cooking area on the left side, featuring over a dozen L-shaped stoves fueled by firewood. Behind the stoves lay a substantial stack of dry firewood, and a small door led to the back of the dining hall, where a shed stored an ample supply of firewood. In front of the stoves was the preparation area, where a water tank was placed. The right side of the dining hall was even larger, designated for dining, accommodating up to 300 people at once. Numerous wooden racks lined the walls for storing utensils. Upon entering from the right side, a staircase led down to a basement for food storage and up to the second floor. During the design phase, Lu Chenyu had ensured the inclusion of a flue. The main flue was constructed along the inner side of the outer wall, with branch flues radiating towards the walls of both the first and second floors. When winter approached, the flue would be activated, warming the dining hall as the food cooked. The infirmary also spanned 2 floors, differing in that it comprised several small rooms. The majority of the first floor was designated for treatment, while a small room at the back served as a storage area for medicinal herbs. The upper floor was reserved for patient wards, necessitating the division into individual rooms. The infirmary was furnished with wooden chairs, tables, medicine cabinets, and shelves, with each ward on the second floor outfitted with a bed. For many, This was their first encounter with a bed. Some had seen air mattresses, similar to the set of outdoor tents purchased by Lu Chenyu. Unfortunately, the air mattresses proved to be quite fragile, leaking air shortly after use, which dissuaded everyone from touching the items within the outdoor tents, fearing damage to the priest's belongings. With the wooden house completed, the tents were stored away. As someone gently touched the polished wooden bed and sat upon it, they remarked, "This is good. It won tea break." Cao Tzu carefully stroked the smooth edge of the bed, exclaiming, "This would feels wonderful, not a splinter in sight." The priest had referred to this as a bed, specifically designed for sleeping, as Saul Tiger explained. These beds are crafted by their woodworking team. Is it not simply a matter of spreading animal hides over hay and reclining? The wooden boards were rigid, akin to the ground beneath. With these elevated beds, whether sitting, lying down, or standing, it became far more convenient. Once adorned with animal hides, it would surely provide a cleaner and more comfortable resting place. However, these beds were reserved for the ill. Those desiring a bed needed to exchange 5 contribution points for one. Gradually, everyone began to appreciate this system. To obtain goods, one must trade contribution points. And to earn contribution points, one must labor. The principle of the more you work, the more you earn prevailed. Those who toiled were rewarded, while the indolent reaped nothing. This realization brought joy to the majority, as they prided themselves on their industriousness. Yet, a minority remained discontent, reminiscing about the days when resources were distributed equally among tribe members, regardless of effort. They felt it unjust that the fruits of their collective labor now depended on individual output. Nevertheless, these discontented souls dared not express their grievances openly, instead muttering to themselves, oblivious to the fact that mere months ago they struggled to find enough to eat, whereas now they feasted on meat daily. Even more disheartened were the 3 captives from the white-headed tribe. Chapter 154. The plan to escape their discontent is understandable. They are neither members of the Shia tribe, nor do they wish to join it. In truth, they once contemplated joining the Shia tribe, expressing their desire to a guard while laboring, hoping to undergo the trials for acceptance. Alas, their tainted pasts led to immediate rejection. You have committed numerous transgressions. Your only recourse is to labor for your penance. Do not harbor illusions of joining our tribe. We have no need for your kind. Among the trio, Hui Zhao had already been expelled from the Baitu tribe by the other 2, for it was Hui Zhao's treachery that had precipitated the downfall of their tribe. Baizhu and Baitu, remnants of the Baitu tribe, often recalled the horrors of that fateful day when they were captured. The images of their kin fleeing in terror and being slaughtered haunting their minds. Initially, they were indeed paralyzed by fear, but as time progressed, that dread seemed to dissipate. What incensed them further was the realization that the Shia tribe lived in such comfort. Warm abodes, ample provisions, and sharp weapons. These should have belonged to the Baitu tribe. All fault lies with Hui Zhao. In a moment of fury, Baizhu and Baitu discreetly kicked Hui Zhao, venting their frustrations. Hui Zhao remained unresponsive, having often been bullied in the Baitu tribe. Where numbers were greater, he felt that even in this diminished state, with only 2 others and the watchful eyes of the Shia tribe, he was better off. With food to eat each day. Look at their smug faces, Baizhu muttered under his breath, casting a glance at a Shia tribesman who was proudly displaying his contribution badge. Were those worthless tokens? Baitu, equally incensed, replied, "Indeed. They have fragrant jerky while we are given scraps of meat." As he spoke, he plunged a shovel into the earth, contemplating, "These fools truly believe I will submissively toil as their slave for eternity?" The Baitu tribe may have been annihilated, but we have several strongholds. He glanced at the imposing wall under construction, thinking, "I must inform the Baitu tribe before this structure is completed. Otherwise, once it is finished, no matter how many of us come, we shall never breach it. If they seize this place, then the wall and the temple." Baitu's thoughts were interrupted by a guard from the Shia tribe approaching. "Hurry up, no slacking off." The 3 instantly feigned diligence in their tasks. Once the guard was out of earshot, Baidu lowered his voice and confided to Baizhu, "After dusk, the guards by the completed wall are fewest. I have observed that they focus on that so-called contribution value in food." Baizhu inquired, "What do you mean?" Baidu replied, We cannot remain slaves forever. A flicker of hesitation crossed Baiju's eyes, as fear still lingered within him. Look at them, Baitu pressed, his voice a mere whisper. They inhabit fine homes and eat their fill, while we toil like beasts. He discreetly revealed to Baiju 2 flint stones he had hidden away. The white bird suddenly spoke, its voice hoarse. After nightfall, they all go to the tribe to dine, and afterwards, only a few patrol members will be on duty. The only chance to escape is when these individuals are away for their meal. Otherwise, upon their return, along with the women from the Homa tribe, our chances of fleeing diminish significantly. Both of their breaths quickened. There is a considerable number of sheep in the area where we are confined. A smirk crept across Baitu's lips. If they were to leave, they might as well leave a memento behind. Very well. Hui Zhao listened quietly from aside, saying nothing. Finally, night descended. Inside the captive's hut, the three were confined once more. After the neighboring individuals departed in high spirits, Baitu gently nudged the white bird. They ignited the dry grass piled against the wooden door using a hidden flint. The door was cemented on both sides, making it impossible to escape through sheer force. Thus, they intended to burr a hole through it. Hui Zhao could no longer contain himself. We will end up burning ourselves alive. Baitu turned and struck him. If you wish to die, I can oblige you first. However, Hui Zhao's prediction did not come to pass. The wooden door, being dry, became quite brittle from the flames, and with a swift kick, Baitu opened a gap. Hurry, it's ready. After extinguishing the fire, the white bird was the first to dash out. What about this person? Baitu referred to Hui Zhao. We'll take him with us and present him to the great chief as an apology. The three slipped out of the hut like shadows. As they passed by the sheep pen, the white bird moved to the adjacent cave to gather a pile of grass to place against the wooden fence, while Baitu prepared to ignite it. Hurry, the white bird urged in a low voice. They'll be back soon. Just then, can you light it? Do you need my assistance? A cold voice echoed from the darkness. Both Baitu and the white bird froze. A torch suddenly flared to life, revealing Hong Li surrounded by a dozen individuals. Meanwhile, Hui Zhao, who had been following them obediently, had already scampered over to Hong Li's side. Hui Zhao betrayed them. Baitu let out a beastly howl and lunged at Hui Zhao. Traitor, when did you inform on us? You are one of Baitu tribe. We were helping you escape. Hui Zhao deftly dodged, touching the fresh wound on his body, and scoffed. The Baitu tribe? The very tribe that treats me like livestock? He pointed to the bloodstain on his forehead. You just struck me. What makes you think I would run away with you? I'm not like you. I have choices. Soon, I will join the Shurya tribe, where I will earn contribution points through labor and soon acquire my own home. The escape plan of the two was thwarted, and they were captured. Hui Zhao exchanged this act of betrayal for his release from captivity, yet he could not join the Shurya tribe just yet. He must first pass their trials. Moreover, he could not leave the Shurya tribe to avoid reporting back to the Baitu tribe. I harbor as much hatred for the Baitu tribe as you do. Greyclaw finally indulged in the long-awaited feast. The people of the Stone-Tooth tribe bore a disdain for him, but it was the members of the Green Grass tribe who harbored even greater animosity. Thus, he had aligned himself with Hong Li and her companions. One day, Hong Li inquired of Greyclaw why he chose to remain amidst such widespread dislike. Greyclaw replied, I do not care. I simply wish to survive. Upon hearing this, Hong Li sighed and gently patted Greyclaw's shoulder, saying, the esteemed priest is a good man. As long as you do not betray the tribe or the priest, you shall not meet your demise. Greyclaw nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Chenyu was reluctant to let the Whitehead tribe's main forces learn too soon that they had decimated one of their own. However, the Whitehead tribe was no stranger to adversity. During the gathering before winter, when they awaited a certain contingent of the Whitehead tribe for an extended period, they realized that something had gone awry. Chapter 155. Harvesting potatoes every year, the White-headed tribe seizes a plethora of valuable items from numerous smaller tribes. During the tribal gathering preceding winter, the marauding White-headed tribe would amass their plunder to trade with other larger tribes for essential supplies. This year, however, the White-headed tribe awaited the return of their leader, Baitian, for an extended period, but he did not arrive with his men. In the tribe's tent, the esteemed chieftain, Baijun, listened intently to the reports from his kin. Are you saying that Baitian and his party have not returned? The report bearer knelt before him. forehead pressed to the ground, voice trembling. Yes, yes, chieftain. According to the customary route, they should have returned no later than 5 sunsets ago. We dispatched 3 groups to meet them, yet none have found any trace. Baijan's fingers lightly drummed against the armrest of his stone chair, adorned with beast skulls. Let us wait one more day, he rasped, his voice akin to the grating of sandpaper. If they do not appear by tomorrow, send a party to investigate the direction they took. If it turns out to be the handiwork of another tribe. His words trailed off, yet the implication was clear. The white-headed tribe had engaged in acts of violence and pillaging for many years and had certainly encountered formidable opposition. Their primitive solution was to send more men, which proved effective. They had crushed those tribes before. After another day of anxious waiting, scouts from the white-headed tribe set forth. Baijan spoke by song. That direction leads to the Valley of Evil. Could it be that they have ventured into its depths? Baijan waved his hand dismissively. Unlikely. Bai Tian is bold, but values his life too much to enter the Valley of Evil. As the scouts made their way toward the Stone-Tooth tribe, the latter was busy harvesting potatoes. The air grew increasingly frigid, and should rain arrive, winter would soon descend upon them. A few days prior, Hong had mentioned to Qing that the potatoes in the fields had grown larger than fists, inquiring if they could begin the harvest. Lu Chenyu inspected the fields and found them brimming with potatoes nestled beneath the foliage, suggesting a bountiful yield. Very well, summon the others to assist with the harvest. He instructed. Approximately 8 acres had been planted with potatoes, though the final yield remained uncertain. The people of the Stone-Tooth tribe were well aware that potatoes could be stored for extended periods, making the harvest a significant event. On the day of the potato harvest, anyone not preoccupied with pressing tasks joined in the effort. They carefully severed the potato vines and employed shovels and hoes to unearth the tubers. Hong shouted enthusiastically from the fields, "Be cautious while digging. We must not damage the potatoes, or they will spoil before long. Insert the shovel at an angle and pry gently." Suddenly, Yin let out a startled exclamation as he unearthed a cluster of muddy potatoes, numbering 8, each larger than his fist. Ecstatic, he presented them to Lu Chenyu. "Look, priest, so many." Just as Lu Chenyu was about to offer praise, Ru stumbled toward them, clutching a potato nearly the size of her own head. The ground was strewn with clods of earth, and just as he was about to stumble into a potato pit, Lu Chenyu rushed over to steady her, cautioning, "Be careful. What do you intend to do with such a large potato?" With excitement, Yu replied, "I want to present this largest potato to the esteemed priest." She strained to lift the potato above her head, nearly losing her balance and dropping it on herself. Lu Chenyu quickly reached out to catch the heavy tuber, bemusedly exclaiming, "Where on earth did you find such a giant potato?" You looked up with sparkling eyes. "I took it from my father's basket." After delivering the large potato to the priest, you resumed her task of gathering more potatoes. Hong Li, accompanied by members of the Honghe tribe, joined the efforts. She squatted down, carefully using a hoe to break through the soil, unearthing several round potatoes, still coated with fresh dirt. These truly resemble lumps of earth. "No wonder they're called potatoes," she muttered. Hong Lu replied, "Leader, while this potato may not be as large as our white fruit, look around. There are far more potatoes than white fruit here. Please, don't call me leader, just refer to me as captain. We are now members of the Xia tribe, and we no longer have a leader," Hong Li said, observing the abundance of potatoes. It's no wonder the priest wasn't too surprised to see the white fruit seeds. It appears these potatoes can grow in such quantity. But why didn't they leave seeds for the next planting? They haven't even flowered yet before being harvested. Listening nearby, you patiently explained, "Captain Hong Li, these potatoes differ from other plants. They're used directly as seeds. The priest has mentioned that as long as the potatoes with eyes are cut into pieces and planted, new potato shoots will emerge. Look, this pit has the potato eyes." Realization dawned on Hong Li. "So these potatoes can serve as both food and seeds?" You nodded. "Precisely. But if we consume all these potatoes, won't we be left without seeds?" You responded, "Surely, they wouldn't allow everyone to eat them all." Just then, Hong led a few people carrying wicker baskets. Sifting through the potatoes they had unearthed, "We need those of moderate size with plump eyes. We shall discard the too small or too large ones, as these are specifically reserved for seeds." By noon, Mountains of potatoes had formed in the fields. Ju led the group in meticulously sorting the potatoes by size, storing the large ones, consuming the small ones soon, and sending the damaged ones to the dining hall. Nearby, a large electronic scale, brought by Lu Chenyu, stood ready for weighing the potatoes. She was eager to determine the yield. Qing set up a table beside the scale, equipped with a notebook, a pen, and a calculator, occasionally glancing at the numbers displayed on the scale. The 13th basket weighs 48.6 Jin, she noted diligently in her notebook. The 14th basket weighs 46.9 Jin. The 45th basket weighs 51.2 Jin, on an expanse of 8 acres. A total yield of 38.4 tons was harvested, equivalent to 76,800 Jin. The yield per acre stands at 4.8 tons, which is considerably high, as the typical output ranges from 1.5 to 3 tons. With 76,800 Jin, and considering the population of less than 200 in the Xia tribe, even if we account for 200 individuals consuming 2 Jin each per day, this bounty would sustain them for 192 days, nearly half a year. Lu Chenyu felt a surge of excitement. With such a yield, she would not have to worry about providing for her people, even with an increasing population. The members of the Xia tribe also grew increasingly exhilarated at the sight of the abundant potatoes. There was more than enough to see them through the winter, and at last, they would not have to endure hunger during the cold months. After digging up the potatoes, the good ones were carefully transported to the storage room in the basement of the cafeteria, while any that were accidentally damaged or too small would be consumed within the next few days. Chapter 156. Dividends this evening. The Xia tribe indulged in a sumptuous feast of potatoes stewed with wild boar meat. Zhou expertly placed the marbled pieces of wild boar over the fire, swiftly roasting the skin until it turned a delightful golden hue, before scraping it clean and cutting it into chunks. Inapot. She melted a small portion of beast fat, adding scallions and ginger to release their aromatic essence, then introduced the chopped boar meat, stirring until the fats rendered. She then transferred the sot ed meat into a soup barrel, which was filled to the brim with potato cubes. Following that, she added just enough clear water to submerge the potatoes, seasoned it with salt, and brought it to a vigorous boil until both the potatoes and the pork achieved a tender state. Jiu prepared 2 barrels, lest there be insufficient servings. This evening, taro was set aside, and the staple would be potatoes. A mound of small potatoes was thoroughly washed and placed whole into the steamer to cook, with each person allotted half a bowl when it was time to feast. As the stew simmered, the savory aroma of the meat wafted through the air, drawing the entire tribe to the communal dining area with their bowls in hand. Jiu lifted the lid of the soup barrel to reveal the potatoes, now saturated with the rich broth, bubbling contentedly. She scooped out a piece to taste, finding it a tad bland, and added a pinch more salt. After another 5 minutes of cooking, Jiu finally declared that dinner was served. Eagerly, the villagers formed a long queue, the clatter of ceramic bowls and chopsticks resonating throughout the hall. "Queue up! Everyone queue up!" Hongli called out, waving her chopsticks to maintain order, though she couldn't help peeking ahead. "Jiu, give me a generous scoop of the fatty meat with skin." Jiu ladled a spoonful of potatoes into the bowl of the first person in line. The golden potato chunks had begun to crack slightly, enveloped in an amber-colored gravy, topped with a generous piece of quivering pork belly. A chorus of swallowed breaths followed suit. Beside them, a pot of moonlight was being served. No one dared to cut in line, and soon enough, each person received a bowl of potatoes stewed with wild boar. An elderly man accepted his bowl and found seat. He placed a piece of meat into his mouth, and a spark ignited in his murky eyes. "This meat is cooked to perfection. It dissolves at the touch of my tongue, just right for someone like me with poor dentition." He then sampled the potato for the first time, and upon biting into it, he was utterly astonished. The elder squinted his eyes, savoring the soft texture of the potato that had soaked up the flavors of the pork and its rendered fat, melting in his mouth. He turned to his old companions at the neighboring table, exclaiming, "You must try this. The potatoes are even more fragrant than the meat." His companions were skeptical. How could that possibly be? No way. Yet, one took a piece of potato and placed it in his mouth. Oh my, it's truly tender. It absorbed the meat juices, even more flavorful than the meat. The potato was exceptionally soft, making it ideal for those of us with compromised teeth. Not only the elder struggled with his teeth, many children did as well. The tender, flavorful potatoes were mashed into a delightful puree, spooned into eager mouths, bringing immense joy. Throughout the meal, a newfound appreciation blossomed for the potatoes, both delicious and filling. Thoughts of the stockpile of potatoes back in the storeroom filled everyone's hearts with cheer. Hongli cleaned her ceramic bowl with her tongue and remarked to those beside her, "I believe potatoes are even tastier than sweet chestnuts." Lu Chenyu returned home with several baskets of potatoes. Having tasted them, she found their flavor far superior to those she typically bought at the supermarket. However, it is somewhat regrettable that the energy value contained within these potatoes is rather low. She brought approximately 200 pounds of potatoes, yielding an energy value of merely 23. Lu Chenyu had initially contemplated that if the potatoes possessed a higher energy value, she would instruct her team to transport them into the cave, allowing her to rotate through them and earn some energy before returning them, much like the last time with the gloomy wood. Given this, even if she would handle nearly 80,000 pounds of potatoes, she would only garner around 8,000 energy points, which falls significantly short of her expectations. Nonetheless, even the tiniest morsel holds value. The time-space portal requires an upgrade that demands 1 million energy points, and she is still short by several hundred thousand. The potatoes have already been stored in the warehouse, and Lu Chenyu resolved to experiment with other crops during the next harvest. The following day, Lu Chenyu arranged for 200 pounds of potatoes to be excavated from the plantation and sent over, exchanging the potatoes before sending them to the store. The plantation does cultivate potatoes, but they're still small and not yet ripe. Thus, only the larger ones can be harvested, which is somewhat cumbersome. Nonetheless, there are those who relish these fresh, smaller potatoes with lower starch content. Upon arrival at the store, the culinary possibilities for the potatoes expanded. Dishes such as dry pot potato slices, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, beef stew with potatoes, and the 3 fresh vegetables became available. Lu Chenyu's 2 establishments flourished, attracting the attention of those curious to uncover their secrets. Particularly at the first store, where the kitchen was transparent, some patrons ordered meals while observing from the first floor. The preparation methods and steps of the dishes were not particularly remarkable, nor did the chef possess any notable renown. Thus, attention shifted towards the raw ingredients. It soon became apparent that the dishes served at the mountain-based restaurant were sourced from their warehouse. They then discovered that the store's owner operated a plantation and a wholesale market for agricultural products. These findings were the result of diligent surveillance after observing the delivery of goods from the mountain-based restaurant. After following cheese delivery vehicles for several days, they also procured vegetables from the same market. However, they found it impossible to access the plantation itself. Ultimately, they prepared several dishes with the purchased vegetables and found no significant difference. Could it be the plantation's influence? Subsequently, upon learning that Lu Chenyu was studying traditional Chinese medicine, they speculated whether her dishes contained any medicinal ingredients, perhaps herbal recipes or secret formulations. Those who observed her secretly were left perplexed, concluding that either the plantation was the key or Lu Chenyu possessed some enigmatic recipe. These individuals were merely from small restaurants with no substantial connections. And with Lu Chenyu operating just 2 establishments, she did not attract the attention of larger hotels. Was it merely a trendy little shop that had gained notoriety? The total cost of a table of dishes did not exceed the price of a single dish from their establishments, yielding only modest profits, hardly worth mentioning. The inconsequential little shop proceeded to distribute its 3rd round of dividends. Only the first store and the initial group of participants were involved in the profit sharing. The 6 participants included the store manager, Aunt Jean, delivery personnel Zhou Zhuang and Su Wenfeng, and cashier Zhang Jia and Huang Peng, forming a total of 6 individuals. Lu Chenyu initially promised to distribute 10 of the profits as dividends to them, and this operation has already been carried out twice. Now it is the 3rd time. After all, the 2nd store is just next door, which is bound to divert some customers. Nevertheless, the revenue from the first store remains substantial. For instance, this month, after deducting rent, utility expenses, employee salaries, and performance bonuses, as well as the cost of ingredients, the first store's monthly profit amounts to 670,000. According to the distribution, The 6 individuals will share 67,000 this month, equating to approximately 11,000 for each person. This figure does not even include their performance bonuses and commissions. If accounted for, each person's salary would exceed 20,000, with Aunt Jean nearing a monthly salary of 50,000. Zhang Jia rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing into slits as he chuckled. Oh, I never imagined in my lifetime that I would have a day to receive dividends. Chapter 157. Abundant Harvest. Zhang Jia, a student of accounting, found herself increasingly despondent as she delved deeper into the intricacies of the profession. Each day was consumed by monotonous and repetitive tasks, accompanied by significant responsibilities. She frequently found herself embroiled in disputes with colleagues from various departments and engaged in a battle of wits with the tax authorities. The endless cycle of issuing invoices, obtaining certifications, searching for lost pennies, and generating reports weighed heavily on her mind, all while fearing the prospect of being trapped in a mundane existence. To compound her disillusionment, she had heard that the salary of an accountant was rather modest. At month's end, a mere 500 yuan awaited her, a stark reflection of her position within the company's hierarchy. Yet, despite her current busyness, she was now financially secure. Over the past few months, she had managed to save nearly 100,000 yuan. Others shared her sentiments. Josie Wang and Su Wenfeng, who once juggled part-time delivery jobs, had unexpectedly transitioned to full-time positions. Not only had their salaries increased, but they were also entitled to bonuses, making it feel like a surreal dream. The Huang Peng couple was equally moved by their newfound circumstances. As deaf-mutes, they had struggled to find employment and resorted to small ventures. Now, both were on the cusp of saving enough for a down payment on a home. Aunt Jean, the highest paid among them, approached Lu Chunyu after the others had departed. Chunyu, my salary is already quite substantial. Perhaps I should forego the bonus? At my age, this income suffices, and you might need these funds more than I do. Lu Chunyu gazed at the modest, middle-aged woman before her. Aunt Jean was still clad in an apron, stained with splatters of oil, and a few strands of gray hair peeked through. Memories of meeting Aunt Jean for the first time flooded back. She had been a newlywed then, caring for them as if they were her own children. Aunt Jean, I'm now settled with a home and a car. Money is no longer a concern for me. Lu Chunyu replied earnestly. This is rightfully yours. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to open my second store so swiftly. Look how readily Zhang Jia and the others accept their earnings. Please do not refuse. Or, I might feel awkward asking you to continue working. You child. Aunt Jean's hand gently rested on her shoulder. Very well, I shall keep this money for now. When you get married, I will contribute to your dowry. Lu Chunyu thought, perhaps it was best to let the matter rest. If she expressed her lack of intentions regarding marriage, Aunt Jean would likely be quite vexed. She preferred to guard her secrets about the villa alone, without inviting unsolicited opinions from an outsider. Reflecting on her great-aunt, who also remained unmarried, Lu Chunyu pondered whether this was why the villa had come to her inheritance. Yet, she was uncertain of the reasons. Could it be related to the time portal? That thought was quickly dismissed, as her great-aunt had died without ever knowing of its existence. Perplexed, Lu Chunyu chose not to dwell on it further and sent Aunt Jean on her way after a few casual exchanges. Following the potato harvest, one day, Lu Chunyu noticed the old leaves of the sweet potato vines beginning to yellow and fall. Suspecting that the sweet potatoes might be ripe, she instructed someone to unearth them. To her delight, a bountiful harvest awaited. Plump sweet potatoes jostled for space beneath the soil, eager to emerge. The Shurya tribe was once again blessed with an abundant yield, with 10 acres of sweet potatoes planted, yielding approximately 9,000 gene per acre. The total came to 90,000 gene, slightly more than the potato harvest. Lu Chunyu arranged for the sweet potatoes to be transported to the cave. Due to the defensive capabilities of the time-space gate, Lu Chunyu activated a protective barrier extending 10 meters around it. Given that this was a location where the esteemed priest spent considerable time each day, the members of the Shia tribe had long since reached a consensus. The cave was a sacred place, accessible solely to the priest, and must not be approached without permission. Those who had ventured inside countered, asserting, I have been in there, It is merely an ordinary cave, devoid of anything remarkable. A skeptical gaze was cast upon him. If you could discern any differences, the priest would surely be in your place. This rebuttal prompted the individual to ponder, leading him to question his own understanding. He scratched his head and conceded, "Perhaps I am indeed dull-witted. Now that I think of it, during my last visit, I felt a remarkable ease in breathing and an invigorating energy coursing through me." This exchange quietly circulated within the tribe, deepening their reverence for the cave. When Lu Chenyu announced the intention to deliver sweet potatoes to the cave, everyone eagerly vied for the role of porter. The procession of porters extended from the fields to the cave entrance, each individual standing tall, as though they bore not sweet potatoes, but sacred offerings. Curiosity flourished. What would it feel like to enter the cave? Would they truly be infused with vigor? With a substantial quantity of sweet potatoes and a cave not particularly expansive, Lu Chenyu orchestrated the transportation over 3 days. The first day, they carried the produce inside, only to retrieve it the following morning for another round of delivery, while the potatoes that emerged were dispatched to the storage. The tribe members took turns for 3 consecutive days. Each porter emerged with their heads held high, gravely declaring to others, "As soon as I approached the cave, my heart raced, and I felt an incredible surge of strength." Me too. I sensed that the sweet potatoes felt lighter in my hands. Indeed, I even caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma emanating from within. Did you notice it? Yes, I did. Yes, I too detected it. Everyone was convinced that the priest intended to bless the sweet potatoes within the cave, ensuring their preservation throughout the harsh winter ahead. The delivery of 90,000 pounds of sweet potatoes bestowed upon Lu Chenyu an astounding 90,000 energy points. Following the harvest of the sweet potatoes, Lu Chenyu instructed the collection of taro from the surrounding valleys. Left in the ground for winter, most of the taro would likely succumb to frost, though this particular variety might possess some frost resistance, as evidenced by its growth along the riverside. However, for safety's sake, it was prudent to gather and store it as well, as she too required energy points. The yield of taro was even more substantial, totaling a remarkable 270,000 pounds, contributing an impressive 394,000 energy points to Lu Chenyu. Thus, half of the target for 1,000,000 points toward upgrading was swiftly achieved. The storage on the lower level of the cafeteria was now overflowing with potatoes and sweet potatoes, while the taro was stored in the temple above. Observing the bountiful provisions, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped the tribe. After the harvest, the weather grew increasingly frigid, prompting Lu Chenyu to don her coat. Before the onset of snow, the tribe prepared for one final hunt. Lu Chenyu decided to accompany them, and, as the priest was to join, 2 hunting teams merged into one. They resolved to return to the location where they had previously hunted the flock of sheep. During their last pursuit, they had discerned the presence of other herbivorous groups. Yet their complete focus had been devoted to the sheep, leaving no energy to attend to anything else. Lu Chenyu donned a sleek black windbreaker, starkly contrasting with her companions, who were all clad in fur garments. Hongli had initially felt quite pleased with her own outfit of animal skins, but upon witnessing Lu Chenyu's attire, her eyes widened in astonishment. The attire of the esteemed priestess is simply exquisite. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hongli inched closer and asked, "Esteemed priestess, may I touch your garment?" Lu Chenyu, noticing the sparkle in Hong Li's eyes, smiled, "Feel free." Hong Li cautiously extended her finger, gently grazing the cuff of the windbreaker, and was immediately taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. "It's so smooth and cool to the touch." She then curiously pinched the fabric to assess its thickness, wondering if it truly provided warmth without any fur. Chapter 158. Pursuing the bison. Although the garment lacked fur, it was crafted from cotton, a material somewhat akin to wool, yet more delicate and remarkably effective in providing warmth. As Lu Chenyu elucidated this to the surrounding individuals, he noticed their earnest expressions, albeit tinged with confusion. With a sigh of resignation, he mused, "Never mind. I shall instruct you on the cultivation of cotton next year, and then you shall comprehend its essence." The group nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. After 2 days of arduous travel, they finally reached their destination and spent an additional day tracking a herd of bison. These majestic creatures, typically preferring warmer climates, possessed thick hides indicative of their resilience against the cold. Indeed, American bison are capable of surviving in temperatures as low as -40 degrees Celsius. The herd consisted of over 100 individuals, each impressively large, and Lu Chenyu immediately contemplated several potential uses for them. Beyond serving as a source of sustenance, they could also be utilized for breeding, agriculture, and transportation. Hunting was not Lu Chenyu's primary forte. Thus, after considerable discussion, Hong Li and Ming devised a hunting strategy. They had already surveyed the surrounding terrain, which was predominantly flat, unlike their previous encounter that had featured a valley conducive to encirclement. Given the time constraints, they could not excavate sufficiently large traps to capture so many bison. A direct charge could yield some success, yet it would likely result in more escaping than captured. The Xia tribe had hunted in this area for many years without encountering such beasts, leading them to speculate that this herd might have recently migrated to the region. Being newcomers, the bison were unfamiliar with the local landscape. Ultimately, they resolved to drive the bison towards a marshy area, waiting for them to become ensnared in the mire before striking them down one by one. Numerous marshy depressions lined the riverbank, which were avoided by animals well acquainted with the terrain, resulting in lush vegetation thriving in the marshlands. Ming and Hong Li quickly pinpointed an appropriate marshy location. Crouched amidst the underbrush, they engaged in a hushed discussion regarding their tactics. Hong Li gestured towards the marsh, stating, "The herd is still a considerable distance from the marsh. We must devise a strategy to encourage them to approach it on their own." Ming replied, "Our previous pursuit of the sheep was straightforward due to their timid nature and limited threat. However, these bison are formidable, and a direct drive could incite them to flee or, worse, retaliate. Our numbers are insufficient to restrain them." The bison boasted formidable curved horns, capable of impaling a person with a single thrust. Hong Li countered, "Despite their strength, I have hunted them before, and their vision is poor. They primarily rely on sound and scent to detect danger. I believe we can exploit this weakness." Ultimately, the hunting party decided to disperse around the herd, creating noise with weapons striking wooden shields in all directions except towards the marsh. Meanwhile, a contingent would ignite torches made from a mixture of dry and damp grass to generate smoke, misleading the bison into believing there was a fire behind them, prompting an instinctive retreat towards the water source. With the plan firmly established, they separated to execute their roles. They gathered hay and portions of damp grass, weaving them together in a manner reminiscent of braided hair to form torches. This combination of dry and wet materials ignited easily and produced thick smoke, serving as an effective means to drive the prey. Shortly thereafter, everyone took their positions. Thick smoke began to rise across the prairie, instantly alerting the herd of cattle. They raised their heads, anxiously snorting. As the smoke enveloped the surroundings, the herd grew restless. The leading bull let out a deep roar, seemingly assessing the source of danger. Before long, they all simultaneously began to strike wooden shields. The resounding thuds echoed across the prairie like thunder, sending the herd into a frenzy. Their sturdy hooves anxiously scraping the ground. Standing on a high slope to the east, Hong Li vigorously waved a burning torch, the billowing smoke merging with that of the other torches, creating an overwhelming illusion of a raging fire. "Strike louder. Move closer," she shouted, rushing towards the direction of the cattle. The leading bull suddenly rose, unleashing a deafening roar, then bolted towards the only direction devoid of firelight and noise, the swamp. The entire herd, as if commanded, thundered after the leading bull. The stampede of nearly 100 wild bulls created an immense cacophony, making the ground tremble beneath their force. This scene, which Lu Chenyu had only witnessed in the animal kingdom, was truly breathtaking. "Keep up. Don't let them change direction." Ming struck the wooden shield, shouting hoarsely. Unfortunately, the noise was too overwhelming. No one could hear him. Yet, seasoned warriors of the hunt instinctively knew what to do, even without his voice. The members of the Xia tribe pursued the wild bulls, and with no choice, Lu Chenyu followed suit. Fortunately, Her physical condition was commendable, allowing her to keep pace with these remarkably fit primitives. Lu Chenyu noticed that Hong Li was sprinting with exceptional speed, almost as if she were flying. She saw Hong Li, torch in hand, dart across the grass like a swift gale, swiftly confronting a bull attempting to change direction. While intimidating it with the torch, she shouted loudly, successfully steering the wild bull back onto its original path. As they ran, the leading bull had already plunged into the swamp's edge, the mud quickly engulfing its knees. It struggled, but its massive body sank rapidly, and in an instant, the muck had risen to its belly. The following herd could not halt in time. Some became ensnared in the swamp, unable to move. Others were shoved into the mire by the bulls behind them. The remaining wild bulls skidded to a stop, turning to flee in another direction, only to realize they were surrounded. Upon realizing their escape was futile, the herd began to defend themselves. There were still over 40 wild bulls standing, some of which were calves lagging behind. The herd formed a protective circle around the calves. Their sharp horns pointed outward, nostrils flaring with heavy breaths, creating an unyielding defensive line. The members of the Shia tribe approached with caution. The wild bulls possessed formidable strength, and they could not afford to be complacent. For these beasts that could potentially cause casualties, Lu Chenyu did not demand they be captured alive. Sacrificing a tribesman for a single bull was not worth it. The Shia tribe members unleashed their full might upon the wild bulls. Lu Chenyu stood at a distance, aiding with her bow and arrow. She lacked the audacity to believe she could contend with a wild bull. However, her intention to avoid a direct confrontation did not ensure that the beast remained oblivious to her presence. After she shot an arrow at one of the bulls, failing to bring it down, the creature, panting heavily, charged towards her. Lu Chenyu's pupils constricted. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat while drawing her knife, channeling energy into her legs and arms. She silently prayed that the words of the time-space gate were indeed true, that she could run as swiftly as the wind. At that moment, a shadow lunged at her from the side. Hong Li, akin to a leopard, leaped onto the bull's back, her legs clinging tightly to its belly, her left hand gripping a horn while her right brandished a knife, plunging it forcefully into the beast's ear. Chapter 159. Such tremendous strength the bison let out a piercing howl, wildly tossing its head in an attempt to dislodge the human clinging to its back. Hong Li was flung into the air, yet before she hit the ground, she adeptly adjusted her posture, rolling to dissipate the impact. Upon landing, she immediately dashed back and grasped the bison's tail. Lu Chenyu observed in amazement as Hong Li managed to pull the massive creature backward. The adult bison weighed approximately 2 tons, and yet Hong Li was able to tug it with remarkable force, its thick tail taut in her grip. Lu Chenyu feared that the tail might snap at any moment. With her feet sinking into the earth, Hong Li gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead. In the astonished gaze of onlookers, she managed to swing the entire bison half a circle by its tail. The bison's hooves carved deep furrows into the muddy ground. And, as Lu Chenyu had anticipated, the tail ultimately broke. The bison collapsed with a thunderous thud, prompting Hong Li to swiftly approach and deliver a decisive blow to its neck. Lu Chenyu's mouth fell open in disbelief, having heard from Hong Miao that Hong Li could single-handedly take down a tiger. Witnessing this spectacle solidified his belief. This bison was far larger than a tiger, and if Hong Li possessed such strength, she could indeed toss a tiger around effortlessly. This was a true display of innate power. In comparison, his own strength seemed trivial. He pondered whether he could match Hong Li if he harnessed energy in his arms. Lost in thought, he noticed Hong Li shaking her wrist as she approached, panting heavily. "Are you all right, priest?" Lu Chenyu replied, "I am fine," and then added with admiration, "Your strength is truly impressive." Hong Li beamed with pride, of course. How else could I have become the leader? Once reassured of the priest's well-being, Hong Li turned to continue her pursuit of the remaining bison. The battle raged on for over an hour, ultimately resulting in the escape of several bison. However, Lu Chenyu was satisfied with this outcome. After managing the bison on the shore, the group began devising a plan for the ones stuck in a marsh. Many bison were trapped, with the foremost already submerged in the muck due to the weight of those behind it. Initially, Lu Chenyu had believed the most formidable leader bison might have been crushed by its own herd. The members of the Shia tribe produced towing ropes and hides to extract the bison one by one. The towing ropes had been procured by Lu Chenyu after receiving feedback that the hides were insufficiently sturdy for their previous sheep capture. Thus, she purchased reinforced towing ropes, which contained steel cores capable of towing even large trucks. They pierced the hides and threaded them through the towing ropes to increase the surface area of force applied to the bison's body, then began to pull. The bison, having struggled in the mud for an extended period, was utterly exhausted yet still possessed a will to survive, making efforts to climb as the Shia tribespeople pulled it upward. With such a multitude of hands, the bison were soon extracted one by one. Those recently freed found their legs weak and incapable of running, and Lu Chenyu quickly organized their bindings. Some bison were ensnared too deeply to entangle with ropes, prompting Lu Chenyu to instruct others to fell a large tree, which they positioned across the marsh as a makeshift bridge, occasionally adjusting its placement. At last, the remaining cattle were brought out. Not all of them were still alive. At least a dozen lay lifeless, their demise quite gruesome. Among the living, many still remained. Ultimately, after careful selection, aside from 8 calves, only 17 cattle were deemed viable for nurturing. Lu Chenyu remarked, 17 is better than none. The living cattle were securely tied with ropes, while the deceased needed to be transported back swiftly. With so many cattle, the question of how to transport the dead remained a significant challenge. Lu Chenyu gazed at the mountain of carcasses by the marsh and rubbed her temples. The combined weight of these dead animals was no less than 100 tons, making it impractical to rely solely on human strength for their transport. Perhaps we should butcher them here and only take the meat back, proposed Ming, suggesting that this could significantly reduce the weight, making transport feasible. However, Hong Li approached the deceased cow, seized its horns, and yanked forcefully, dragging the entire beast half a meter. We could tie them together and drag them back. It just requires a bit more effort, she suggested. Ming countered, but can we still salvage the meat if we drag them back like that? It would be spoiled, to which Hong Li replied, then we might as well not bother taking them at all. A whole cow is easier to manage. Ming argued, you think we can drag them all? Not everyone possesses your strength. Faced with the challenge of transporting the cattle, Lu Chenyu contemplated and then exclaimed, you are all correct, but we can take them all. She instructed part of the group to slaughter the dead cattle by the river, while others ventured into the woods to fell trees for makeshift sleds. The construction of these rudimentary sleds was straightforward, for logs served as a base, with an elevated framework secured by towing ropes, allowing for the transport of greater loads with the same amount of effort. More importantly, the living cows could also be utilized as draft animals, though it remained uncertain whether these wild cattle would cooperate. Ideally, a boat would have been the best solution, as the river here flowed through a valley, and a boat could save considerable time and energy. Unfortunately, the return journey involved upstream navigation, and none of these primitive folk were capable swimmers. With these tasks proving to be time-consuming, the people of the Shia tribe set up camp, and Lu Chenyu erected her tent. Having spent several nights outdoors, she found it unfeasible to sleep like the Shia tribespeople, who casually lay down on animal skins. Fortunately, she had her tent and opted to sleep there. As everyone busied themselves with various tasks, Lu Chenyu took on the responsibility of cooking. For the past few days, they had been subsisting on cold rations, but yesterday they successfully hunted a deer. A former warrior from the Hongha tribe, Hong Fong, volunteered to prepare a feast of roasted meat. Under Lu Chenyu's guidance, Jiu's culinary skills improved remarkably, and the Shia tribespeople had not tasted such delectable food in a long time. Lu Chenyu herself struggled to eat the still bloody meat. After she offered to take charge of the food today, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Although they could eat, who would refuse a delicious meal? The hunting party set out with a pot in tow, which Lu Chenyu planned to use for marinating the beef, intending to prepare skewered roast beef. Lu Chenyu selected a selection of beef ribs, commanding her companions to cut the meat into chunks. Nearby, she discovered some wild garlic and proceeded to marinate the meat with the salt, soy sauce, and cooking wine she had brought along. As it was her first journey away from home, and she anticipated an extended stay outdoors, Lu Chenyu had made ample preparations. She had neatly packed oil, salt, soy sauce, and cooking wine into a single bag, along with a toothbrush, towel, bottled water, and a first aid kit, filling an entire backpack. There was no need for her to carry the bag herself, as there were plenty of people willing to assist her. Once the marination was complete, she gathered a generous handful of twigs and skewered the beef onto them. Chapter 160. The Theft of Meat as Night Fell. The people of the Shia tribe had just finished slaughtering the cattle. After washing their hands and feet, they gathered around the numerous bonfires to roast the beef. Though they had savored grilled meat before, none had ever tasted such tenderness. Unlike the soft and flavorful braised meat, this roasted beef was crispy on the outside and succulent within, its fat sizzling with a tantalizing aroma from the charcoal. The moment one bit into it, the juices erupted between the teeth, the lean meat yielding gently while the fatty portions melted in the mouth. Hongli grasped a skewer in each hand, alternating bites with abandon, the grease dripping down her chin without her notice, as she mumbled blissfully, "This meat is truly delicious, so satisfying. Enfant, you must learn from the esteemed priest. This is what meat should be." Hong Fong, equally engrossed in her feast, nodded vigorously. The esteemed priest was indeed remarkable, proficient in all things. The skewers of beef were grilled by the tribe members themselves, each skewer devoured before they could fully satiate their appetites. They then took to slicing more meat, marinating it briefly in the leftover seasoning from the pot before grilling once again. With such an abundance of meat, the air thick with the scent of blood, it necessitated vigilant watch throughout the night. Although many beasts had been driven away during the day, lured by the scent of blood, they could not afford to be complacent. Food was not easily relinquished by wild creatures, and constant vigilance was essential. As the night deepened, the first group of satisfied diners succumbed to slumber around the fire, while the remaining half stood guard over the substantial pile of meat. In the distance, a group of individuals observed the flickering flames. Can you discern which tribe they belong to? Could it be they are the ones who killed the chieftain during the day? It is unclear, but they seem formidable. Look, they have hunted a great deal of meat. If their main force were here, all this meat would belong to them. This group of a dozen individuals were scouts from the Baitu tribe, sent to gather intelligence. They had swiftly followed the path taken by the chieftain, and whenever they passed a location once inhabited but now deserted, it indicated they were on the right track. These smaller tribes must have fallen to the chieftain and his kin. Their search led them to this lush territory abundant in prey. Nearby, they discovered a pit, an enclosure commonly used by the Baitu tribe for imprisoning slaves. Within the pit, they unearthed numerous human bones, not entirely consumed by fire. Undoubtedly, many lives had been lost within. Yet, they could not discern whether the remains belonged to their own tribe or to the enslaved. That distinction eluded them. After further searching the vicinity and finding no traces of the Baitu tribe, they returned to their original location. At this juncture, they began to suspect that the pit contained the remains of the chieftain's kin. They resumed their search for signs of other tribes nearby. Earlier, they had heard a cacophony emanating from the grasslands, prompting them to investigate, whereupon they beheld the entire spectacle of the Shia tribe hunting a herd of wild cattle. A tribe resides nearby. The scouts from the Baitu tribe crouched in the underbrush, their breaths held as light as a whisper. They intently observed the hunting practices of the Stone-Tooth tribe, quickly noticing the peculiarities of the weapons employed. Such formidable tools could effortlessly pierce the hide of a bison. Moreover, the tribe members were clad in snug-fitting garments made from animal hides. In stark contrast, their own white head tribe, affluent as it was, only permitted the chieftain and a handful of leaders to don such attire. Yet every individual among the Stone-Tooth tribe was adorned in these skins. This could only signify a considerable tribe. Their attention was drawn to a female warrior wielding an unusual weapon, curved in form, which, with a single strike, severed an entire leg from the beast. That was no mere stone tool. One of the observers felt a tightening in his throat, realizing they glimmered. Under the sunlight, the metallic blades and their handles sparkled. Could it be that they had slain the chieftain of the Daylight tribe? They must have used these weapons to take down their leader. Though such conjectures stirred in their minds, they dared not descend to ascertain the truth. As they witnessed the Stone-Tooth tribe successfully decimate the herd of bison, their trepidation only grew. "We shall follow them," to uncover the location of their tribe and the precise circumstances so that we might report back to the great chieftain. During this time, the Stone-Tooth tribe approached the forest, and the watchers feared they had been detected, hastily shifting their positions. They soon relaxed upon realizing that the Stone-Tooth tribe was merely gathering timber. Their vigilance persisted until nightfall. The underbrush was dense, while the Whitehead tribe remained concealed. The Stone-Tooth tribe was exposed. If the Whitehead tribe truly wished to remain undetected, it would have been a simple endeavor. Indeed, the Stone-Tooth tribe was oblivious to their observers. However, they were not the only ones watching. Numerous wild beasts and a group of true savages emerged from the depths of the forest. These savages were authentic primitives, covered in hair and diminutive in stature. The commotion from the Stone-Tooth tribe's hunting activities had not only startled the Whitehead tribe, but also attracted the attention of the wild men. Armed only with sharpened wooden spears, these savages typically hunted smaller prey and would never dare approach a large herd like the bison. Thus, their hunger for sustenance was greater than that of the tribesmen. Upon spotting the massive pile of meat not far away, their mouths watered profusely. The wild men resolved to brazenly steal some meat. In the dark underbrush, dozens of pairs of green glowing eyes greedily fixated on the mountainous heap of beef at the center of the camp. Gurgling meat, the leading savage caught the scent of roasted flesh, saliva dripping from his chin onto the grass below. Under the guidance of this leader, the wild men crept forward like a pack of hyenas lurking in the shadows, silently approaching the mound of meat. As they advanced, the leader's foot was ensnared by a rope. Of course, he was unaware of what a rope was, mistaking it for grass and attempting to tear it away. Suddenly, a melodious jingle pierced the stillness of the night. The sound of the bell rang out. Ming sprang to his feet beside the fire. His long blade instantly grasped in his hand. His gaze swept towards the darkness, where the underbrush near the meat pile swayed ominously. The wild men, in a state of panic, tugged at the peculiar wild grass that had ensnared their feet, the ringing growing ever more urgent. An ambush! The dawn sounded the alarm, its piercing whistle slicing through the tranquil night sky. The whistle, of course, was provided by Luchinu. The rope serving as a warning line, adorned with bells, was also his ingenious idea. In an instant, the entire camp erupted into chaos. The wild men, realizing their cover was blown, no longer concealed themselves. The leader of the wild men let out a shrill roar, and a dozen disheveled figures burst forth from the underbrush, frantically lunging towards the pile of meat. They clawed at the beef with their sharp nails, some even resorting to gnawing directly with their teeth. It was the wild men. They had come to steal the meat. The members of the Shia tribe, armed and resolute, charged towards the intruders. Lu Chenyu, roused from his slumber by the commotion, hastily climbed to his feet and retrieved the searchlight. In the darkness, the Shia tribe struggled to fend off the wild men, when suddenly a blinding light illuminated the scene. Was it dawn already? Chapter 161. The Savages Suddenly. The searchlight in Lu Chenyu's hand blazed to life, its blinding white light slicing through the darkness like a sword, illuminating the entire campsite as if it were broad daylight. The savages, startled by this unexpected sun, were rendered speechless, shielding their eyes and emitting terrified shrieks. Even the members of the white-headed tribe in the distance were taken aback by this astonishing spectacle. What was that object capable of emitting such brilliant light? With the aid of the powerful illumination, Lu Chenyu finally discerned the assailants, short, hairy figures with low foreheads and protruding jaws, resembling a more refined version of the primitive humans depicted in geography books. At the very least, they possessed discernible faces and hair, appearing less like gorillas. Could it truly be savages? No. Could there actually be savages here? Were the inhabitants of these primitive tribes not savages themselves? How could there be savages even more savage than the tribespeople? Under the intense light, the savages could not conceal themselves and were swiftly captured by the Stone-Tooth tribe, whose strength far exceeded theirs. Lu Chenyu approached to observe the savages closely. The leader, bearing yellowed teeth, howled at Lu Chenyu, uttering a lengthy tirade in a tongue they could not comprehend. Yet, Lu Chenyu understood. The savage declared, "Meat, we want to eat meat. If you do not give it, we will bite you to death." Standing tall, Lu Chenyu responded, "This is my meat." The savage was taken aback. He surprisingly grasped Lu Chenyu's words. "I understand your words. Are you also a savage?" "No, I am the priest of the Stone-Tooth tribe. These are my kin, and this meat is what our tribe hunted." "What is a priest? Can it be eaten?" Lu Chenyu's ability to converse with the savages left the onlookers astounded. How could the priest speak the language of the savages? The dialogue continued, but the savages displayed no sense of reason, even threatening Lu Chenyu that if they were not given meat, they would steal it all. Frustrated by the savages' lack of awareness regarding their predicament, Lu Chenyu lost patience and turned to Ming, saying, "Bind them all up." "Did he not say we lacked hands to carry the meat?" "Well, here they are." As soon as Lu Chenyu finished speaking, Hong Li grinned widely, exclaiming, "It was about time." She swiftly advanced, seizing the leader of the savages by the nape, lifting him as one would a small chick. How dare they attempt to steal the meat she had worked so hard to hunt? They were courting disaster. The savage leader flailed wildly in midair, cursing and shouting incomprehensibly, until Hong Li spun him around several times, disorienting him before unceremoniously dropping him to the ground. Dazed and confused, the savage leader lay on the grass, unable to rise. The 43 savages were tethered together like a string of grasshoppers. Initially, they struggled and shouted, but after being spun around by Hong Li, they finally settled down, retracting their necks and falling silent. "Be gentle. Don't injure them." Lu Chenyu quickly cautioned Hong Li. These were valuable laborers. The savages remained bound throughout the night. The following day, after Lu Chenyu had risen, washed up, and leisurely enjoyed her breakfast, she made her way to the side of the wild chieftain. "Do you desire meat?" The wild men nodded fervently. "If you wish to eat meat, you must listen carefully. From this moment forth, you are to work for us. Perform well, and there will be meat for you. Fail to do so." She gestured towards Hong Li, who would not hesitate to strike them. The wild chieftain's eyes widened in fear, and he shrank back, mumbling a few vague responses. "Want to eat meat first?" Lu Chenyu chuckled. "Do you believe you are in a position to negotiate? You are the ones who have been captured." The chieftain bared his yellowed teeth and growled in frustration. Yet when he caught sight of Hong Li approaching with clenched fists, he immediately cowered and acquiesced. "Very well, it seems we have reached a consensus." Lu Chenyu nodded in satisfaction, signaling her people to untie them. "Now, go gather all the remaining beef from the edge of the swamp onto this wooden frame." The frame was their makeshift cart. The wild men rubbed their sore wrists, but gazed longingly at the roasted meat not far away. Lu Chenyu held up a glistening, golden brown beef rib before them, swaying it gently. "Do you see this? Once the work is done, you will be able to eat this." The wild men's mouths watered profusely. Lu Chenyu instructed Ming to assign a few individuals to watch over these wild men. Even after being released, they did not flee. They knew that these people meant them no harm, and the thought of meat tantalized them. Slowly, the wild men began to move the meat, some even daring to sneak licks of the raw flesh, only to be caught by the people of the Shia tribe, who yanked them away and tossed them aside. Confused, the wild men were unsure of what transpired, yet they were pulled back from their task. Ming intervened, pulling the would-be thief aside and allowing the others to continue. After several trips, the wild men began to grasp the situation. Were they truly set free? Just as one of them contemplated escape, he noticed his kin still present. He could not run. However, when the first wild man who completed the task was rewarded with a generous portion of roasted meat, he was left utterly bewildered. There was indeed meat to be had. One small wild man, upon witnessing this, hoisted a piece of beef larger than himself onto his back, straining but refusing to let go. "Such enthusiasm is commendable," Lu Chenyu remarked with admiration. One after another, the wild men received their share of meat. They formed a circle, ravenously devouring their first proper meal. The small wild man, cradling his meat, was so moved that tears streamed down his grimy cheeks. The meat was salty, seasoned with salt. He had never tasted such a substantial portion before. If moving things daily would grant him meat, he would willingly work every day, seeing that others had their fill. The wild man who had been pulled away grew anxious. He had yet to taste meat. He attempted to rush back to collect more, but Ming intercepted him once more. Furious, he cried out, yet Ming could not comprehend his words and simply pointed towards the forest, urging him to leave. After consuming a piece of meat, The wild chieftain's stomach was temporarily satisfied, and he began to recall his status as leader. He hurried to plead with Lu Chenyu, requesting the return of the exiled wild man to work and share in the meat. He harbored a desire to pilfer food. Yet our tribe does not tolerate those who steal. No more, I insisted. The wild man chief urged earnestly. Lu Chenyu reluctantly nodded, willing to grant a second chance. The wild man chief approached the exiled individual to address the issue of theft, and the wild man nodded in understanding, cautiously moving to gather the meat. This time, Ming did not intervene. With remarkable agility, he swiftly collected several pieces of meat and eventually received a portion for himself. After consuming the meat, the wild men resumed their labors, and none felt the urge to steal. The raw meat lacked salt and was far from palatable. They desired salted meat.